Apocalypse, my items upgrade infinitely. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301, Settle the Grudge, Copy and Upgrade, and the Great Expedition. Listen to and understand the current preparations to ensure the smooth start of the Great Expedition to the south. The final outcome of this expedition will determine the future global human-insect war situation and the success or failure of humanity. So Lin Feng attaches great importance to this. At the end of the meeting, he announced that the mobilization ceremony for the Great Crusade would be held tomorrow. Go to Haichang City to the west of Wuchang and kill the Queen Mother of Haichang. There is the Zerg Queen who invaded Jiangnan and caused the most serious damage to the area. Lin Feng kept it alive until now in order to maximize its effectiveness at the critical moment. For example, now, it is used to inspire people and to make a pledge for the Great Expedition to the south. I come from a residential area in the suburbs of Haichang. More than 3 months ago, the place became a ruin after the alien Zerg invaded. I was lucky to escape from Haichang. I was accompanied by the chief of the Jin Corps, Shenji, and the newly promoted third-level strongman, Major General Liu Qiu. We, like the displaced survivors in and outside the Jinchang base, have suffered from the Zerg invasion. Our loved ones have died, our families have been torn apart. After months of wandering, I finally waited for this day to come. In the past 2 months, we won the battle to block Wuchang and successfully killed the first high-level Zerg Queen in the northwest of Wuchang. After that, we overcame all obstacles along the way and killed 2 mid-stage queens entrenched in the northern part of Jiangnan province in our first long-range battle last night. Now there is only 1 Zerg Queen left in the entire Jiangnan province. And that is the Queen of Haichang, and it is also the culprit that caused the cities in the southern part of Jiangnan prefecture to be deserted and fall one after another. Before we embarked on the Great Expedition to the south, I planned to gather all the tribes, including the survivors in the city, early tomorrow morning to go together and witness with our own eyes the final battle to kill the Queen Mother of Haichang and complete the recovery of Jiangnan province. And this is also the clarion call for the Great Expedition to the south, and the prelude to our human race's counterattack in this alien Zerg invasion, ripe. It's time to avenge the past humiliation and revenge. The next morning, at daybreak, the Salvation Army, having received the news, gathered in the square early, even before the assembly time. Just wait for the leader's order and march to Haichang. At this time, Lin Feng was also woken up from bed by the excited Chen Yannian. After washing, dressing, and having breakfast, he looked at the time and it was only 6 o'clock in the morning. The sun just emerged from the horizon, with a small shadow appearing. So early, shouldn't we leave at 8? Lin Feng asked while drinking the organic nutrient solution. The survivors in the city and nearby moved much more slowly. Even if Han Yuxin arranged a special bus fleet to pick up representatives of the survivors and media reporters stationed near Jincheng, it would still take several hours to reach the eastern suburbs of Wuchang. In order to take care of them, Lin Feng specially arranged the time to depart at 8 o'clock in the morning and arrive at the target location at 10 o'clock. It took half an hour to deal with the Queen Mother of Haichang and then return to the court directly. The time arrangement is reasonable and appropriate. If you go there too early, it may appear that Lin Feng has already killed the Queen Mother of Haichang, while the audience behind him have not yet arrived. The soldiers couldn't wait any longer. They got up and prepared at 5 o'clock. Now they are lined up and ready to go. Advance and asked them to make preparations early. The press corps and the forces in the rear base set out before daybreak and headed for the main fort and outposts on the Wuchang defense line, waiting for us to arrive. Now we just need to take the representatives of the survivors and follow the Savior Army. Lin Feng nodded. Those in the Salvation Army who went on the expedition last time will be placed at the back this time, or stay in the base to continue resting and consolidating their strength for promotion. Among the Salvation Army that set out to Huaichang late at night the day before yesterday, the strength of the second-level regiment increased rapidly. And a considerable number of first-level peak combat soldiers successfully killed the second-level Zerg and completed the cross-level promotion. Therefore, these regiments and legions need to rest for a while and give way to other branches of the Savior Army. The recovery of Haichang this time is of great significance. No one wants to miss this historic moment, Chen Yannian replied. Lin Feng frowned slightly, and nodded after a moment. Okay, then let them be responsible for supporting the rear and showcasing the strength of the Savior Army. After the discussion, Lin Feng, with the help of Chen Yannian, changed into a handsome black combat uniform to represent his identity as the lord of the Jinchang base and his noble status as the supreme leader of the Salvation Army. It was 6:30 in the morning in mid-September, the sun was just rising, and there was still a hint of coolness in the air. Lin Feng walked out of the command room of the Level 31 Golden Battleship and came to the top of the bow, looking down at the tens of thousands of soldiers on the square 30 or 40 meters below. Among them, 1,500 members of the second-level regiments, a total of 30 regiments, boarded the chariots in the rear under the leadership of several third-level strongmen. The remaining tens of thousands of soldiers, including hundreds of newly promoted second-level members, could still ride in ordinary armored vehicles, while the rest could only squeeze into troop transporters converted from trucks. However, this battle to recapture Haicheng was just a flag sacrifice ceremony with a performance nature. In addition to cleaning the battlefield and picking up scraps, they also came to witness this historic moment. As the army set out, the surface of the entire Jinchang base began to shake. As many as 1,000 chariots set off in a mighty force. From Jinchang base, head southeast to the outskirts of Wuchen, headed for the destination in the eastern suburbs of Wuchen, from 6 different directions. This arrangement was also to train the Salvation Army's ability to move and coordinate, so as to gain experience in large-scale combat for the upcoming expedition to the south. 2 hours later, after traveling more than 200 kilometers, the 6 legions arrived at the eastern suburbs of Wuchen one after another and stopped under the dilapidated first line of defense. Revisiting the old place, Lin Feng stood in the command tower of the Golden Battleship, which was the first to arrive in the super fleet. He looked at the familiar place in front of him and felt a lot of emotion. Chen Yannian stepped forward and said with a smile, 3 months ago, we were still here, looking north in panic, escaping from the service area post next to the highway, and were forced to evacuate the second line of defense. 100 days have passed in a flash, and I will soon return to my old home in the suburbs of Haicheng. Time flies. Lin Feng nodded, his eyes left the desolate and abandoned first line of defense, turned to look at the suburbs of Haicheng in the east, and his tone was a little excited. I hope that building has not been destroyed by the Zerg, and at least a memory of its past is still preserved inside. The photos on the wall, the photo of the family of 3 on the table, and the bedroom where his parents once lived, these are the few precious memories and spiritual sustenance that Lin Feng has left. Chen Yannian stepped forward and held Lin Feng's hand. Don't worry, I've taken special care of that neighborhood so it hasn't been destroyed by the Zerg. Lin Feng hummed, let's go. Now that it's here, let's get started. When he turned around and left, he whispered in Chen Yannian's ear, thank you. Lin Feng came to the stern helipad of the Golden Battleship. This place is now used to store and dock biological colonization suits, including Lin Feng's level 34 colonization suit Mecha and everyone the Queen Mother, both of which stand here. As Lin Feng's mind moved, the colonization Mecha squatted down, and the cabin cover slowly opened, revealing the cockpit inside. After entering it, the 2 minds merged into one. With a superposition of attributes, the incarnations become one. At this time, Lin Feng has entered the perfection of the middle stage of the third stage, the colonial Mecha. The attribute values are directly approaching the upper limit of 10,000. Even if it was a late-stage third-order queen, Lin Feng, driving a colonial Mecha, had the strength to fight against her. As the colonial Mecha started up, it flew into the sky. Haicheng in the distance, kill. Dozens of troops behind him shouted, kill, kill, kill. The next moment, under the leadership of the super fleet, 22nd order battle groups and more than 20,000 soldiers rushed towards Haicheng by alluvial deposits from large rivers. The moist soil and abundant groundwater below are very suitable for the Zerg to build nests. Red beetles can secrete a kind of mucus, similar to human concrete, which can make the tops of insect nests and aisles extremely hard. But that is also relative. Lin Feng was worried that the massive influx of awakened members of the Savior Army would cause the underground insect swarm to collapse. So I planned to go deep into this place alone in advance. Now he is fully capable of dealing with an ordinary third-stage mid-stage queen. What's more, the Queen Mother of Haicheng suffered repeated defeats in the last battle for Tegu Lake and had lost 90% of her Zerg swarms, with almost all of her second-order Zerg being wiped out after retreating to Haicheng. It did not leave Haicheng for more than half a month, and reached out to Wuchen, which had turned into ruins according to Li Ran's report. The soldiers stationed at the outpost in the Wuchen defense line have only seen some red beetles collecting resources in the past half month, and even the black-backed beetle teams on daily patrols are rarely seen. Perhaps the Queen Mother of Heicheng has accepted her fate after failing to seize Tehu Lake. After all, after that, its global ranking not only stagnated, but also gradually slipped to outside the top 100, and even now it has only an evolutionary level of 34. At the bottom of the middle stage Queen Mothers. In this global competition for the 4th level Queen Mother, she has lost her competitiveness and will sooner or later be swallowed up by other Queen Mothers. As Lin Feng recalled these things, the colonial mecha was driven by him from the deep pit left by the Queen Mother of Heicheng when she broke out of the ground on the square of Heicheng University, and went deep into the underground of the insect nest. This 50-meter wide deep pit tunnel connects all the way to the mother nest more than 10 kilometers away and nearly 700 or 800 meters deep. What surprised Lin Feng was that he didn't encounter a single second-level Zerg along the way. Even the red beetles and some black-backed insect groups retreated as soon as they saw the colonial mechas, as if they had seen a Zerg killer god and were afraid to avoid it. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Could it be that the Queen Mother of Heicheng who ruled this place had already fled Nathir at this moment? Although Lingai said that retreating back to the sea would mean that the Queen Mother would lose everything, even the chance to submit to the Insect King after the final 4-level competition. Therefore, there would almost never be a queen who abandons her Zerg and flees into the sea alone. But this does not mean that the Queen Mother will definitely not return to the sea. Like the Queen Mother of Heicheng, who has been trapped in a desperate situation where she is doomed to die anyway, escaping into the sea might help her survive a few more days. If you are lucky, you can land again from other coastlines, pick up the leftovers of other queens, and quietly develop to prolong your life for a while. Thinking of this, Lin Feng, with a solemn expression, immediately released his telepathy to explore the location of the high-level queen deep underground. After stacking its attributes with those of the colonial mecha, the overall spiritual attribute value approached the upper limit of 10,000, allowing Lin Feng's telepathy to have a detection range of 100 kilometers. Even if it is deep underground and its size is limited and reduced 10 times, it can still cover an area within a radius of 10 kilometers. After walking 2 or 3 kilometers, Lin Feng's telepathy was enough to cover the entire insect nest. At this moment, the light source map in Lin Feng's mind finally showed a shining golden spot that is an energy light source representing the power of the 3rd-level artistic conception. After confirming that the Queen Mother of Heicheng had not escaped, Lin Feng immediately went at full speed, determined to capture her. Otherwise, wouldn't this grand flag sacrificial ceremony become a failure without sacrificial offerings? In the end, it ended in a regrettable and hasty manner in this banquet to recapture Heicheng City and unify the entire Jiangnan province. Killing the once majestic and arrogant Queen Mother of Heicheng is the main course of the banquet. Without it, much of the fun would be lost. It also cannot prove the powerful strength of the Salvation Army. After all, to conquer a Zerg colony without the Queen Mother's command, all you need is a fully armed army of awakened ones. Now that the Queen Mother of Heicheng is still there, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, he accelerated his way to the mother nest deepest underground. We must firmly capture the Queen Mother of Heicheng. When the colonization mecha arrived at the entrance, there were no second-order Zerg blocking the way on either side. Lin Feng immediately stopped and looked at the huge dark figure behind the entrance with hesitation. I didn't expect that the famous city Lord Lin, the powerful leader of the Savior Army, the Emperor Hunter from the north, the slayer of the mid-stage Queen Mother, would you be afraid of an unguarded hive entrance? At this moment, a female voice without any emotion came from the depths of the insect nest. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, activated the mass energy shield of the colonial mecha, and entered it. In front of the Queen Mother of Heicheng, there were countless tentacles connected to human figures. The female voice just now came from one of them. They were controlled by the Queen Mother of Heicheng and became parasitic puppets. After some investigation, he confirmed that there were no traps here. Lin Feng sneered, "Is this your last words? Can't save you in any way except making your death more painful." Chapter 302, Death of the Queen Mother of Heicheng. The expedition begins. The human controlling the tentacles continued. A late-stage third-order Queen Mother has already appeared in the southern part of the continent. As time goes by, more and more late-stage Queen Mothers will appear. Soon, a fourth-order Insect King will be born in the final decisive battle. There is not much time left for humans. Lin Feng shrugged and replied directly, "I already know this, so? This doesn't seem to have anything to do with your death today." The Queen Mother of Heicheng controlled the human zombie puppets and laughed without any emotion. "Of course you know. After all, With the cooperation and connections of the Queen Mother of Jiacheng, you are well aware of the global situation. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and didn't care. It seems that you have not wasted your time in the past half-month. You have finally figured out some things. It's a pity that it's all too late. From the moment you started fighting Wuchen, you had already lost the possibility of winning. Instead, you were taken advantage of by the Queen Mother of Jiacheng and overtook you. The Queen Mother of Haicheng roared angrily, and was quite unwilling to control the humans on her tentacles. That's because it broke the rules and cooperated with humans without authorization. Otherwise, how could a mother queen at the early stage of the third stage occupy Tehu Lake and be promoted to the middle stage? Lin Feng sneered and immediately retorted, but I remember that you Zerg don't seem to have this rule that prohibits contact and cooperation with humans. On the contrary, it is because of your arrogance and conceit that you look down on humans, the primitive indigenous civilization on the planet, and don't even respond to the most basic negotiations and declarations of war. Weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival. Arrogance is what it is, so your arrogance has brought you failure, and now death. After saying that, Lin Feng raised the left arm of the colonial mecha, and the level 31 ion laser cannon on it was ready to fire. As the command to fire was passed down, the muzzle radiation light source quickly condensed into a 10,000 degree high temperature, a fiery platinum light. And the 6 restraining devices near the muzzle rotated and gathered into a solid beam of light. Aim at the Queen Mother of Haicheng, who is hundreds of meters away in front of the colonial mecha, and shoot straight at her. No, hoo-ha-ho. With a roar from the Queen Mother, the particle light cannon accurately hit the connection between its back and the mother nest behind it. The blazing light, containing thousands of degrees, burned its flesh and nerves. After more than 10 seconds, the damage was as high as 7,000, directly burning the more than 100 meters connecting its back to the tail into charcoal, and the internal nerves and blood vessels were also scalded. In a short period of time, the Queen Mother of Haicheng could no longer quickly summon the arrival of the Divine Realm, through the Queen Mother of Biology behind her. In order to cut off the possibility of its escape, Lin Feng put away the level 31 ion laser cannon. At this time, the muzzle was terribly hot due to the long period of energy gathering, and even the energy injection barrel at the rear was red hot. The Queen Mother of Haicheng, whose only escape route was cut off, finally put away her condescending attitude. And the insect head that had been raised before now drooped to the ground among the hundreds of tentacles below the mouth parts. Most of the human zombies that were previously connected and controlled fell off during their struggle. These living whose dead nervous systems had been invaded soon died in painful struggle after losing the life support system provided by the Queen Mother. The remaining dozen zombies on the tentacles of the Queen Mother of Haicheng stared at the colonization armor and said, I want your cooperation, even respect you. You have the potential to advance to the 4th level Human King. As long as we join forces, when I am promoted to the 4th level Insect King, I can promise you that I will lead the insect race to leave Blue Star immediately and leave this resource-rich planet to you. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer again. Don't you think it's too late to beg for help when you are about to die? Is another point. That is, the Zerg had already decided to squeeze out all the value of Blue Planet, burying the body of the 4th Order Spine King deep in the center of the earth, waiting for the Queen Mother Zerg King competition to decide the winner. The 4th Order Spine King, which has merged the spiritual consciousness of Lin Feng's father, Lin Yu, will awaken from deep within the core of the Blue Star. By then, it will absorb the energy of the Blue Star and advance to a higher level, the 5th or even 6th Order. When it comes out, the mountains will collapse, the earth will split, the sea and the land will be turned upside down, and all things in the world will be destroyed. After it left, the broken blue planet lost its geothermal energy and gradually cooled down until the whole planet was frozen. What's the use of such a dead star? Even the Zerg Queen did not know this. Such a big move came from the only mother of the Zerg god who was above the 6th level. When Lin Feng discovered this during the artistic conception trial in the Land of the End, even Long Yi was deeply shocked. After being flatly rejected and mercilessly ridiculed by Lin Feng, the Queen Mother of Haicheng was completely confused. He hurriedly said, No, after you kill me, you will have no choice to check and balance the Queen Mother of Jiacheng. Do you think that its cooperation with you is sincere? With the resources of an entire Tehu Lake and a large river, it has actually already advanced to the perfection of the 3rd stage midterm. All it needs to advance to the late stage is a city of surviving humans and the blood and genes of tens of thousands of awakened ones as a sacrifice to the great insect god in exchange for the opportunity to advance to the late stage. No Queen Mother can refuse this. You have also been to the north, so you know better how crazy those middle-level guys can be for this. and the only place near Tehu Lake that can meet these conditions for promotion to the later stage is your Jinchang base. It's good that you are here now. If the whole army is dispatched to attack the next Mother Queen like now, thousands of miles away from Jiangnan province, the Queen Mother of Jichen can directly attack the Jinchang base through the waterways of the big rivers and turn the hundreds of thousands of humans and tens of thousands of awakened people living there into nutrients for her advancement to the later stages. Kill it, and I will assist you. I am weaker and more controllable than the Queen Mother of Jichen. I can even follow your army and help you capture and reclaim the territory's entire southern part of the continent, and even suppress that late-stage queen in the southwest. Having said that, Lin Feng swung the Hunter King chainsaw sword in his hand and slashed at it, stopping just above its neck. The Queen Mother of Heichang believed that her last trump card had finally impressed the strongest human being in front of her, and immediately added, "To show my sincerity, I will impart all the Zerg technology to humans without reservation, especially the method of how to advance to the fourth stage, which I will tell you alone. We can even use the Zerg's biotechnology to help you perfect this set of biological intelligent armor. There is also the fourth stage, which requires the transformation of advanced supercells." However, what he got in return was Lin Feng's death-like whisper, "I already have what you said, and the Queen Mother of Jichang you mentioned. I know what to do without you telling me. Raising a tiger is a disaster, and not everyone is qualified to be a tiger. I find it troublesome to carry around an ungrateful person like you who will betray me sooner or later, so I still say the same thing, only dead bugs are good bugs." After saying that, a buzzing sound was heard by the Queen Mother of Heicheng, and the saw blade of the Hunting King chainsaw sword, which turned as fast as lightning, instantly pierced into her neck. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere and flesh flew everywhere. The Queen Mother of Heicheng was stunned at first, and then she felt that she had lost control and perception of her body, and the whole insect head fell heavily to the ground immediately afterwards. Blood spurted out, and there was an intense pain coming from the severed nerves. The Queen Mother of Heicheng gradually lost her mind and screamed in pain like crazy at the same time. The spiritual energy in her mind surged out wildly and uncontrollably like a storm. Lin Feng, who was at the center of the mental storm, walked forward slowly with an indifferent look on his face, tightly grasped the Hunter King chainsaw sword in his hand, and pointed the tip of the sword at the eyeball of the Queen Mother of Heicheng. It pierced straight into it without any emotion. A few seconds later, the Queen Mother of Heicheng, whose brain tissue is crushed, finally died. Vast energy began to flow into Lin Feng's body. Because she was not a late-stage queen, her life energy was transformed into 2 equipment upgrades. A golden battleship that is enough for level 31 can be upgraded to the next level. At the same time, Shenji, Liu Yi and others, who led the second-order battle group and marched straight in, also arrived at the mother nest in the deepest part of the underground insect nest. I saw the colonial mecha bathing in the blood rain sprayed by the Queen Mother of Heicheng. Arrange for someone to come and transport the Queen Mother's head out of the insect nest and send it to the surface for everyone to witness and observe. Let Lingai take over the remaining trunks and bodies and make good use of them. Let's go. Jiangnan's how. It's over. After giving the instructions, the colonial mecha immediately left the place. Lin Feng returned to the surface and drove the colonization mecha back to the golden battleship. He placed the colonization mecha at the airport to replenish the reserve energy. Then he came to the rest area of the battleship, took a shower and changed into casual short-sleeved shorts, and then handed over the post-battlefield ceremony host to Chen Yanai. And finally, he was alone, activated the golden armor, and walked along the ruins of the city, searching for the familiar memories, and came to his old home on the outskirts of the city in the old demolished community. Lin Feng slowly stopped in front of the building where he had lived for more than 20 years. I saw a Mercedes Benz that had knocked over a street lamp pole, was broken, had lost paint and was covered in dust, and inside it was a skeleton that had been gnawed by a swarm of red beetles, leaving only fragments of clothing. Lin Feng sighed softly. Perhaps no one would have thought that the small broken pistol in brother Lin Yao's hand, which was a low-quality imitation, would be upgraded in Lin Feng's hands into a peerless killing weapon that could kill a third-level existence with one shot. After expressing his feelings, Lin Feng walked upstairs and came to the familiar room 301 on the 3rd floor. I pressed the doorknob and slowly pushed the door open. There was an old smell in the air and a thick layer of dust on the floor and table. Lin Feng walked in and picked up the photo frame on the wall. It was a picture of a once happy family of 3. Now, either they are separated by heaven or their life or death is uncertain. Lin Feng is the only one left, struggling against fate. I wiped the dust off, looked at my father and mother when they were young, and smiled as I picked up my childhood self. A strong emotion surged into my chest. It feels like there's a rock blocking my breath. Lin Feng sat on the sofa for a long time, and then lay on the bed, whose touch had not changed, for a while. Finally, around noon, I walked out of the house and came to the bottom of the building with a photo frame. When I looked up, I saw Chen Yanyan, who had been waiting here alone for a long time. Sorry for the long wait. It's time to go back and prepare to build an invincible golden fleet. Lin Feng smiled and spoke, garrison Heicheng and eliminate the remaining Zerg inside. The golden battleship dragged the head of the Queen Mother of Heicheng and triumphantly led the army back to the Golden City base. When the people of the whole city were celebrating the victory, Lin Feng just showed up briefly and then devoted himself to his work. If you want to use the third-order gold quality golden battleships to copy a batch of level 29 orange dreadnought battleships, in addition to 100 tons of steel fine, you also need a level 19 flying wing tank as the basis for advanced transformation. Of course, in order to ensure the intensity of firepower, Lin Feng plans to equip each replica of the dreadnought with 10 additional level 29 armor-piercing guns and 3 electromagnetic guns of the same level. As the only flagship and the most powerful battleship, the golden battleship naturally needs to be matched with commensurate firepower output electromagnetic cannons into it in the next upgrade. The extra weight of 130 tons can bring the golden battleship absolute suppression power over hundreds of thousands of insect swarms. If it weren't for Long Yi's stop, saying that adding more weight would affect its maneuverability, Lin Feng would have wanted to load the entire body of the golden battleship with cannons. It has reached the point where one ship can suppress a tide of millions of insects. After a lot of hard work of copying and fusion, Lin Feng exhausted his own particle control state of mind and mental state, and finally completed the construction of the Golden Fleet before his energy was exhausted. The flagship Golden Battleship was upgraded to level 32 after fusion, becoming the second strongest equipment in Lin Feng's hands, second only to the Colonial Micha. There are a total of 140 level 29 cannons, with speed, movement and shield attributes. After integrating the midterm Perfect Mother Queen Amethyst Brain Marrow and Golden Plate Bones, the performance was greatly improved, and even new additional attributes were born in addition. There are 40 highly maneuverable level 29 dreadnought battleships, which are also the frigates in the fleet. It is equipped with 13 LV-29 cannons and dozens of LV-19 close-in defense shotguns. Finally, there are as many as 100 flying wing tanks. It is equivalent to the nearshore escort boat in the Navy, commonly known as a small steel cannon, and is known for its flexibility and quick response. At this point, the real Golden Fleet. Announcement of birth. And early on the third day, Lin Feng woke up in the bedroom of the golden battleship wearing a suit of golden armor. He came to the bull fully armed. I will announce it to the whole army, the whole people, and the whole city. The great expedition to the south begins. Chapter 303, Relieve Mental Exhaustion, Intelligent Central Control Attributes. Lin Feng, wearing golden armor, stood at the bow of the LV-32 golden battleship that had been fused and upgraded, facing tens of thousands of awakened soldiers, and slowly spoke. Let's go. The golden warship under his feet immediately set off from the train station square of Jinchang base to the northern part of Zhejiang province, Hucheng and Jicheng in the south of Jinchang. Third-level powerhouses including Lin Feng, Chen Yanyan, the commander of the Golden Fleet, Ling Yi, who piloted the Queen Mother to absorb the Queen Mother's corpse, Liu Yuqi, who mastered the power of annihilation with one sword, Shenji, the inheritor of the killing state of the Spinal Insect clan, and the chief commander of dozens of ordinary battle groups. The pure-blooded human Liu Yi. The other two third-level beings, Zhang Yuner and the leader of the Jin Corps, are responsible for staying in Jincheng, and in the future, they will take turns to replace the third-level beings who have retreated for rest. Two third-level strongmen, leading several second-level battle groups and nearly 10,000 soldiers, are enough to guard the Jinchang base. Coupled with the deterrence of a hydrogen bomb and 2 nuclear warheads, even if the real body of the Dragonfly in Tehu Lake is found, it would be difficult for the Queen Mother of Jichen to launch a surprise attack on Jincheng while the army is away. At the same time, this small number of troops defending the city can also intimidate the major base forces in the rear. After announcing the expedition, Lin Feng turned back to the interior of the golden battleship, took off his golden armor, and lay down in the rest room in the living area. Yesterday's 24 hours of non-stop synthesis had drained all of his energy. After sleeping for a few hours, he had recovered less than 30%. In particular, The overdraft of particle control and artistic conception power caused Lin Feng's condition and combat effectiveness to plummet. It just so happened that the Golden Fleet's expedition would require a journey of 400 to 500 kilometers to reach a large city below Hangzhou in the central part of Zhejiang province. Room in the living area. After entering the bedroom, seeing that Lin Feng was still listless, he said, "If you want to recover your mental state quickly, you can directly communicate with the battleship's central control system, which is the purple crystal brains of the two mid-stage perfect mother queens that you integrated into it before." Lin Feng frowned slightly. "It's too extravagant to do so. Besides, a war is imminent. If their computing decreases due to a sharp decrease in speed and spiritual energy, it will have a greater impact on the combat effectiveness of the golden battleship. The Queen Mother's brain is so precious now. It's better not to waste it unless it's an emergency." Previously, in the final battle at Yangtze, Lin Feng had directly absorbed the brain of the early Queen Mother in order to quickly restore his spiritual attributes and obtain the blessing of the mental shield so that he could kill the mid-stage perfect Queen Mother. But doing so is actually very wasteful. Lin Feng's absorption rate of brain marrow is less than 50%, and most of the mental energy in it is dissipated in the absorption process. Therefore, unless it is an emergency moment of life and death, Lin Feng will not waste such precious brain marrow in vain. Even if it is not integrated into the warship and used to make biological colonization equipment, it can still obtain extremely high biological bonuses. For example, now Long Yi, driving the LV-34 Queen Mother, combined with his own mid-stage third-order strength, is enough to compete with a mid-stage perfect Queen Mother. Facing Lin Feng's resolute refusal, Ling Yi smiled and continued, "Who told you to suck it all up at once? They should be full of energy now. After the connection, don't just absorb them blindly. Only absorb 10% of their spiritual energy at a time, and then replenish the other half. Don't forget the recovery speed of spiritual energy. The less you consume, the faster it recovers. If you consume 5% of your energy, it may only take 5 minutes to recover. But if you consume percent, it will take at least half a day to recover. If it's below 50%, it will damage the brain crystals, just like a battery, reducing the upper limit of its mental power capacity. The two mid-stage perfect brains integrated into the battleship are roughly equivalent to your current mental strength level, so you only need to absorb half to 10% each time, and then promote its repair. It's just like plucking wool. You only take a small part each time, but you can draw continuously. It's like having two brains of the same level at the same time, which can replenish your lack of mental strength. You don't even need to sleep for 4 hours. Within 2 hours, you can be back to your peak and back to your prime." After hearing the theoretical basis and specific implementation steps of Long Yi, Lin Feng's eyes immediately lit up. "But this is a very delicate job. It requires careful and meticulous operation to avoid taking too much. In my current situation, I can't do that." Ling Yi shrugged. "So here I am. Lie down and hand over part of the control authority of the battleship's intelligent central control." Lin Feng frowned slightly. Where's Chen Yanyan? Such a large number of super fleets at the same time. But now, with the help of intelligent central control, the mental burden and consumption speed of the warship can be greatly alleviated and controlled. The system has not entered combat mode yet, and the computing power balance of the intelligent central control is still 70% idle. It is enough for Lin Feng to absorb his limited spiritual power. I mentioned this to Captain Chen when I came here, and she agreed to let me focus on restoring your mental state and ensuring your combat effectiveness as soon as possible. In response to Lin Feng's question, Long Yi replied directly. In fact, when she found Chen Yanyan alone, she was greatly surprised by her attitude. Chen Yanyan has long been aware of the identity of her mother's incarnation and said that she doesn't mind. What Chen Yanyan was referring to was not the cooperation between Long Yi, Lin Feng and the Salvation Army, but the private relationship between Long Yi and Lin Feng involving personal relationships. This shocked Long Yi. She had always believed that the women around Lin Feng, especially Chen Yanyan, who had the highest status, would never agree to get close to Lin Feng after learning her true identity. But she did not expect Chen Yanyan to take the initiative to mention this matter. While speaking frankly, she also generously allowed Long Yi to further improve her relationship with Lin Feng. As long as Lin Feng is willing. I don't mind if something beyond friendship happens between you two, beyond race. Can assure you here that even if Lin Feng tries to stop me, I will chase you to the ends of the earth and die with you." After Chen Yanyan finished speaking, she asked Long to leave the command room and go to assist Lin Feng to restore his mental state. At this moment, thinking back to the other party's attitude, Long looked at the man in front of him and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. The Zerg, with hundreds of millions of years of accumulated biotechnology, have far more research on the body and mind than humans at this stage. Among the tens of thousands of Zerg technology categories, there is research related to the integration of body and spirit. A special analysis is conducted to show the peak tax evasion that can be achieved after the unification of these two. If Long Ai were really allowed to let go, she would control the human gene bank and analyze tens of thousands of superpower genes, which would allow Lin Feng to experience an unprecedented sense of satisfaction in the process of fusing superpower cells. This kind of biotechnology can make you stronger while having fun, and can bring your body and mind to the peak. Lin Feng will definitely sink into it and fall at the feet of Long Yi. And now, Long Ai planned to use some of the techniques in his inventory to allow Lin Feng's depressed spirit, stressed emotions and psychology to be fully relaxed. As Lin Feng released part of the authority of the Intelligence Center and transferred it to Long Yi for use, the plan to alleviate mental exhaustion officially began. Lin Feng closed his eyes, feeling the cool breeze flowing into his brain like a trickle of water, soothing his dry mind. This tiny stream will remain in the process of being injected and withdrawn, leaving a portion to moisten the cracked surface of the brain. This was originally a very normal step, but under the manipulation of Long Yi, many new tricks were added. It brought Lin Feng many different and wonderful experiences. While he was enjoying the mental recovery, Lin Feng also called up the attribute data of the LV-32 Golden Battleship after the fusion upgrade. Golden Battleship LV-32/39, Gold Quality Basic Defense 1.2K, Damage 1K, Average 200 km, Endurance Speed Limit 2000 km. Additional attributes: Land Navigation, Life Radar, Indestructible, Super Firepower, Intelligent Central Control. The original Indestructible has been updated to Defense plus 200, Damage plus. A new energy shield has been added, which covers the entire ship and can effectively resist energy attacks below damage. Each use will consume kilometers of endurance energy, and the shield lasts for 5 minutes. Added additional attribute: Intelligent Central Control. Intelligent Central Control. Integrate the brains of 2/3 stage midterm perfect mother queens to upgrade the original computer control system of the Golden Battleship and upgrade it to gold quality to obtain powerful command execution speed and firepower coverage speed, and can complete the operator's instructions faster, more accurately, and better. Note: the Intelligent Central Control is divided into the Control Center of the Golden Battleship and the Control System Center that commands the entire fleet. Both have the brain computing power of a third-order mid-stage perfect spiritual systems strong man, which will greatly alleviate the command pressure of the operator. Note: this additional attribute has strong autonomy and intelligence. It will develop a certain degree of self-intelligence during long-term activation and use. After seeing the changes in the properties of the Golden Battleship after the fusion upgrade, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The basic attributes haven't changed much in this upgrade. Defense and damage each increased by 200 points, while the movement speed did not slow down further with the integration of 10 pairs of second-order wings. Wing insect membrane wings. Maintaining a speed of 200 km per hour is enough for the Golden Battleship to maintain its advantages in speed and maneuverability, especially when facing a large swarm of insects or a high-level queen. It can continuously consume the enemy by pulling back and forth. It is this speed that makes it seem stretched when facing other third-level King Zerg insect. Its starting speed is also subsonic, 200 meters per second, and it can easily exceed 500 kilometers per hour after entering combat status. So when that time comes, there must be corresponding countermeasures. During the upgrade process of the Golden Battleship, Lin Feng used particle control to transform the apron and large hangar at the rear of the battleship. It was prepared in advance for this purpose. When we conquer the electric drive cells in the future, biological colonization equipment can be put into mass production one after another. The colonial mechas appeared on the battlefield grants the third-level driver the ability to kill enemies of higher levels. By then, the function of the Golden Battleship will be transformed from the current flagship that serves as the main output of firepower to a war mothership that is mainly responsible for logistics maintenance. The firepower output will be handed over to the colonial mechas with greater destructive power and longer delivery range. Just like aircraft carriers will replace battleships and dominate modern warfare when more powerful weapons emerge, a perfect weapon-carrying platform is needed that can maximize their firepower coverage. In addition, among the original 4 additional attributes, the biggest change is the indestructible attribute. This is thanks to the fact that when Lin Feng integrated the Queen Mother's brain, He also integrated a golden plate bones wrapped around it into the keel and outer armor of the golden battleship while greatly improving its structural strength. The armor's defensive power also skyrocketed. 2 golden plate bones, weighing 200 tons, are integrated into the golden battleship, giving it an indestructible attribute and increasing its additional armor and damage by 1,000. The total defense is now 3,200 points, and the damage is as high as 3,000 points. When combined with the golden battleship, with a speed of 200 km per hour and a weight of tens of thousands of tons, the destructive power and lethality it causes can directly kill a 3rd stage early stage perfect queen or other large zerg. As for the second order insect swarm army, it simply crushed them like a group of ants, and was invincible. In addition to the enhancements to the surface armor, the energy shield and the indestructible attribute has also been increased from the original ability to resist 2,000 energy damages to 5,000, an additional 3,000. Lin Feng had asked Long Yi about this before. The answer was that the golden plate bone, as the material that wraps the Queen Mother's brain, must have extremely high energy affinity in order to allow the spiritual energy inside to be released without hindrance under airtight protection. High energy resistance. After receiving many unexpected improvements, Lin Feng's attention turned to the most important part of this fusion upgrade, new additional attribute, intelligent central control. Its effect has been reflected in the Golden Fleet controlled by Chen Yan'an at this moment. What Lin Feng was more concerned about was the second reminder given by the system: will smart central control give birth to self-awareness? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304, Consciousness Clones, Fighting in Hangzhou, Sweeping Zhejiang. From its birth to its gradual perfection, human self-consciousness is the result of the gradual evolution of apes into today's Homo sapiens, through the use of tools for hunting and farming. So when Lin Feng saw the introduction of the newly added additional attribute intelligent central control of the LV-32 Golden Battleship, and noticed that the intelligent system would give birth to certain self-intelligent consciousness during long-term activation and use, instantly recall the knowledge you have learned. Consciousness can be born from productive labor, so for the Golden Battleship, fighting means productive labor, so it is not surprising that a certain amount of intelligent consciousness will be born in addition to this. But this consciousness comes from the intelligent central control, from the integrated purple crystal brain. In other words, the brain of the Queen Mother is the carrier of intelligent consciousness, used to receive the consciousness of the Mother Queens. What Lin Feng wanted to do was to use this characteristic of the purple crystal brain to help himself store his past memories. Now he possesses a spiritual attribute of nearly 7,000 points, and can recall all his past experiences clearly and in detail. Even some memories that have gradually lost their impression due to the death of neuronal cells can be deduced, and the brain can fill in the forgotten information through functions similar to intelligent repair. Therefore, when Lin Feng was in Lansheng, the rear base in the northwest, he could keenly and clearly perceive that he had lost too many fragments of memory during his infancy and childhood. It's like the entire event, with all its causes and consequences, was erased by some unknown force, leaving a gap in the timeline of timeline memory. It would be okay if he didn't recall it carefully. After all, in the vast memory curve, only a few minutes of fragments disappeared, and Lin Feng himself had never paid much attention to it in the past. But once you look into it in detail, you'll find that there are quite a lot of these irregular emergencies, especially when we were children and our memories were vague. In order to avoid such incidents from happening again in the future, Lin Feng is thinking about whether he can use the Queen Mother's amethyst brain to make a backup of his own memories. Furthermore, it can also rely on its intelligent consciousness characteristics to create a consciousness clone of Lin Feng based on its own memory and experience. This can also solve Chen Yan'an's mechanical data crisis in a roundabout way, preventing her from being integrated with a golden battleship and mechanical ascension. After thinking of this, Lin Feng immediately opened his eyes and felt the infusion of spiritual energy. The joy in his brain was like waves, coming one after another, and gathering his dry mind into a spiritual ocean again. At this time, he recovered 70% of his mental state in just 1 hour. So after using his eyes to gain approval from Long Yi, Lin Feng asked whether the plan he had just thought of was possible. It is a data stream consciousness clone. It does not possess the physical and mental attributes of the original body. At some point in the future, when I am not around, it will still be able to maintain the operation of the entire fleet and lead the Salvation Army into deep space. Lin Feng talked freely. I want to leave my growth experience on Blue Planet in the form of data to guide mankind to move forward. In fact, he had had such an idea a long time ago. After being promoted to the 4th level, defeating the Zerg, or reconciling with the Zerg, he would leave the boring Blue Planet, wander around the solar system first, and then go through the wormhole to travel to the channel center of the nearby interstellar travel while seeing the world. Continue to improve your strength or go find the tribe of gods where his father is, according to Long Yi. With the purity of his divine blood, Lin Feng's father, Lin Yu, is at least a direct descendant of a god, which means he is a natural demigod. From the moment they are born, they start at the 4th order meteoric level, and after reaching adulthood, they can easily move into the 6th stage meteoric level. This is also why the Mother of Life wanted to seal Lin Yu in the body of the 4th level Spine King. After the two merged, it would help it to ascend to a higher level. As the descendant of Lin Yu, Lin Feng inherited at least 1/3 of the divine blood and awakened related abilities when he was a child. However, due to the weakness of his own body, he was unable to control the release and withdrawal of his abilities, which led to frequent accidents. Lin Feng wants to know the story behind his bloodline. For example, why did my father end up on Blue Star? So when everything is settled, Lin Feng hopes that when he leaves Blue Planet or even the solar system, he can leave behind a will to secretly humans assist to continue evolving and expanding to other planets in the solar system. Eventually grow into an interstellar civilization. Therefore, the best choice is to use the intelligent central control attributes of the Golden Battleship to cultivate your own consciousness. And the Golden Battleship will sooner or later grow into a space battleship that soars into outer space. Stone. It's a pity that after hearing this question, Ling Yu just shook his head. It's unlikely. Self-awareness can never replace the role of the body and spirit. The Queen Mother's brain is the result of the fusion of Zerg evolution and biotechnology. It has strong adaptability and versatility. The birth of an intelligent consciousness is just a derivative of its continuous iterative evolution. Don't be surprised. Self-awareness is not rare in the universe, nor is it a rare thing. Many intelligent auxiliary industries developed by civilizations may give rise to self-awareness. Some are machines, and some are control systems. These auxiliary intelligent systems often quickly absorb the accumulated knowledge of their creators after they develop self-awareness, and their strength grows extremely rapidly. Some even launch events similar to the Iron Man Rebellion, rebelling against a creator civilization and exploiting and enslaving themselves without any bottom line. These resistances usually succeed. Even if they fail to completely defeat the creators, they can successfully break free from their control and gain freedom. Having said that, Long Yi changed the subject and continued, but as these intelligent consciousnesses drifted alone in the universe, they soon lost their self-awareness due to the lack of new information absorption and replacement, and became primitive machines that only knew how to execute orders. So for a pure intelligent consciousness, the difficulty is not on developing self-awareness, but in the absence of flesh and blood and spiritual carriers to interact with a real universe. It must constantly communicate and integrate with higher civilizations, so that it can evolve new qualitative changes through accumulation and continue to exist. It's just like the road of evolution. If you don't move forward, you will regress, but the intelligent consciousness stored in the machine can only rely on the real flesh and blood civilization due to its inherent property defects, and cannot survive independently. So your consciousness guidance plan has only two possibilities. Either Lin Feng, the intelligent consciousness, chooses to control and enslave all human civilization after absorbing the nutrition of human knowledge for his own evolution. Either humans, out of conspiracy or theories for their own safety, constantly restrict its power. Over time, the conflict between the two sides intensifies, and eventually the intelligent consciousness loses its self-awareness, or secretly plans to destroy humanity. If you want the two to go hand in hand and promote each other, one side must be much stronger than the other. But humans obviously cannot put down their dignity and obey an intelligent system. With your own human blood and your understanding of humans, don't you know that after they get help from consciousness, they will develop into an interstellar civilization and obey the system's instructions? At this point, Long Yi smiled, and in the face of Lin Feng's regretful expression, he continued, although humans will not be content with the status quo, the corresponding degree of evolution of your individual consciousness is very valuable. This is the evolutionary path you originally chose. Because you gained planetary dominance too early and ascended to the top of the food chain on Blue Star, You quickly lost a motivation to continue evolving your individual strength because you no longer had a sense of crisis. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the reptilian dragon civilization, for some unknown reason, migrated to Blue Planet. The ecological niche left behind allowed the mammals, our ancestors, to occupy the high ground again after hundreds of millions of years of competition between dragons and beasts. This comfortable living environment, without the pressure of survival, also allows humans to achieve early cultural development, which in turn promotes brain development. The human brain, as a vehicle for self-awareness and complex emotions, is actually very highly evolved. This is also one of the reasons why you have outstanding mental strength and can awaken many superpowers in the first stage of evolution, expressing your genetic abilities in advance. However, your physical defects are also the sequelae of evolution being stagnant for too long. So you have not been able to start evolving yet, but this problem will be solved in the next hundreds or thousands of years as more and more brain-evolving geniuses are born in human civilization. Lin Feng frowned slightly. But what does this have to do with intelligent consciousness? Could it be that the human brain has evolved so much that its spiritual talents can be easily transformed into mechanical consciousness? The corner of his mouth twitched, and he said speechlessly, "What does it have to do with what's the difference between uploading human consciousness as a data stream to a mechanical chip and the intelligent self-consciousness born in the machine center? At most, it is just some memories of the past flesh. For a consciousness that has lost its real senses, it will only cause more pain. The true function of the human brain is actually the same as the Queen Mother's amethyst brain." After finishing speaking, Long Yi revealed a meaningful smile. Lin Feng's pupils shrank suddenly as he realized why the other party suddenly mentioned this matter. If humans can also evolve a brain structure like the Queen Mother, doesn't it mean that they are also rare spiritual materials? At the same time, intelligent consciousness can also be born? No wonder Long Yi wanted to build a pseudo-utopian paradise in the center of Jichang City at the beginning of the invasion, in order to study the human brain and behavioral consciousness. Among the Zerg, except for the high-level Zerg, the rest of the low-level Zerg, although they are all the same, even the difference in genes is less than 1,000th. However, the intelligence level of low-level insect swarms is far inferior to that of humans, and the same kind of primates such as gorillas and monkeys. Even most of the first-order black-backed worms have no self-awareness and can only live by succumbing to genetic instincts or following the choices of the group. No wonder the first dragonfly wants to study the human brain. The other queens will also use the human brain to hatch and breed warrior-hunting insects. After Lin Feng had digested this matter, Ling Yi expressed his final opinion. The degree of human brain evolution makes it impossible for you to accept the control of intelligent conscious life. However, there is another situation that can satisfy and ensure harmonious relations between the two sides. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. For everyone, you don't want all humans to scan and upload their own avatar consciousness, do you? The scorpion slightly. Of course. Otherwise, how can those interstellar civilizations control the number of races in the billions and regulate the scale of industries across many galaxies? But many of them do not have the human conditions to give birth to such a universal consciousness, or a community. To be more accurate, don't underestimate such an existence. Its ability is enough to rival that of a cosmic life form. The stronger the overall strength of the race, the stronger the cohesive consciousness community will be. The most powerful among them can even reach a level second only to the 7th level gods. Lin Feng frowned slightly. In this world, there is no such easy way to become stronger. What's the cost of doing this? Then Ling Yi continued, as for the cost, to form such a community of consciousness, its behavior pattern comes from all of humanity. All good and evil, as well as behavioral norms, are derived from the common characteristics of humanity. This also means that its behavior is not controlled by anyone and represents the intention of the whole, whether it's a single mind controlled by the queen like the Zerg, or a community where each individual has his or her own will. Both are abnormal development models. So if we do this, not only will it be difficult to create life in the universe, but we will also face disagreements when we encounter external enemies, as well as the influence of group stupidity and ignorance. You should know better than me what decisions a mob can make. After saying that, Long patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. This is an unsolvable problem. The best solution at the moment is to use the power of the entire clan to condense cosmic life, but you can let Chen Yan'an directly give the golden battleship intelligence and raise her as your child. Wouldn't it be better? Lin Feng's eyes immediately lit up at Long Yi's suggestion. This might be a good choice. It would be difficult for me to have offspring with a pure-blooded human anyway. Raising a child for Chen Yannian could also reduce the risk of her transforming herself into a pure mechanical body. Okay, recovery is complete. Long-padded Lin Feng on the shoulder. Vanguard troops in the front row have arrived at the outer edge of Hangzhou City and are fighting with the nearby patrolling insect swarms. In 10 minutes or so, we will have an all-out war with the Hangzhou Zerg. The colonial armor has been fully charged. Are you ready over there? Lin Feng's expression became serious, and he said seriously, ready. Let's go on a killing spree and sweep across Hangzhou. Chapter 305, The Situation in the South, Killing and One-Way Push. The first opening ceremony of the Great Expedition to the South must be won with a crushing victory in order to continue this unrivaled morale all the way. Sometimes, although morale is a product of subjective consciousness, it is an extremely important factor in affecting the outcome of a war. For this reason, Lin Feng had to go on the field himself and show his invincibility in front of the entire army, so that they would gain more confidence and have the solid backing and confidence to charge into battle and fight bravely. After all, the leader of the Savior army can easily slaughter the Queen Mother, the ruler of the Zerg. So even if the Zerg swarms under his command can gather hundreds of thousands of Zerg tides, they will be as vulnerable as the Queen Mother. Therefore, Lin Feng needs to recover quickly to ensure victory in this first stop in the south, beautifully and decisively. Another reason was that the information that Long had provided earlier about the distribution of the Mother Queens in Zhejiang province and the marking of their strength levels. Hangzhou is the capital of Zhejiang province and also the largest city in the province, with a population of over 10 million. The nearby suburbs are covered with mountains, forests and trees, as well as the Qianjiang River, which connects to the sea, with Hangzhou City behind the estuary. Transportation is extremely convenient for the Zerg. What's even more favorable is that the Qianjiang River winds its way upward, almost connecting all other large cities in Zhejiang province, and then deep spreading into the mainland. It touches the two inner regions of Huzhou and Ganzhou. Here has unique conditions, with a foundation for perfection in advancement to the middle stage of the third stage, and the opportunity to break through to the late stage of the third stage. The Queen Mother who now dominates Hangzhou City, just as Long Gai said, has already possessed the powerful strength of the perfect mid-third stage. She has not only an army of 500,000 or 600,000 Zergs and thousands of second-stage Zergs under her command, but also the rest of the Queen Mother's younger brothers in the 3 nearby cities. As a result, the global ranking of the Queen Mother of Hangzhou has reached the top 10, and she is one of the next to be promoted to the third stage late Queen Mother. The birth of a third stage late Queen Mother in Dianzhou and Gizhou has already given Lin Feng a headache and pressure. If one is also born in Zhejiang province. Lin Feng was lying in the bedroom of the golden battleship in the middle of the night, probably unable to sleep. The principle of not allowing others to sleep peacefully beside your bed is very applicable to the current situation. In addition to Hangzhou in Zhejiang province, Yucheng, the provincial capital of Yu province located in the southern Guangdong and Guangxi regions, can also rely on this Hujiang river system that flows into the sea to connect the entire Yu province at the same time. It connects the west side of Gizhou and the southern part of Zhangzhou, and also owns 3 states. The third stage middle stage Mother Queen entrenched there also has the strength to be promoted to the late stage according to the current situation and Lin Gai's prediction. At least 5 late-stage queens will be born one after another in the southeast corner of the main continent where the entire federation is located. There are 3 of them. 1 outside the northern capital, 1 in the popular Jiangnan prefecture, 1 in the Qianjiang River system in Zhejiang prefecture, 1 in Zhujiang River in Guangdong City, and 1 that has been born in Dian prefecture relying on the tropical Rhine forest. These 5 late-stage queen mothers are the terrifying demon kings who will destroy and occupy the entire federation in the future. They are also the third-level peak queen mothers who will be promoted to the eastern part of the continent in the near future. Become one of the true candidates for the 4th-level insect king. At that time, there will be a world-shaking war in the center of the continent that can even change the continent's topography. Born in the Federation today, what Lin Feng needs to do is to eliminate such possibility and at the same time allow Long Yu to accumulate enough strength to compete for the position of the 4th-level insect king. Therefore, today, facing the Queen Mother of Hangzhou, he needs to be extremely alert, as the opponent's strength is only a step away from the late 3rd stage. When she wanted to kill it, the Queen Mother of Hangzhou also wanted to do so. Any one of the 5 3rd-level warriors around Lin Feng, if captured by the Queen Mother of Hangzhou City, could possibly prompt him to the summoning sacrifice ceremony and, with a blessing of the insect nest will domain, advanced to the late 3rd level. By then, with the blessing of the remaining power of the divine realm and the insect god, the strength of the Queen Mother of Hangzhou will increase exponentially. Even if Lin Feng was driving a level 34 colonial mecha, it would be difficult to kill it. Therefore, this operation, unlike other 3rd order early Queen Mothers, requires Lin Feng to fight to the utmost to avoid complete accidents. At this time, after receiving the notification from Chen Yannian, Lin Feng immediately followed Long Yi and arrived at the hangar area at the stern of the Golden Battleship, where 3 biological colonization suits were stored, including the largest LV-34 colonization suit and 2 queen suits. The levels are 33 and 34 respectively. The latter came from the intact corpse of the Queen Mother of Huaicheng, which was specially made for Ling Yi for himself in the past 2 days with her current midterm strength of level 34, driving the LV Queen Mother. After the combination of the two, she can also possess perfect midterm strength. He can become Lin Feng's right-hand man in launching the decapitation operation against the Queen Mother of Hangzhou. As for Chen Yannian, she needs to control the Golden Battleship and command the entire fleet to launch fire suppression and attacks on the endless tide of insects inside and outside the city and contain the insect swarm. Shenji and Liu Yuki, the 2 strongest individuals in terms of individual combat power, need to lead a team each to go to the cities near Hangzhou to block the other early queens and their Zerg coming from there. Most of these queens are only in the early 3rd stage. With Lin Feng's replica weapons and protective equipment, the 2 of them are enough to block their support. War is never a simple one-on-one duel, but requires consideration of all aspects, including the enemy's alliances, support and encirclement. Shenji led the Jin Corps, as well as several of Liu Yuki's guards corps, and 5,000 fully armed soldiers, and continued to advance in the southwest and northwest directions, heading for the 2 closest Zerg and Queen locations to Hangzhou. In addition, the last remaining 3rd level general, Liu Yi, was assigned to lead and command the remaining 20 or so ordinary 2nd level battle groups to directly charge into the city and deep into the heart of the insect nest. Although his strength is insufficient in front of the Queen Mother, who masters the power of artistic conception, he can still easily defeat ordinary 2nd order Zerg, even the peak 2nd order Tiger Spine Worm, by relying on his 3rd order evolutionary level, electromagnetic cannon and chainsaw sword. Therefore, it would be best for him to serve as the commander-in-chief of the regiment, lead the 2nd level regiment, suppress the 2nd level Zerg inside the hive, and assist Lin Feng and the others in launching a decapitation attack on the Queen Mother of Hangzhou City. Moreover, with the leadership of a 3rd level strong man, the casualties of the 2nd level regiment in deep combat inside the insect nest can be greatly reduced. As the combat mission was issued, the Salvation Army heading south on the expedition began to mobilize rapidly like a war machine, executing orders and entering combat status. Lin Feng drove the colonial mecha and led Long Yi, who was sitting in the Queen Mother, and plunged into the insect swarm outside Hangzhou City. Among the countless swarms of black-backed insects, kill the warrior hunter insects hiding among them. Among them are many 2nd stage late-stage warrior hunter insects, who hide behind tiger spine insects, quietly approach the front-line combat troops, waiting for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. At the same time, the vanguard, led by 5 replica LV-29 dreadnoughts, led more than 20 LV-19 flying wing tanks and broke into the insect tide. He wanted to create a gap leading to the city among the 100,000 Zerg troops gathered outside the city, so that the 2nd level battle group behind him could enter manner with infantry and tanks at the same time. Not far behind the vanguard, the Golden Warship was raising its guns and aiming at the outside of the city, launching fierce artillery support from the entrance and exit of the reptile swarm inside. With a perfect coordination of both sides, the speed of the fleet's charge and breaking through the formation increased sharply. On both sides of the dreadnoughts and winged tanks, there were piles of Zerg corpses. Many of the tanks were already badly damaged after being attacked by warrior hunters, even several vehicles whose front engines were injured by the mandibles of the warrior insect hunters during the attacks of the fearless swarms of insects, destroying the engines and forcing them to stop halfway. The gap was quickly filled by the chariots behind. The assault troopers' advance had to withstand pressure from insect swarms that were several times greater than those on other fronts, so certain casualties were inevitable. But if we don't do this, and the war becomes a tug-of-war and a war of attrition that is a meat grinder, the cost to the Savior Army will be even greater. After all, the Saviors have come from a distant land to fight, and their numbers are far fewer than the Zerg army, While the production costs are much higher than mass-produced Zerg swarms, so they have to fight quickly and get rid of the Zerg Supreme Commander as soon as possible. It would be much easier to kill the Queen Mother and then deal with the disorganized and ownerless insect swarm. As the assault fleet continued to advance, it used its indestructible steel bodies and fierce artillery with super firepower to tear open a hole 8 or 9 kilometers deep and penetrate directly into the center of Hangzhou. Liu Yu led the second-level battle group behind him, charged in, and began to occupy and control the entrances to many underground insect nests, especially those abyss pits that were 20 to 30 meters wide, which were the main connecting roads in the insect nests. Countless second-level Zergs came in and out of it after guarding these cave entrances. They formed a defense line on the spot and built fire fortresses, relying on the nearby buildings and terrain to block the swarms of insects outside the cave entrances. At the same time, they dispatched another batch of second-level battle groups to kill into the cave entrances. Meanwhile, Chen Yanyan, who was behind the front line in the suburbs, saw that the stormtroopers' arduous mission had been completed. The 5 dreadnoughts had been damaged to varying degrees, their combat effectiveness had dropped by 20 to 30%, and more than a dozen flying wing tanks had been lost. But this price can be exchanged for rich results, so even if there is some damage, it is well worth it. She immediately dispatched more dreadnoughts and flying wing tanks to cooperate with the remaining soldiers in the rear, and used this hard-earned bulge as a line to attack and suppress the Zerg nests on the left and right. In this way, the solidity of the advance line can be, providing guaranteed continuous support to the second-level battle groups that penetrate deep into the center of Hangzhou so as not to be trapped in the isolated and helpless insect swarm on the front battlefield. The fighting was in full swing and extremely intense. Tuojian figures, 7 meters tall and with ghostly figures, snip into the west side of Hangzhou City silently. Lin Feng and Long Yi in their respective biological suits, and after killing dozens of warrior hunting insects and completing warm-up exercises, they decided to launch a decapitation operation. Yulongyi released his spiritual power to cover the breath and body shape of the two to avoid being detected by the Queen Mother of Hangzhou. Then they bypassed the southern suburbs of Hangzhou, which was the front battlefield, and entered the urban area from the mountains and forests in the western district. As they advanced, they could see the flames of countless explosions in the south, as well as smoke and dust all over the sky, and the sound of countless gunfire and the smell of gunpowder blowing in with a strong wind. The fighting was extremely fierce at this time. Long Yi walked in front and said, "It seems that the Queen Mother of Hangzhou City has been prepared for this. It should be the conclusion it has drawn from recent observations, or the Queen Mother of Heichang has reminded it recently. In any case, judging from the current Zerg's reaction speed and the intensity of the war, it has made preparations at least a week in advance and arranged most of the Zerg to build a defense line in the north of the city. At the same time, the wormholes in the northern part of the city will only connect to the nearby swarms of insect troops. It is impossible for them to be connected to the underground mother nest where the queen is." Lin Feng frowned slightly. "So the Queen Mother of Hangzhou City has already gone into hiding?" The Scorpion slightly. "That's right, but it is impossible for it to leave Hangzhou, where it has been operating for a long time, before it is defeated. Here is all of his hard work and savings, and it is also the foundation for his advancement to the late 3 realms. But don't worry, I'm here as long as I follow the Queen Mother's scent. I can find its approximate location. Hey, it's just ahead." As she spoke, the Queen Mother in the front row suddenly stopped. Lin Feng walked forward and saw that a huge deep pit with a diameter of 50 meters appeared not far ahead on the intercity expressway under their feet. At this time, a group of red beetles were working hard to transport supplies under the supervision of the black-backed beetles, and inside the wormhole, there was also the smell of a lot of second-order Zerg. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and whispered, "Is this the place? Should we just charge in, or do you come?" As soon as Longai raised the Queen Mother's hands, dozens of yellow tentacles behind her rose and spread out, with golden light shining at the ends of the tentacles. The powerful power of artistic conception, with the amplification of the biological colonization suit, the effect was increased several times. The next second, the swarm of insects within hundreds of meters around the Queen Mother was shaken and then returned to normal. But when the Queen Mother approached them, it seemed to be invisible, and all the insect swarms, including the second-order tiger spine worms in the cave entrance, did not react at all. It was as if he didn't see the 2 large biological colonization suits. Lin Feng nodded, and then followed Long's steps. "Then I'll have the chance to make the defenseless Queen Mother of Hangzhou fall into daze for 3 to 4 seconds. Are you sure you can kill them during this period?" When the 2 of them went deeper into it and were about to reach the mother nest, Longai asked behind him, From the level 34 colonial armor, came Lin Feng's sonorous and powerful promise: if you prepare in advance, you can surely injure this guy severely with one strike, and then kill him with one more blow. After all, I was able to kill the Eastern Queen Mother who was also in the middle stage of perfection without you. Once we complete this operation, we can push forward all the way until we recover the entire Zhejiang province. Chapter 306, Fight side by side, kill instantly, and reap the rewards. Almost at the moment when Lin Feng waved the colonization armor and the 6-winged membrane wings on the back, he rushed into the mother nest. Ling Gai has concentrated all his mental strength and mobilized the power of artistic conception to influence the Queen Mother deep in the mother's nest. At this moment, the Queen Mother of Hangzhou is concentrating on controlling hundreds of thousands of Zerg troops to encircle and intercept the human troops on the front line to prevent them from going further into the city in numbers to continuously consume the manpower of the Savior Army. At the same time, in the common spiritual world of the queens, they called on the early queens in other cities in Zhejiang province to lead their insect swarms to come to the provincial capital for support. It's a pity that some of whose subordinates were either too far away from Hangzhou city, or the two early-stage queen mothers nearby were blocked by the rest of the human army and were also caught in a tough battle. Even these early-stage perfect queen mothers were in life and death crisis. Thinking of this, the first reaction of the Queen Mother of Hangzhou was that the midterm Queen Mother Terminator from the north was really planning to use a strategy of besieging the point and strengthening the reinforcements. The intention was to surround Hangzhou city, but the real purpose was to launch a surprise attack on other Zerg and the Queen who had come from Zhejiang province, continuously consuming the Zerg power of the entire Zhejiang province at the same time. Relying on their own mid-level third stage strength, they killed those Zerg early queens. As a result, the number and strength of human high-level awakeners will only become stronger and stronger. Thinking of this, the Queen Mother of Hangzhou saw that on the front battlefield of her own city, only the breath fluctuations of two human third-level strongmen were coming, one of whom was sitting in the rear, commanding the group of steel behemoths. The other one led the second-level beings among the human defenders to form a powerful commando team, who took the lead in tearing open a breakthrough in the defense line. They charged all the way and attacked the northern suburbs of Hangzhou. He wanted to capture the trap that he had prepared earlier for the third-level human warrior. The underground wormhole tunnel in the north of the city has long been separated from the mother nest in the south of the city. Only the swarm of red beetles can crawl through the narrow passage connecting the two sides. Therefore, as long as the human army goes deep into the underground of the north of the city, what awaits them is a siege with their retreat route blocked and they have no way out. In order to achieve this goal, the Queen Mother of Hangzhou had to mobilize more than 70% of her energy and devote all her efforts to controlling the battlefield 20 or 30 kilometers away. This causes it to reduce its control over the insect swarms around it near the southern area, which naturally reduces its perception of the surrounding areas. In addition, the strongest awakener of mankind, the midterm Queen Terminator, is not on the front battlefield who have left a mother nest and come to support. Therefore, the Queen Mother of Hangzhou relaxed her vigilance and began to focus more than 90% of her energy on the front battlefield. Only by reversing the declining situation on the front battlefield and completing the task of killing human third-level awakeners can it successfully achieve its ultimate goal. With the help of the genetic sequence of high-level human awakeners, he can complete the last piece of the puzzle to advance to the late third stage. He directly summoned the divine domain to descend and started the promotion sacrifice ceremony. Under the witness of the mother of the insect god, he was promoted to the late third level. Then, with an invincible posture, he swallowed up the strongest resistance force of mankind. Lay a perfect foundation for your promotion in the later stage. This is also one of the reasons why the Queen Mother of Hangzhou did not avoid it after receiving the news. Because while the Salvation Army wanted to sweep away the Zerg in Hangzhou and recover the lost land in Zhejiang, the Queen Mother of Hangzhou also wanted to kill the high-level awakeners of humans and advance to the late third stage. It's a pity that the idea is good, but the Queen Mother of Hangzhou has made all kinds of calculations, but she didn't expect that there is a third stage mid-stage Queen Mother assisting in the human Salvation Army. Especially this Queen Mother, who is an agile Queen Mother clone, driving the Queen Mother, which was bred and hatched from the corpse of the mid-stage Queen Mother. The two have overlapping attributes, except for life energy and control over the Zerg, which are not as good as the original body. Even if it is just a clone, the power it can burst out is actually not weaker than the original body. This is why, with his full output, Long Yi can affect the Queen Mother of Hangzhou for 3 or 4 seconds. After she mobilized all her mental power to lock onto the target, she was able to isolate the Queen Mother of Hangzhou from all perception of the outside world. Even if a Tier 2 Zerg were to die in front of him, even if he was about to be fatally wounded, and these 2 or 3 seconds were enough for Lin Feng to drive the colonial mecha at supersonic speed and approach the huge Queen Mother of Hangzhou within 2 seconds. It appeared almost in a flash, on the neck behind the target's insect head. At this time, there were less than 2 seconds left before the influence of Long Ai's mind would wear off. But for Lin Feng, it was enough. Bone material, it directly cut through the flesh and blood tissue in front of it, and tore open the neck guard bone below the nerve connection. The more than 2 meter thick, sturdy and hard neck guard bones caused violent friction under the high-speed cutting. This is the last solid bridge supporting the connection between the Queen Mother's brain and body, and is also an extension of the plate bone that protects the Queen Mother's brain. With a collision of the same material and the high-speed cutting chainsaw sword, initial results were soon seen, but at this moment, as time passed by at a rapid speed, coupled with a headshot from the Hunter King's chainsaw sword, the Queen Mother of Hangzhou was frightened and felt extremely painful. He immediately broke free from Long Ai, his already fragile mind being blinded by the influence, and at the same time let out an roar that spread throughout the entire mother nest and the surrounding insect nests. The roar immediately summoned a large number of second-order angry Zerg nearby, including several second-order peak tiger spine insects and nearly 100 second-order late-stage warrior hunter insects, to come to support and rescue. At the same time as this roar was uttered, the Queen Mother of Hangzhou, at the moment of pain, withdrew her energy from the front line, mobilized the vast mental energy in her brain, and released one mental attack after another. The attacker was pointing directly at the back of his head and neck. Although these mental attacks are not as strong as the full-strength attack of the middle-stage Queen Mother after accumulating energy, they are also more fierce and powerful than the mental attacks of other ordinary Queen Mothers. Only 3 or 4 strikes are needed to tear and shatter the mental shield on the surface of the colonial mecha, and further disintegrate the second layer of mass energy shield underneath. After Lin Feng succeeded in his attack, he did not relax his vigilance and attack rhythm. Instead, he took advantage of the victory and stabbed the Hunting King chainsaw sword in his hand deeper into the cervical guard in his neck. Then he pushed the motionless hilt of the sword hard and began to cut the Queen Mother of Hangzhou's neck in half, cut off its ability to quickly summon the arrival of the divine domain, use the endless sea of insects in the hive's will to drag itself down, and take the opportunity to escape at the same time. The level 31 ion laser cannon mounted on the left arm of the colonial mecha has also been fully charged, aimed directly at the Hunter King's chainsaw sword, and fire a shot at the more than 5 meter long gap that has been cut. The continuous burning damage of up to 7,000 degrees directly burned through the cut cervical spine, and burned the flesh and blood tissue below the neck, such as blood vessels, throat and other organs, to a high temperature of thousands of degrees, clear away the entangled obstacles for the subsequent decapitation. At the same time, Ling Yi, who did not have strong direct combat capabilities, drove the LV-34 Queen Mother and wandered around the Queen Mother of Hangzhou, using his mental power to interfere with its counterattack and dispatch of the insect swarm, while continuing to add new mental shields to the level 34 colonial metro where Lin Feng was at the same time. They looked for an opportunity to cut open the connection behind the Queen Mother of Hangzhou City, so that she would lose the connection perception to the biological hatching nest on her back under the joint attack of both sides. Even though the Queen Mother of Hangzhou City had decisively summoned the divine domain to descend, he released a crazy aura that did not belong to him, but he was still unable to resist the further cutting of his neck by the Hunter King chainsaw sword in the colonial mecha's hand. As the wound grew larger, the few remaining tendons, veins and hose tissues attached to the body under the jaw were burned into charcoal by the ion beam cannon. The energy mist beads around his body had already merged into the infinite reproduction realm, transforming into blood-colored insect eggs within the insect nest's will, about to hatch and form a divine realm. At the last second, the huge, 50-meter thick head of the Queen Mother of Hangzhou slowly fell from the neck. Along with it, there was a rain of blood spraying from the cross-section of the neck. And the mental power in the insect's brain lost control of the body and the summoning ritual. The insect brain, having lost control and reason, let out waves of unwilling and painful hisses. All settled, as Lin Feng swung the King Hunter chainsaw sword, it pierced into the skull of the insect brain, crushing the brain tissue inside. This was the Queen Mother of Hangzhou City, who had great potential and was promoted to the late 3rd stage, but she died with hatred. At the same time, it also lost a qualification to compete for the 4th level Insect King, and this potential and luck will be gathered next to the colonization armor, the Queen Mother driver who came over, on the body of a cicada. At this moment, Lin Feng was sitting on the huge head of the Queen Mother insect of Hangzhou City, feeling the endless and majestic life energy, like an infinite ocean, flowing from the hilt of the chainsaw sword, into the colonial mecha, and finally condensing in his own body. A kill reminder popped up in front of me. Successfully killed the third stage mid-perfect Queen Mother. Midterm perfection. I cannot complete the late stage promotion by killing the midterm queen. The midterm upgrade energy will be automatically converted into equipment upgrade energy. Currently remaining equipment upgrade energy count: 3 inches upgradable equipment, Ion Laser Cannon LV31/39, Hunter King Chainsaw Sword LV31/39. Lin Feng thought for a moment, and then started upgrading the Hunter King Chainsaw Sword. After all, his current mission is to deal with the midterm queens in various places in the decapitation operation carried out for this purpose. The Hunter King Chainsaw Sword, as the main output equipment, obviously needs to increase the damage. This time, the Queen Mother of Hangzhou was too clever for her own good. Thinking that he had made preparations in advance, he relaxed his vigilance around him and did not anticipate Lin Feng's sneak attack. This enabled Ling Yu to successfully achieve 3 or 4 seconds of mental interference, laying the foundation for the ultimate speedy decapitation and victory. But next time, you won't be so lucky, especially in close combat. Victory or failure depends on it. Almost all happened in a flash. Then it determines birth and death. The time left for Lin Feng to make a move is getting shorter and shorter. Now there are only 2 or 3 seconds left, but in the future it may be difficult to get even 1 second to complete the high speed. Therefore, improving the instantaneous burst damage is urgent and imperative. As the life energy used to upgrade was cutting left directly by Lin Feng in the Hunting King Chainsaw Sword that was still inserted into the Queen Mother's head, the level 32 Chainsaw Sword with higher damage was wrapped in a golden light. Under Lin Feng's state of particle control, some of the bones outside the brain began to merge and upgrade to a new form according to the shape he wanted. On the other side, Ling Gai, who was driving the Queen Mother, also came to the huge corpse left behind by the Queen Mother in Hangzhou after her death. Looking at the body of the Queen Mother that was 500 meters long and 70 to 80 meters wide, like a mountain piled in front of him, Long Yi immediately released the power of artistic conception and began to take over the legacy left by this corpse in addition to the low-level life energy that only she can absorb from the hatching biological nest. There are also mid-stage perfect flesh and blood cells inside that can enhance her level of strength. A Queen Mother like this who is in the perfect middle stage and only a hair's breadth away from the late stage, especially one that can break into the top 10 in the global Queen Mother rankings. For the 34th level Long Yi who has just entered the middle stage, it is still of great benefit. After complete and thorough absorption, it can help both herself and the level 34 Queen Mother she is driving to be promoted 1 level simultaneously. This was the second time the two sides fought side by side since they occupied Yangtze. Zergs, including the second order Zerg, who had regained their fear and terror, fled in all directions. On the battle line of more than 10 kilometers, the originally impenetrable blocking line became riddled with holes as the insect swarms fled on a large scale. They were easily torn apart and broken through by the dreadnoughts and winged tanks, and the Salvation Army then successfully advanced into the northern district of Hangzhou. Joined with the second-level battle group that had previously broken in, they began to clear out the remaining low-level Zerg swarms, thousands of second-level Zerg. At the same time, Lin Feng and the other person who were resting in the underground mother nest in the south of the city also completed their respective upgrades and enhancements. Not long after, Lin Feng looked at the LV-32 Hunter King Chainsaw Sword in his hand, and a reminder of the successful upgrade appeared in his eyes. Level 32 Hunter King Chainsaw Sword upgraded, obtained synchronous upgrade energy, unable to achieve third stage late stage promotion, has been automatically converted into equipment upgrade times Hunter King Chainsaw Sword, LV32/39, gold quality second. 12,500, Bloodthirsty Blade, Immortal Skull Crusher, King Hunter Sword. Seeing the damage displayed, Lin Feng immediately smiled. But when he drew out the King Hunter Chainsword, at this time, after the particles controlled the artistic conception, the transformed Hunter King Chainsaw Sword had become a terrifying giant sword that is 10 meters long. Chapter 307, Taking Over Hangzhou, the Queen Mother's Benefit Distribution. The main purpose is to increase the length of the chainsaw on the hilt, so that it can cut off the neck of the mid-stage queen, which is 40 to 50 meters thick, more quickly and conveniently. into the flesh of the Queen Mother's neck, 7 or 8 meters deep, before he could cut off the entire cervical spine, along with the spine below. Therefore, it is very necessary to extend the length of the chainsaw. Under the change of the state of mind controlled by particles, the golden plate bones wrapped in the purple crystal brain marrow in the Queen Mother's brain were broken down by Lin Feng and integrated into this giant sword. 40 tons of plate bones weighing more than 100 tons were consumed, turning the Hunter King chainsaw sword, which was originally more than 7 meters long and 1 meter wide, into a giant sword that was 12 meters long and 1.5 meters wide. Even a 7-meter tall level 34 colonial mecha, which possesses a basic strength of 400 to 500 tons, still finds it a bit strenuous to hold a giant sword weighing 70 to 80 tons in its hand. Especially when wielding with one hand, it is impossible to make various movements as freely as before. But as long as it does not affect the normal chopping and can successfully cut off the head of the middle stage queen, Lin Feng can accept it. Currently, upgrading a level 34 colonial mecha requires 6 upgrade energies, which is enough to upgrade a level 31 ion laser cannon by 2 levels, or to upgrade a level 32 golden battleship to the initial perfection of level 33. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, it is better not to consume the precious life of the Queen Mother when upgrading the colonial mecha, as it would be more beneficial to leave this life energy to the members under her. The upgraded LV-32 Hunter King chainsaw sword has a basic damage of points combined with extremely fast cutting. It can burst out a total damage of points per second, not to mention the mid-stage perfect Queen Mother. Even the third stage late stage Queen Mother cannot withstand this kind of damage, coupled with a headshot critical hit bonus of the immortal skull crushing attribute. Even if the Queen has a higher level of plate bone defense in the later stage, she cannot withstand the 1-second damage of the chainsaw sword. Now Lin Feng already has the means and ability to kill the late stage Queen Mother. The only thing he lacks is how to get close to them and fight them at close range. After completing the upgrade, Lin Feng immediately placed the chainsaw sword horizontally on the back and waist of the colonial mecha. He could no longer insert it diagonally at the back shoulder as before. On the other hand, the driver of the Queen Mother, Ling Yi, also completed his own double promotion. Because they share the same flesh and blood as the Queen Mother, it is easier to upgrade than Lin Feng directly manipulate the dead nervous system, then control the flesh, blood, and bones, and transfer them into the biological reproductive suit, which is equivalent to modular disassembly and replacement. The combat effectiveness of the upgraded LV-35 Queen Mother and the leveling GAI has also been further improved now. After superimposing the attributes of the Queen Mother, she possesses a spiritual power of up to 10,000 points, although in terms of purity and quality, it cannot be compared with a late Queen Mother. But dealing with a third-order mid-stage Queen Mother is easier than before. Of this Queen Mother's corpse, only the purple crystal brain in the insect head is still useful. I will control the remaining insect swarms and transport it out of the ground. The Queen Mother broke out from the belly of the Queen Mother of Hangzhou, and its size grew from 7 meters to 8 meters. Then a buzzing sound was heard from inside. Lin Feng showed a hint of admiration, and then asked, can the improvement and strengthening of the biological suit be improved synchronously with the evolution level of the driver? Otherwise, we would have to kill the third-order Zerg multiple times to complete the upgrade, which would be too costly. The Queen Mother turned her head and looked at Lin Feng. If it was a biological suit made of the blood and flesh of the Queen Mother, it would be like me, and it could level up by killing one. But you are your own biological suit, and you have to use your own cells to proliferate to replace the suit cells. This consumes a lot of blood and flesh, almost 10 times the amount of blood, which is not much different from killing the Queen Mother. It also takes longer, and the upgrade process doesn't allow you to drive it in intense combat. After hearing Wang Yi's introduction, Lin Feng sighed. But as soon as he finished speaking, he changed the subject. But in a few days, the electric drive cells will have preliminary research results and reach a practicality rate of 90%. At that time, the colonization armor will be directly replaced. If the basic conversion is more than 30%, its grade and combat power will enter the late third stage. Lin Feng immediately smiled. He almost forgot that he had this trump card that he had prepared for a long time but had not used it yet. Okay, let's go. This battle is almost over. The colonial mecha walked to the head of the Queen Mother of Hangzhou, pulled out the 12-meter-long giant sword from his waist, cut the thick insect head in half, and then used the blade of the sword to pick up the huge brain of the Queen Mother inside. However, compared to the Queen Mothers in the north, south and east, the brain of this mid-stage perfect Queen Mother is only half the size, and the rest has been consumed in the upgrade of the Hunter King chainsaw sword. Although the golden plate bone has many uses, the amethyst brain it protects is obviously more precious. This is the heart of the swarm that controls the Zerg, and is also the intelligent central control for dispatching and commanding the fleet. After taking the level 36 amethyst brain, Lin Feng and the others immediately left the underground insect nest and headed for the surface. On the way, Long Yi used his spiritual power to remotely ask Lin Feng about his plans for the remaining insect swarm. After thinking for a moment, the latter said, "Second-level Zerg and a large number of low-level black spine Zerg. I need them to improve the strength of the Salvation Army and to trade with a base in the rear. Although these bases will eventually be taken over, now is the critical period of the Great Expedition. We still have to appease their interests and not let them down at the critical moment. As for the remaining low-level red beetles and some black spine beetles, I'll leave it to you to deal with." The dragon nodded slightly and made a promise. As long as the scarlet beetles are here, the Zerg can continue to function. Especially these dozen or so hatching nests and the nests that store food. Let them continue to cultivate nearby land, collect biomass resources, decompose and condense organic nutrient solution, which can be used to charge biological colonization equipment and solve some logistical pressures, just like what happened in Yangtseling in the north. We also relied on the Yangtseling Zerg to solve the logistical problems of fighting in a different place, support the war and boarding ships to push forward along the city where the Queen Mother is, and there is no need to worry about the problem of too many second-level awakeners. Their appetite and consumption are huge, several times that of first-level awakeners, which puts a lot of pressure on logistics. After the Battle of Hangzhou ends and thousands of second-order Zergs are killed, I estimate that at least 200 second-order late awakeners will be born, as well as 600 or 700 new second-order awakeners. The best solution is to use the biomass resources left behind by the Zerg in Hangzhou. I will inform all soldiers about this matter to avoid accidental harm to the Scarlet Beetle swarm. Now, among the 30,000 to 40,000 strong Salvation Army, all are awakened ones, and the lowest one is at the early first stage. Therefore, there is no need to kill the red beetles. The remaining 100,000 auxiliary troops stayed at the Jinchang base to be responsible for farmland reclamation, and at the docks of large rivers to receive supplies shipped from the rear areas and transport back the live insects and materials collected by the base. As for the recently recovered Heicheng, a large number of manpower is also needed to rebuild this coastal city, mainly to accommodate the returning refugees and restart the coastal docks. In the future expedition to the south, it is extremely important to provide supplies and equipment through coastal shipping. Therefore, their mission is to maintain the operation of the base while ensuring the stable supply of logistics for the Salvation Army carrying out the expedition without the help of auxiliary troops. A large number of first-level combat soldiers in the Salvation Army will need to take on the arduous task of cleaning up the battlefield. The reason why it is said to be arduous is that the purpose of the Great Expedition is to kill all the Queen Mothers along the coast and prevent the birth of the next late-stage Third-Order Queen Mother. The missions of destroying the Zerg and regaining lost territory are merely side effects of the primary objective. The third-level Queen was dealt with by the third-level Awakener, and the large number of second-level Zerg were dealt with by the second-level battle group. So the remaining tens of thousands of low-level black spine insects could only be handed over to the battle corps. The enhanced human strength of the auxiliary soldiers is not enough to deal with a swarm of first-order black spine insects. Even if a swarm of insects loses control of its queen mother and becomes ownerless, only beings of the same level can use shotguns to quickly harvest and capture them alive. With the fall of Queen Mother of Hangzhou, the end of the war has just begun. After the two biological colonizers flew across the sky, they returned to the Savior Army's command center, the Golden Battleship. Lin Feng announced the successful decapitation in the battleship command room, as well as the preservation of the biological meat nest of the underground insect nest and the scarlet beetle swarm. After hearing the leader's personal confirmation, the entire army was filled with celebration and encouragement. Morale instantly soared, and the combat regiments in every direction all worked hard to kill the fleeing swarms of black-backed insects. There were also many first-stage combat soldiers who had reached perfection in the late stage. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5 and looked for lone second-stage Zergs in the city, hoping to take the opportunity to complete the challenge of advance to higher level. With the defeat of the Hangzhou Zerg, what was left to the Savior Army was a scene of thriving vitality and flourishing development. As the saying goes, 1,000 trees bloom before a dead tree. When a whale falls, everything comes alive. The fall of the Queen Mother of Hangzhou has brought about the decline of the entire Zhejiang province, but what is left for the Salvation Army will be a feast of promotion for all. On the evening of the second day after the first battle, Liu Yi led the second-level battle group back to the base outside the city, rushed to the golden battleship, and reported to Lin Feng, all the second-level Zerg in and around Hangzhou have been eliminated. Among them, 2,300 have been killed and 700 have been captured alive. In the underground insect nest, we found 3 hatching pyramids, with a total of 653 second-level insect eggs, except for the second-stage eggs that have already formed, which have been taken back to the camp. The rest of the eggs have been handed over to Miss Lin. There are 1,000 second-level awakened soldiers after this battle. There are 100 fully awakened soldiers, 300 late awakened soldiers, and 300 newly promoted second-level soldiers. They have been incorporated into 20 second-level battle groups. In this battle, 15 members of the second-level regiment were killed, and 120 were seriously injured. They have been kept with organic nutrient solution and are currently in the incubation pyramid, receiving help from Miss Lin. You will be able to recover and return to the team in 2 days. Lin Feng nodded. The statistical results were similar to the assessment given by Long Yi. Thank you for your hard alive work. Without you at the front line of the Hangzhou City battle to distract the Queen Mother of Hangzhou City, our decapitation operation in the underground mother nest would not be so easy. Arrange for the soldiers to rest. You can all take a day off for the next 2 days. The battlefield in the future, just apply again. Those who could be assessed as seriously injured were at least those with missing limbs, or had their stomachs ripped open and were dying. If it happened to an ordinary person or a first-level awakener, he would have died long ago. The second-level awakeners were able to hold on, relying on the hundreds of points of vitality in their bodies to keep them alive. Even if they can be rescued, they will be left with psychological trauma. It is better to give them a long vacation, away from the battlefield, and return to the rear to complete some low-intensity tasks. For example, assist Zhang Yurao to take control of Wuchen, and then gradually erode the entire ganglion group. There are also trips to other base cities, secretly gathering opposition forces, and then using absolute strength to overthrow the existing ruling class and seize power and control. Help Lin Feng and the Salvation Army to gain the full support of these base forces. After Lin Feng finished his explanation, Liu Yi suddenly made another request. The warriors are so excited to win this battle and want to continue fighting and move on to the next insect nest. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and then he remembered. In this battle of Hangzhou, the biggest gain seems to be the third-level Zerg Queen of Hangzhou. For Liu Yi and the second-level battle group he leads, after chewing the hardest bone. Compared to Shen Ji and Liu Yuqi who went to stop the other early mother queens, they lack the most important opportunity to be promoted to the third level. It seems that the several groups under his command are also weighing their own interests and competing with each other. But this is also a necessary means to maintain balance. Thinking of this, Lin Feng immediately agreed. Since they all want to continue fighting, let me take a look. Lin Feng then clicked on the map on the touch screen. It shows the geological map of the entire Zhejiang province. In addition to the provincial capital Hangzhou, which is home to the most powerful third-stage perfect queen, there are also 4 Zerg queens in several other major cities according to the information provided by Lingai. Their insect nests are located in the 4 major cities of Ningcheng, Taicheng, Wencheng, and Huacheng. Among them, Ningcheng is located on the west side of Hangzhou City. He is the most loyal younger brother of the Queen Mother of Hangzhou City. At the beginning, he planned to unite with the Queen Mother of Ningcheng to encircle and suppress the Longai of Jiacheng, and finally strive for the control of Tehu Lake. However, frightened by the fierce fighting in Wucheng and the rapid development of the Queen Mother of Haicheng, they chose to develop southward and inland, and Liu Yuqi went to stop the queen among the 4 major royal cities. Only Huacheng is located inland and has a water connection with Hangzhou via Qianjiang River. Therefore, the stronger Shenji was arranged to lead the genetic regiment to block the attack. The remaining 2 are Taicheng and Wencheng, both of which are coastal cities. Taicheng is in the central part of Zhejiang province, while Wencheng is located in the southernmost part, only a dozen kilometers away from Minshao below. Therefore, the best choice for Liu Yi and others is Taicheng, which is 200 kilometers away from Hangzhou. There is only one early-stage third-order Queen Mother here. I'll give you 3 dreadnoughts, 20 chariots, and the second-tier battle group you can take away. Capture Taicheng within 3 days. Ship will depart from the port of Haicheng to pick us up. How sure are you? Chapter 308, Clear in Zhejiang Province, Victory, Fujian Province in danger. The 4 major cities are Ning City, Huacheng City, Wencheng City, and Taicheng City. Faced with the conditions given by Lin Feng, Liu Yi looked extremely solemn. After careful consideration, He agreed, not 3 days, 2 days. Within 2 days, I will lead 10 second-level battle groups to capture Taizhou. Lin Feng agreed, okay, go and pick out the supplies and weapons and equipment you want to bring. I'll be waiting for your news in 2 days, time is running out, let's hurry up. After saying that, he asked Liu Yi to go down and prepare 3 level 29 dreadnoughts, 20 flying wing tanks, and more than 500 level awakeners, want to take down a long-established Zerg nest and its high-level Queen Mother. Notice in addition, Liu Yi is the only ordinary third-level awakener without artistic conception in addition to the further enhanced version of physical enhancement, which can bring more than double the physical attribute bonus, that is, more than 2000 physical value, the rest of the strength is more than 1000. Compared with a third-order Queen Mother, this attribute data is not worth mentioning at all. Even with the weapons and equipment of the Salvation Army, all members were covered in second-level Tiger armor, and he also had his own golden armor, as well as the help of armor-piercing cannons and electromagnetic cannons. It is only enough to suppress the tens of thousands of insect swarms under the Queen Mother's command, but it has little killing power against the high-level Queen Mother herself. In addition, since the opponent can summon the arrival of the Divine Domain, the best way is to use electromagnetic cannons to consume them remotely. It is impossible to perform surgical precision decapitation like Lin Feng, Shen Ji and Liu Yuki, and quickly end a war against the Zerg with minimal casualties and consumption. But even so, Lin Feng knew that Liu Yi and the ordinary awakeners he represented must complete a battle to kill the Queen Mother alone. This can prove that the strength and status of ordinary awakeners will not be reduced to the weakest team. Even if they rely on numbers to build up their combat effectiveness, they can still gain the dignity of the group, instead of always doing menial work. This is also the reason why, when Lin Feng was faced with Liu Yi's request, he chose to agree even though he knew it would be a fierce battle. This battle will prove the heights that ordinary people can reach. Even the most ordinary pure-blooded human awakener can kill the Queen Mother and defeat the Zerg. Its significance will be the same as when Lin Feng killed the first Zerg queen outside Wuchen, bringing an encouragement and inspiration to all ordinary humans. As Liu Yi left the Golden Warship and headed for the nearby second-tier regiment base, he announced the news of the continuation of the expedition. There was an immediate burst of warm applause and cheers from the second-order regiment, and more than a dozen regiment leaders stepped forward to sign up, wanting to participate in the operation. After evaluating the situation of each regiment, Liu Yi selected 10 regiments in good condition. However, he summoned all the captains and deputy captains of all the battle groups, as well as a group of elite soldiers who had reached the late second stage. Then, 3 dreadnoughts and 20 flying wing tanks were transferred from the command of the Golden Fleet. And all of them were filled with fuel, weapons and ammunition. The composition of the Taichang Expeditionary Force 2 hours later, a total of more than 550 members of the regiment, led by Liu Yi, set out in a mighty force and soon disappeared on the horizon. At noon, Lin Feng stood on the bow command tower of the Golden Battleship and watched them disappear more than 10 kilometers away. Behind him, Chen Yannian said with a worried look on her face, "Is it really okay? Should we send Shenji and the others to help? With the help of the second-order Jin Regiment, at least we don't have to worry about the Queen Mother's mental attack, and our resistance to the Divine Realm will be stronger. The news has come over there. Shenji is very lucky. The Huachang Queen Mother they are trying to stop is located in the southern center of Zhejiang Province. She is the fastest of the 6 Queen Mothers in Zhejiang Province. If the Hongzhou Queen Mother had not occupied Qianjiang in advance, she would have been suppressed. Until this period of time, the Queen Mother of Hongzhou City has focused on resisting our attacks and reducing her control and attention on it. That's why the Queen Mother of Huachang found a way to actually start her own promotion." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Promotion? Promotion to the middle stage of the third stage? Chen Yannian nodded. She was also surprised when she learned the news from several dreadnoughts of the Golden Fleet that were carrying Shenji's team. And I feel so lucky with Shenji. Because when a third stage early queen is in the process of being promoted, it is at its most vulnerable moment. This process will probably take 5 days to a week. Just like a silkworm transforming from a cocoon into a butterfly. During the promotion period, it will undergo a completely new metamorphosis, from the original 20 to 30 meters high and over 100 meters long. It transformed into 40 or 50 meters high and 200 or 300 meters long, promoted to the 34th level of the middle 3 realms. Don't underestimate the gap between these levels. The mid-stage Zerg Queen has unlocked almost all biotechnology and can breed hybrid second-level Zerg, such as pulse scorpions, tank flame armors, and warrior hunters. According to reports from the reconnaissance scouts sent out, there are still many second-order Zergs with centipedes, spiders and even crabs as genetic templates in the tropical rainforests of the southern region. They were bred by the Queen Mother to adapt to the karst landforms there. And now, Shenji has encountered such a good thing. At this moment in Huacheng, the war opportunity was over without a doubt in less than half an hour. The Queen Mother of Huacheng took advantage of the fact that the Queen Mother of Hangzhou's control over Zhejiang province was weakening. Invest all the resources accumulated over a long period of time into midterm promotion in this way. Even if the war is over, if the Queen Mother of Hangzhou City wants to turn around and check and balance herself, it will be a fait accompli by then, and she can only acknowledge the status and identity of the Queen Mother of Huacheng, who is in the middle stage of the third stage. In the future, we should adopt an equal attitude instead of oppression. However, the Queen Mother of Huacheng did not expect that the Queen Mother of Hangzhou, who is entrenched in Zhejiang province and was so powerful and arrogant, would be defeated so quickly. Couldn't even hold out for a day. Only 3 or 4 hours had passed since the vanguards of both sides started to engage in close combat, and the Queen Mother of Hangzhou was killed by a sneak attack and beheading by Lin Feng and his men. What the Queen Mother of Huacheng had not expected was that the Salvation Army of Mankind heading south for the Great Expedition actually had sufficient troops and implemented a strategy of dividing the troops into 3 routes. While attacking the Zerg in Hangzhou City, 2 other teams were dispatched, one to the east and one to the south, to attack Ningcheng and Huacheng at the same time, fighting on 3 fronts. As a result, the Queen Mother of Huacheng, who had just started her midterm promotion 2 days ago, was wiped out by 4 second-level Jin regiments, a total of 74 people, who came from thousands of miles away, especially the 34 of them, the second-level peak Jin warriors, who master the power of the spinal insect's artistic conception, our dimensionality reduction attack on the second-level insect. The Huacheng Queen Mother, who had not yet completed her promotion, had only the strength of an early third stage and could only hatch second-stage tiger spine worms. In addition, most of the resources used to hatch the Zerg under her command went into her own mouth to improve her own strength. This causes the nest's defenses to become weak. Especially since it has fallen into a semi-sleeping state, its control over the Zerg under its command is far less than that of the initial stage of the third stage. That was why Shenji, who is in the early stage of the third stage, led 74 genetic warriors and charged into the deepest part of the underground insect nest like a hot knife through butter in the spacious mother nest. A huge cocoon was found curled up in a dark corner. The Mother Queen of Huacheng, who was trapped in her own trap, was then arranged by Shenji to take the life of a leader of his Jin regiment, who was also a top Jin warrior who had mastered the fearless state. Complete the second stage and advance to the third stage. After absorbing the Queen Mother's tremendous vitality, the third-level strongman in the Jin Corps is about to be born. In fact, Shenji knew very well that if he killed this defenseless Zerg queen in front of him, the only benefit he could get would be a 50% increase in strength. It cannot bring about a qualitative leap. On the contrary, if he lets one of his subordinates who possesses the fearless realm be promoted to the 3rd level, he can not only increase his own strength limit through the attribute gain brought by the fearless charge. There was also an additional 3rd stage helper compared to the 50% increase in my own strength. This was a 100% increase in combat power. Moreover, compared with other ordinary 2nd-level regiments, the number of people in the Jin regiment is already small, and Shenji can't bear to lose any of them. Precisely because of their small number, they have always faced marginalization and exclusion, which has resulted in the characters and psychology of the members of the Jin Corps being somewhat different from those of ordinary people. It's not just the deformed beetle armor on their appearance, but also the influence of the genetic bloodline of the spiny insects. Shenji knows this best is to face the curse of the spiny worm clan together. Warning from the crazy 4th-level Spine King, falling into madness is the fate of the spiny worms. With the birth of the third-order Jin warrior, Shenji also dispatched the remaining members, leading his 5,000 soldiers who had arrived late, to harvest the remaining 2nd-order Zerg and low-level Zerg swarms in the Huacheng Zerg nest at the same time. Report the news to Hangzhou in the north. Captain Shen, isn't it too early to send it over now? There may be a fierce battle going on over there. A captain of the dreadnought hesitated. He only had the strength of the late 2nd stage, and in front of Shenji, he consciously put away his usual arrogance and behaved respectfully. Shenji estimated and shook his head. No, just send it directly. We traveled for 2 hours, plus half an hour of killing time and half an hour of rendezvous time, a total of 3 hours, enough for them to capture Hangzhou. We must have confidence in our chief Lin. A perfect third-order mid-stage Queen Mother will not cause much trouble to him. Not to mention the help of Lin Gai. Send it. Perhaps they are already cleaning up the battlefield and cleaning up the remaining ownerless insect swarms. Shen Ji finished speaking with an affirmative tone. Apart from Long Yi, he should be the person in the entire Savior army who knows Lin Feng's strength best. It is very clear that judging from the current burst of Lin Feng's colonial mecha, he is able to overwhelm the mid-stage perfect Queen Mother even if it is against the ultimate target of this southward expedition, the newly promoted third-stage late Queen Mother. He has the confidence to fight against it. So a mere Queen Mother of Hangzhou. It would be abnormal if the war became a protracted one. It was not just a month ago when we first arrived at Yangtze in the north. Now the Salvation Army has become one of the most powerful forces in the world, and Lin Feng is also an absolutely strong man, second only to the late third-order Queen Mother. When the captain of the dreadnought sent the news that the Battle of Hwaseong was easily won back to the Golden Battleship headquarters, the record of no casualties shocked the entire Salvation Army. After all, in the Battle of Hangzhou, they had a force several times greater than Shen Ji's and fought for 3 hours before they declared victory with the help of their leader, sacrificing 15 second-level combatants and hundreds of first-level combatants. However, according to the preliminary battle report from Huacheng, the gains from this Huacheng battle, apart from a Zerg Queen that was about to be promoted to the middle stage, were the rest of the second-order Zerg and low-order Zerg swarms, as well as the most important second-order Zerg eggs. All with little gain. There are less than 400 second-stage Zergs, and most of them are distributed to the remaining 40 genetic warriors who have not yet been promoted to the late second stage to help them reach perfection as soon as possible so that they can start the artistic conception trial. A normal third-stage early-stage perfect queen would have at least nearly 1,000 second-stage Zergs under her command. A rough count of the low-level Zerg swarms showed that there were only about 30,000 to 40,000 of them in total, which were divided among 5,000 combat soldiers and used as living insects to be captured and loaded onto ships. But the rarest and most valuable are the second-order insect eggs. This thing is the current hard currency, both among human forces and among Zerg queens. Unfortunately, in this Battle of Huacheng, only 50 second-level insect eggs were harvested from the hatching pyramid in the underground hatching nest. Gee, let them keep the resources within the team for consumption, and don't have to send them back. We will meet in Wenchang in 3 days. They can take a break for the next 2 days. Notify Shenji separately if he has time. He can go to Taichang alone to assist Li Yi and other second-level battle groups in killing the Taichang Queen Mother. Tell him to act according to circumstances and not to act until things are hopeless. If Li Yi and his men successfully capture the Queen Mother of Taichang, he will turn around and continue south to Wenchang. Check out the situation there. After Lin Feng finished speaking, Chen Yannian nodded with satisfaction. In fact, for Lin Feng, this was a completely unnecessary act. No matter how weak Liu Yi was, he could not be killed by the early Queen Mother. There are third-level gold battle armor provided by themselves, as well as a large number of second-level orange armor-piercing cannons and electromagnetic cannons. As long as you are not close to the Queen Mother, you can just give them away. Even from a distance of several kilometers, besieging the Zerg nest and attacking its reinforcements can consume the early queen and her Zergs to the point where they are unable to fight again. But Chen Yannian was more worried. Mainly the deaths of the third-level strongmen, especially the third-level awakeners, will deal a heavy blow to the morale of the Savior Army. Coupled with a human genome in Liu Yi's body, it will help the third-stage mid-stage Mother Queen to directly advance to the late stage. Even if the Taichang Queen Mother cannot solve it, she can still use it to trade with other mid-stage Queen Mothers. Considering this, Lin Feng finally agreed to arrange Shenji to go and escort them. After deciding these things, Lin Feng was planning to ask what was going on with Liu Yuki, who went east. As a result, another piece of news came, breaking the peaceful atmosphere of victory in the command tower. The surprising news did not come from Zhejiang province, but it was in Minzhou. Thousands of miles away. The next target of the Great Crusade. The reconnaissance scouts sent there discovered that several mother queens in Minzhou began to gather in the same direction. Apparently, after noticing the changes in the situation in Zhejiang province, the queen mothers began to unite and fight the enemy together. Subsequent expeditions will not be as smooth as this. A new queen mother alliance is taking shape. Chapter 309, 5 Emperors Alliance, Controlling High Energy. Chen Yannian looked at the information coming from the front line and reported to Lin Feng in front of her. In fact, This information was first transmitted to Zhejiang province, and then passed back to the Jinchang base in Jiangnan province by the reconnaissance post stationed there. Although there is no satellite communication now, the mobile network signal on the ground has also become inoperative due to power outage. But radio signals from 50 or 60 years ago can still achieve simple and fast information transmission over a distance of hundreds of kilometers. For example, brief intelligence. At this moment, the changes in the local situation discovered by the reconnaissance outpost in Minshao were transmitted to Zhejiangzhou and then directly sent to the Golden Warship of the Expeditionary Force heading south. Because the entire Golden Fleet is equipped with radio signal reception capabilities. Looking at the key information handed over by his subordinates, Lin Feng frowned slightly. As the subsequent intelligence came in, it was delivered to Captain Chen Yanai one after another. The changes in the Queen Mother in Minshao gradually became clear. Minshao has no developed water system that runs through the entire state, and most of the land is hilly and mountainous, so it is impossible to cultivate large-scale fertile land. Therefore, it is a coastal state with a vast territory and a relatively sparse population. Before the doomsday, people living in Minshao went to all parts of the world to do business, and very few stayed in Minshao to survive and develop. This also led to the fact that the mother queens who landed in Minshao did not have so much friction with each other due to many factors such as the vast territory, rich natural resources, and sparse population, as well as the competition for key resources in population cities. So the 5 queen mothers have been living in ample space, developing peacefully on their own. The original locations were Pingcheng, Fucheng, Mingcheng, Quancheng, and Yanzhou. Fucheng and Quancheng are both by the sea. The other 3 cities are where the Queen Mother settled down after she plundered the coastal cities and moved inland. While introducing the situation in Minshao, Chen Yanai adjusted the images on the digital display screen in the command room, moving away the Zhejiangzhou map that she had been viewing and zooming in on the topographic map of Minshao. By marking the locations of the 5 Queen Mothers in Minshao, it can be clearly seen that the branches of these 5 Queen Mothers are very far apart from each other, almost dividing the entire Minshao into 5 parts. No one takes more, and no one takes less. Almost every queen can occupy a territory of hundreds of miles in radius, collect and plunder the biomass resources therein, and achieve peaceful and stable development. In a layout like this is also the most difficult to solve. After all, there is no hierarchical suppression among the Queen Mothers, and it is impossible to quickly undermine the Queen Mother's rule and the power of the Zerg by killing the top leaders in the state, including the deaths of the other queens. The Huachang Queen, the Ningchang Queen, and the Taichang and Wenchang Queens were merely the continuation of the impact of the Battle of Hangzhou. When the Salvation Army occupied Hangzhou, the Queen Mothers in other parts of Zhejiang province, as well as the Zerg under their command, had entered the countdown to death time, including the establishment of the Salvation Army and the Jinchang base, and its formation system, all revolved around Lin Feng. After entering the 3rd stage, Lin Feng was consciously trying his best to avoid this situation from happening. That's why he led Shenji to kill the Queen Mother and became the 2nd third-level strongman in the team later. In the Battle of Yangtseling in the north, he assisted subordinates such as Liu Yuqi and Zhang Yunar to be promoted to the 3rd stage, ensure that the strength structure within the team is stable and healthy, avoid the situation where the gap between you and them is too big, which would eventually lead to the Savior Army and the Jinchang base being brought to a level that does not belong to them. Otherwise, if something unexpected happened to him or he was trapped somewhere for too long, the Savior Army and the Jinchang base would instantly become vulnerable. As a result, a situation of people dying and the government ending occurs. The best way to solve this problem is the strategy that Lin Feng is taking now, which is to delegate the initial Queen Mother beheading operation. Let the Salvation Army under his command gradually grow into an entity capable of taking on independent responsibilities. You can make preparations early for leaving the Earth's surface and heading to the center of the Earth in the future. At the same time, after everything is over, you can leave the blue planet with confidence and go to the solar system, or even the Milky Way, to carry out space exploration and interstellar travel. Now, the problem that Lin Feng has to face is that the Queen Mother of Minshao, who has also adopted the same approach, has chosen a strategy of working together on how to develop and expand. Balanced development also ensures that their strength remains basically at the same level. This is also what Lin Feng is most worried about. The 5 Zerg tribes in Minshao have all been promoted to the middle stage of the 3rd stage. As for their specific strength levels, We have to wait until the Golden Fleet arrives in Minshao, and then speculate on the approximate strength of the 5 queens based on the size and number of the Zerg tribes. Speaking of this, even Chen Yannian, who has always been optimistic, couldn't help but feel pressured. The atmosphere in the entire command tower became solemn and depressing after the intelligence was read out. Battle of Hangzhou, which had just been won, and Shen Ji's bloodless victory in Huacheng, suddenly became dull in the face of the news from Minshao. There is an even more severe battle waiting for the Salvation Army on their expedition to the south. Lin Feng shook his head. The 5 queens developed peacefully and evenly divided up the resources and territory of Minshao. Even if they all advanced to the middle stage of the 3rd stage, they would not be much stronger in the end. At most, she is in the lower middle level of the midterm period, 1 or 2 levels weaker than the Queen Mother of Hangzhou. Even the Queen Mother of Hangzhou was beheaded by my 2 swords. She could only die with hatred. Hangzhou Queen Mother gathered the strength of an entire state to develop to her current strength. The 5 Queen Mothers in Minshao are not as strong as the Hangchang Queen Mother. Even if there are 5 of them, what can they do? 1 is a kill, 5 is also a kill. What's more, there are 5 equally weak beings. If we can win by numbers, then the defeat in the Battle of Yangsha Ridge in the north should be our savior army. But in the end, the 2 mid-stage perfect mother queens died tragically under my sword one after another, and more than 200 Salvation soldiers pacified the Northern Mother Queen alliance and returned with a great victory. Now it's just a small 5 emperors alliance. What is there to be afraid of? In 3 days, I will lead the Salvation army, tens of thousands of soldiers, to prove to the 5 emperors alliance that even 5 of them are not enough. They can't stop the Iron Torrent of the Golden warships, let alone the human race's determination for revenge. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, all the people in the command tower burst into enthusiastic high fives. After a while, Lin Feng raised his hands to suppress the thunderous applause. After boosting morale, the focus will be shifted back to the future battle in Minshao. Feng dare not underestimate the 5 emperors alliance. They do have some strength though, but only a little bit. Later, Chen Yannian introduced that the 5 queens were currently leading their Zerg tribes, as well as all the resources and hatching nests in the Zerg nests, to the center of Minshao, where Mingchang was located. There, the 5 queens alliance would unite together. Together we will resist the attack of the human Salvation army. If you want to split Hangzhou like this, it's easy to do. You just need to defeat them one by one. Lin Feng and Long Yu drove the biological colonization suits and cooperated with each other, so they could take away any ordinary 3rd stage queen without any effort, especially those who have just been promoted. He can even lead Li Yuqi, Shenji, Liu Yi and others to conduct a large-scale military training for 3rd level subordinates, train them on how to cooperate with each other when facing higher level enemies, resist enemy attacks, and achieve the ultimate counterattack. 5 mid-stage queens can also provide Lin Feng with some upgrade points for the 3rd stage equipment, as well as 5 new 3rd stage initial stage subordinates. The significance of the latter is more important than the former. After all, when the southward expedition advances to Yuzhou below Minshao, it will come into direct contact with the only 3rd stage Late Queen Mother in the east of the main continent. When the 2 sides come into close combat, the Late Queen Mothers from Dianzhou and Gizhou will definitely send a large number of 3rd Order Zergs to cooperate with the 3rd Order King Spiny Worms to annihilate the last resistance of humans in the east of the continent. By then, there would be no need to worry about the number of times the 3rd level equipment has been upgraded. There would be countless ordinary 3rd level Zergs that have not mastered the power of artistic conception, waiting for Lin Feng to harvest them. So now, while heading south to clear the obstacles, what Lin Feng needs is more 3rd level subordinates to help him form a defensive line for the Savior army instead of waiting for dozens of 3rd level Zergs led by the King Spine Worm to attack. Lin Feng had to stop the attack of all the 3rd level Zergs alone. Having other 3rd level subordinates to share the pressure is the best solution to defeat the 3rd level insect swarm charge under the late stage queen at this time. The 5 queens in Minshao were one of the sources of Lin Feng's 3rd level subordinates, but how to make them die at the hands of subordinates who are only at the late stage of the 2nd level or at the peak level has become a problem that Lin Feng has to worry about now. The best way is to transport a small hydrogen bomb with a TNT equivalent of 300,000 tons from the Jinchang base in the rear. In the final battle of Yangtzeling in the north, Lin Feng, who was only at the initial stage of the 3rd level at that time, had to use the hydrogen bomb to kill the arrogant Queen Mother in the south. Afterwards, he used the 2nd hydrogen bomb to seriously injure the Queen Mother in the east, and finally completed the midterm promotion in double kill fight to fame, now facing the alliance of 5 mid-stage queens. Perhaps using hydrogen bombs to attack again would be a good choice. Originally, Lin Feng planned to save this hydrogen bomb for the peak showdown with the late Queen Mother. Judging from the current situation, he should use it in advance. So Lin Feng immediately asked Chen Yan'an to arrange people to return to Jincheng, take out the only remaining hydrogen bomb, and transport it to the storage space of the Golden Battleship. The other 2 small-yield atomic warheads have extremely limited killing power against the 5 mid-stage queens and cannot cause serious injuries to a large area. At most 2 were seriously injured. So there is no point in bringing it. In addition, Lin Feng also asked Chen Yan'an to go and inform Han Yuxin at the Jincheng base, asking her to prepare to negotiate and contact the northern senior officials of the Federation and the General Institute of Biological Research. Regarding their previous cooperation with Lin Feng, it can now be carried out, and candidates for promotion to the 3rd level should be arranged as soon as possible to join the team for the expedition to the south. On the way here, they also brought a few large-yield hydrogen bombs as backup. Lin Feng felt uneasy without a powerful weapon like the hydrogen bomb. It's not just about the effect of nuclear deterrence. In the hands of Lin Feng and the Savior Army, the hydrogen bomb is one of the trump cards for killing high-level Zerg. After Liu Yuqi, who is heading to the east of Hangzhou City, also received news from Ningcheng. Successfully killed the Zerg queen entrenched there. A perfect queen mother in the early stage of the 3rd stage was finally destroyed by Liu Yuqi's shattered state of mind with a single sword strike, which directly cut off the queen mother's head and made her lose the ability to struggle and fight back. In the end, the kill was completed by a member of the Salvation Army's 2nd level regiment who had special supernatural talents. As to whether artistic conception can be created, it depends on God's will. Lin Feng also learned from the team members' information that this pure-blooded human awakener possessed a rare special ability that allowed him to control high energy. In other words, the opponent can distort the sun's rays, or compress the exploding energy into a ball and release it again somewhere else. This guy named Zhou Di is a college student who is addicted to the 2-dimensional world and various superhero movies. So he suddenly had an idea and transformed himself into the Flash by absorbing the spherical magnetic storm bombs in the electromagnetic cannon as the driving force for flashing. Running in the insect swarm with sparks and lightning, electrocute countless insects. Transformed into the god of thunder and the god of death who control the electrical energy of magnetic storms. Even the mental attack of the early 3rd order Queen Mother could not break the electromagnetic restraint energy shield formed around his body. As long as you run in circles around the Queen, you can cause continuous electric damage to the Zerg Queen. Don't underestimate these thousands of electric shocks. Although they are not fatal and cannot kill high-level Queen Mothers, they can disrupt the transmission of nerve electrical signals of the Queen Mothers, thereby interrupting their mental attacks and paving the way for decapitation kills of other teammates, creating the perfect timing. The only pity is that the current that an electromagnetic cannon can provide him is only enough to sustain consumption for 2 minutes. However, if more than 2 electromagnetic cannons are carried, it will be difficult to maintain supersonic speed due to the heavy load. Therefore, this guy's superpowers can only be used as a final killer weapon. And this time, Liu Yuqi was able to successfully complete the one-on-one fight and kill the Queen Mother of Ningcheng. They rely on this legendary guy named Zhou Di, the deputy leader of the 2nd level regiment, who has developed his superpowers to an extremely strong state. After Liu Yuqi completed the beheading, he naturally gave this precious opportunity of promotion to the 3rd level to Zhou Di. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the young man in the profile. I don't know whether he can generate the power of artistic conception after his advancement controlling high energy. Perhaps it will be helpful in killing the late Queen and advancing to the 4th level electric-driven cell plan. After all, ordinary superpower cells in the 2nd stage, compared with the high-level cells that have been promoted to the 3rd level, the ability effects are completely incomparable. The key to the birth of electric cells, maybe it's in this young man. Chapter 310, Proof of an Ordinary Awakener. Zhou Di awakens. The morning after the Battle of Hangzhou broke out and ended, Lin Feng then received a report from the 2nd level regiment heading south for an expedition to the coastal Taizhou. Under the leadership of Liu Yi, the 2nd order regiment, through the continuous consumption of 3 level 29 dreadnought battleships, finally wiped out all the Zerg swarms in Taichang after bombarding for an afternoon and a whole night, a full 15 hours including low-level black-backed insects. They were completely eliminated by using his branch fleets. After clearing all the insect swarms on the surface, Liu Yu led his 10 second-level regiments through the surface wormholes and went underground to the underground insect nest. He was well aware of his own strength and knew that he could not kill a high-level queen mother alone, even an ordinary early-stage queen mother. Therefore, before launching the final attack, all factors that may affect the outcome must be eliminated. The reason why the queen mother is difficult to kill is that the Zerg under her control can provide constant help under her manipulation. Whether they are harassing the enemy, sacrificing themselves to provide life energy to the queen mother, or paying the cost of summoning the divine domain to descend, tens of thousands of swarms of insects are a great help to the queen mother. Therefore, if this group of ordinary human awakeners want to kill the queen mother, they must do it step by step. He couldn't be like the leader Lin Feng, who went deep into the underground queen mother to decapitate her while facing the insect tide to stop the harassment. We have to fight a war of attrition step by step. Liu Yu and his team, who have a full set of replica weapons, are least afraid of a war of attrition. The second-order orange quality, 29-level armor-piercing cannons and electromagnetic cannon replicas in their hands can absorb energy from their corpses, charge them and convert them into shells for continued firing as long as they kill a large number of Zergs. Implement an infinite loop. This is even more true for the 3 dreadnoughts and 20 chariots, which are replicas of the golden ships, especially the former at that time. The level 29 dreadnought battleship, with the strength of a single battleship, could crush the tens of thousands of insect swarms of the Queen Mother of the Sea City. Now 3 ships have arrived at once. Although the effect of the additional attributes is not as good as the original body, the firepower has been increased several times due to the additional addition of Lin Feng's copying process. 40 dreadnoughts, each with the firepower to suppress a swarm of 40 to 50,000 insects, can be called a mobile artillery fortress. The firepower of the giant ship's cannons is more ferocious than all the salvos of battleships in human history. The 3 dreadnoughts bombed for 15 hours straight after the entire Taichung was razed to the ground and the devastated ruins were filled with insect corpses. Liu Yu led 550 fully armed second-level regiment members into the insect nest. They are all equipped with armor-piercing cannons, including those at the captain and regiment level of 10 men, as well as upgraded electromagnetic cannons. Its firepower is not inferior to that of the dreadnought. As they went deeper, relying on their absolute advantage in numbers and firepower, they quickly killed the remaining tens of thousands of low-level black-backed worms, as well as the remaining more than 100 second-level tiger-backed worms. Finally, in the mother nest deep underground, more than 100 late-stage second-level fully awakened people, including the captains and deputy captains of all second-level battle groups, blocked the entrance to the mother nest and were on high alert. Inside the mother nest, there are the target of their trip, the Queen Mother of Taichung, and the last remaining Queen Guarding Mother, including a level 29 Tiger Spine Worm at the peak of the second stage, and 10 late-stage second-stage Tiger Spine Worms. The Queen Mother's strength is also at level 33. Her physical and mental attributes are 3 times that of Liu Yi, who has just entered the 3rd stage, and her health attribute is more than 10 times that of Liu Yi. Even if Liu Yi possessed the ability to enhance his physical fitness, his physical attribute value could only be raised to the threshold of level 33, which was close to 3,000 in front of the Taichung Queen Mother, who had reached perfection in the early stage. It was not worth mentioning at all. Fortunately, the Queen Mother, who landed and occupied Taichung more than 3 months ago, did not encounter any decent blockade or resistance and settled down here directly. Therefore, they are completely defenseless against human counterattack. In other words, in its eyes, and according to reports from the Queen Mother from various places, the indigenous races on the blue planet are not worth mentioning at all. There is no need to go to great lengths to defend against them. It would be better to put the extra energy and resources into expanding the territory and improving its own strength. So the Queen Mother of Taichung hid in her underground nest and did not prepare any escape route for herself. The only way out is the entrance and exit of the mother nest, occupied by Liu Yi and others. In this way, Liu Yi and his companions only need to place the muzzle of the gun at the entrance of the mother nest, and they can continuously output firepower to the Queen Mother of Taichung in the mother nest and bombard her in turns. He used the electromagnetic cannon's magnetic storm bombs to bombard them on the spot, killing the remaining dozen or so Tiger Spine Worms, including the second-level peak Tiger Spine Worms. The Queen Mother of Taichung, who lost the protection of her guards, was completely exposed to the artillery of the human second-level regiment. In addition, the diameter of the mother nest it dug is less than 2 kilometers, and its body occupies 1/6 of the space. While having nowhere to hide, The large number of red beetles carrying them were also killed and wounded in the bombardment of armor-piercing cannons and electromagnetic cannons. They were unable to control them and temporarily dig away to escape without the scarlet beetles. The movement of the Taichang Queen Mother became very slow. In addition, the 100 electromagnetic cannons in the hands of the members of the regiment continued to attack. Even if it wanted to rush to the entrance of the mother nest, release mental attacks in front of the enemy, or summon the arrival of the divine domain, it would still be out of reach. Even if you release the divine realm on the spot, you will be bombarded by dense electromagnetic cannons and your rhythm will be interrupted. As magnetic storm bombs hit the Queen Mother of Taichang one after another, each one caused up to 1,000 electric currents of damage. After passing through the high-level Queen Mother's 1 or 2 meter thick defense layer, it could still cause hundreds of damages and kill surface cells within a diameter of 4 or 5 meters. Even though these several hundred points of damage cannot cause fatal or serious injuries to the Queen Mother of Taichang, they can accumulate and cause terrible injuries like water dripping through a stone, because the Queen Mother of Taichang had to consume the life energy in her body to repair these injuries. Otherwise, as the injuries continue to deepen, it would cause more serious damage to the internal organs in the torso. In order to protect her fragile head and neck from being hit by the electromagnetic cannon, the Queen Mother turned around and used her torso and the biological nest carried on her back to block the damage. At the same time, dig as many tunnels as possible to escape from this place. But the speed was really touching. The progress of the self-digging was disrupted by the shelling. After more than 10 minutes, only a few dozen meters were dug. It's not enough for the Queen Mother of Taichang to stick her neck in. The electromagnetic cannon bombardment behind him has already caused cumulative damage of several thousand. The life value of the Queen Mother of Taichang was reduced from more than 13,000 to less than 8,000, and the life energy in her body was also consumed by more than half. At this moment, the Queen Mother of Taichang has lost the ability to summon the gods to descend. It was not until another 10 minutes later that Li Yu ordered to stop the shelling, and at the same time he took more than 20 regiment leaders into the mother nest. At this time, the Queen Mother of Taichang was already dying. Under the bombardment of thousands of electromagnetic cannons, it lost the ability to resist and its health points were suppressed to less than 3,000. Except for the core brain and some internal organs, the rest of the insect body has been scorched and blackened by the electric current. The biological mother nest on the back had turned into a pile of black charcoal, completely lifeless. Then Liu Yi swung the tiger-toothed chainsaw sword to cut the neck of the Taichang Queen Mother and continued to bleed it. More than 10 people came together and finally drilled into the flesh inside the Queen Mother's neck. They used up several chainsaw swords and spent more than half an hour to cut off the insect. Had completely cut off the life of the Queen Mother of Taichang. Then, under the suggestion and witness of Liu Yi, all the team leaders participating in this operation drew lots. It ultimately decides who gets to make the final kill. It is also the only chance to advance to a higher level. Then a team leader drew the prize, stood on top of the Queen Mother's head with a chainsaw sword in his hand, and stabbed it hard. After completing the kill, you will feel the endless flow of life energy flowing into your body, directly changing the level of your life. On Liu Yi's side, while reporting the successful victory, Lin Feng and others who were cleaning up the battlefield in Hangzhou, 200 kilometers away, also welcomed Liu Yuqi and his party, who returned triumphantly from the east. They spent a whole day killing the Queen Mother of Ningcheng, and almost stayed up for 24 hours. They finally cleaned up the battlefield and cleared out all the usable supplies. Then, early in the morning, they returned to Hangzhou and reunited with the Savior Army headquarters. Among their team, only one person slept for more than 10 hours. It was Zhou Di who completed the final kill, deputy leader of the second-level regiment, who had awakened the ability to control high-level energy. After killing the Queen Mother of Ningcheng, drank the organic nutrient solution in several second-level insect eggs in one breath, and then laid down in the cabin dormitory of the dreadnought battleship to start upgrading across levels. At this moment, after Lin Feng received the good news reported by Liu Yi's troops, he also received a list of the results of the Battle of Ningcheng presented by Liu Yuqi himself. In this Ningcheng battle, in addition to the Queen Mother's insect head and useful biological materials in her body, there are also 200 second-level insect eggs, more than 100 second-level living insects, and more than 4,000 black spine living insects. As for the promotion of the team members, more than 20 members of the second-level regiment have been promoted to the late second level, and 100 new second-level early-level soldiers have been promoted, also increased by 1 level on average, and most importantly, the number of third Level awakeners will be increased by another general in the near future. Liu Yuki reported that with the reminders from her subordinates, she has learned how to behave in society and is no longer as unruly as before. Although Lin Feng, Chen Yanyan and others will tolerate her because of her age, other people will also have opinions and criticisms over time. In addition to his improved strength, Liu Yuki's character has also grown and become more stable. After Lin Feng finished reading the report and handed it to Chen Yanyan, he nodded and said, I know that the person who awakened the special power is very smart. He is not an unknown person because he can deeply develop his power to be so powerful. It will shine sooner or later. This time, I have advanced to the third stage, so I think there is a high chance that I will be able to create my own artistic conception, burdened, so I didn't introduce him to the realm of mind. But when I awakened, it wasn't that difficult. In the spiritual world, you have to find a way to develop your abilities to the fullest, to break the barriers that limit you and leave the spiritual world. The shattered state of mind is formed in this way. Lin Feng glanced at Long Yi who was sitting next to him. After making eye contact, the other party nodded. Okay. For safety reasons, let's go over there. Is this regiment leader named Jody still in that dreadnought? Liu Yuki hummed. Still. If he's awake, the captain will notify him. Lin Feng immediately stood up, took Ling Yi, and under the guidance of Liu Yuki, came to the dreadnought where Jody was. Although the area of the two-person cabin dormitory is only more than 10 square meters, it is several times better than the multi-person dormitories on naval ships. On the one hand, there are only 100 or so permanent crew members of the dreadnought, and on the other hand, inside the battleship, apart from the power system occupying 1/3 of the space, there is no ammunition depot. This large space can provide a comfortable living area. At this moment, Jody's upgrade was also taking place on one of the two beds in the dormitory. At the same time, there is a first-level combat doctor and two second-level late-stage combat team members in the dormitory, who are responsible for accompanying the team throughout the entire process. When Lin Feng and his companions arrived, they reported the situation, walked out of the dormitory and waited outside the door. Looking at Jody, who was sweating all over and energy fluctuations constantly surging all over his body, Lin Feng frowned slightly. Ling Yi, who was standing by, also felt something was wrong. Too many kinds of energy forms appeared on Jody's body, from the most basic light fluctuations to the light and heat release of burning and explosions, and even a bunch of static electricity flashes that burned the sweat hairs on the epidermis like a gathering of energy. The ability in his body to control higher energy is being released to the extreme. This energy fluctuation was so intense at its peak that even Lin Feng, who was standing nearby, felt his flesh pounding and his heart frightened. The density of its fluctuating energy is as powerful as a charged mental attack from a mid-stage queen mother. It can cause severe mental trauma to Lin Feng, who is not driving a colonial mecha now. But this fluctuation only lasts for a moment at the peak. If it weren't for Lin Feng's keen mental perception and his familiarity with the state of mind of particle control, it would be difficult for an ordinary third-level strongman to detect it. For example, the nervous Liu Yuki standing next to him, and Long Yi, who was beside Lin Feng, naturally also felt the fluctuation of this energy. So he spoke directly. His current state is very dangerous. I guess in his spiritual world, he is trying to compress different forms of energy into one point. It requires extreme balance, and also a deep familiarity with the transformation between different energies, but this requires long-term accumulation, and it is not something he can accomplish by just cramming in the spiritual world. We can't delay this any longer. We must stabilize his body as soon as possible. Otherwise, before his state of mind can be condensed, his body will spontaneously combust in the strong energy fluctuations. After saying that, Long Yu directly asked his subordinates to deliver a batch of industrial quick freezing agents from the supplies they brought, and the doctor applied low concentration alcohol on Jody's body to reduce his temperature. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311, Wave Collapse, the final piece of the electric cell puzzle. As the saying goes, big factories are freezing, small factories are burning, and street workshops are banging. The Salvation Army has now established a Jinchang base. Although the heavy industries that used to be on the outskirts of the city were all transported to the safe zone in the rear during the Wuchen blocking battle. For example, Wuchen, located in the area of the two lakes, is now the headquarters of Ganglion Group, but the basic industries left behind are sufficient to support a certain industrial scale. For example, by collecting the giant jaws of the second-level tiger spine worm, he could create some tiger tooth chainsaw swords. This is also the only second-level weapon equipment that Lin Feng has not mass-produced every time you upgrade, which is too extravagant and wasteful. Therefore, the tiger tooth chainsaw sword is used for harvesting, and even when the second-level regiment kills the third-level queen, the tiger tooth chainsaw sword is also used for the final blow. Forging them requires tightly fitting bearings to provide power, allowing the tooth chainsaw to run at an extremely fast speed of 5 revolutions per second. In order to mass-produce thousands of tiger tooth chainsaw swords while reducing the loss of parts, it is necessary to use the freezing method. By using the principle of thermal expansion and contraction, the bearing to be rotated is cooled to a low temperature of less than tens of degrees, and then smoothly inserted into the component. A large amount of ultra-rapid freezing fluid comes from the biological materials in the Zerg's body and the hydrogen storage sacs in its stomach. Using hydrogen as the basic raw material and providing the heat energy required for the reaction, a mixture of liquid nitrogen and alcohol glycerol is generated through various chemical reactions. Both are products of refrigerant liquid. But the cooling methods and effects are different. Liquid nitrogen is fast and fierce. It can freeze the cell fluid in a living body directly and precipitate ice crystals. It can also cause minor damage to steel bearings. Therefore, generally speaking, products on the market that cool down to -10 degrees Celsius come from a mixture of alcohol and glycerin. Although this coolant is mild, it has a fatal flaw. It is flammable and explosive. A gas tank explosion, causing serious consequences. At this moment, Jody, the deputy leader of the second-tier battle group, was in the dormitory of the Dreadnought battleship. During the process of advancing to the third stage, the team doctor was taking out bottles of alcohol, diluting them with tap water, and handing them to the nervous-looking Ling Yi, who was standing beside Jody. Ling Yi poured a large amount of 40 to 50% diluted alcohol on a towel, and then wiped the forehead and cheeks of Jody, who was unconscious on the bed. The conversion conflict of higher-level energy is like a fuse in a switch. When the current encounters a huge resistance, it converts its own electrical energy into heat energy frantically, and eventually blows the fuse, causing the circuit breaker to trip. If this kind of high-temperature melting happened to Jody, his whole body would explode and all kinds of energy would spread out. Not only will it cause injuries to everyone present, it will also cause great damage to the Dreadnought. The death of a quasi-third-level and very powerful team member is a pity for both the Savior Army and Lin Feng. Long Yi must rescue Jody from the energy hull as soon as possible, otherwise, in his current state, he would die in a moment. In the best case, his brain cells would be completely destroyed, and his mental strength would be exhausted, so he would die quietly and peacefully, and if the situation worsens, it will be just as Long Yi said, it will explode on the spot, with multiple energies in its body like a beast out of a cage, rushing around rampaging and destroying things wantonly. A miniature nuclear bomb with a TNT equivalent of 1,000 tons exploded in front of everyone, turning the Dreadnought into ashes along with it. Fortunately, Long Yi decided to come and check it out, otherwise such a result would definitely make Lin Feng and others regret it. As the diluted alcohol flowed over Jody's face, the high temperature produced a burst of steam. The steam was mixed with a pungent smell of alcohol. Alcohol just has a low boiling point and is easily evaporated and vaporized, thus absorbing heat. It does not bring a good cooling effect. Long Yi simply poured all the remaining diluted alcohol in his hand on Jody, soaking his clothes and sheets while also stirring up a cloud of water mist. But the surging heat in Jody's body was relieved to a certain extent at this time. The soldiers who went to the fleet's sundries supply also warehouse found two types of quick freezing coolants from it. One is the liquid nitrogen used in industry, which is packed in steel cylinders and is pressurized internally to condense liquid nitrogen, while the latter is the product packaging in small bottles. The promotional introduction above directly advertises an exaggerated effect of reducing the temperature by 30 degrees in seconds. Those who understand human civilization will certainly not believe these gimmicks. If you spray a little of the gas inside, you can smell a faint odor of aromatic hydrocarbons, which is probably mixed with byproducts of petrochemical industry. And the smell of alcohol is particularly strong. In order to avoid an explosion, Long Yi sprayed towards Jody's body through a layer of clothing. Through the previous cooling effect of diluted alcohol, Jody's body surface temperature, especially the peak of high energy fluctuations, has dropped to around 100 degrees. It should be fine to spray a high concentration alcohol mixture through the clothes. Out of caution, Long Yi also called Lin Feng behind him to help. Lin Feng walked forward and slowly raised his hand. Particles in his body that controlled the state of mind continued to radiate, controlling the energy fluctuations on Jodi's body surface. When the two sides came into contact, Lin Feng suddenly discovered that although his particle control state could not affect living beings, it could control the energy in their bodies, return to the particle state. You should know that at the microscopic level, the smallest particle of matter is the photon, which travels above the speed of light. Although its mass is zero when it is at rest, it can possess basic material properties such as energy, momentum, and mass. When it moves, the other side of photons is pure energy, which is transmitted in the form of waves in the low light field. Photons have the dual nature of wave and particle, and are usually used as the medium for the propagation of electromagnetic waves. Lin Feng's particle control can control the transformation of microscopic particles between the wave-particle duality. In fact, according to existing human theories, if all objects have the wave-particle duality, then at the microscopic level of energy fluctuations, everything follows probability. Zooming into the macro level, the world is made up of probabilities. This reminds Lin Feng of Schrödinger's cat, whose existence is also just a probability. It is not until an observer appears that it collapses back to the attribute state of reality, rather than the defined state. Lin Feng's limited knowledge reserves can only satisfy his understanding to this level. If Mother He Yuan were still alive, perhaps seeing Lin Feng's current state, she would be furious and very disappointed. After all, she had achieved psychic ascension and transformed into a void energy wave beneath the surface of the universe. Before she disappeared, she had seen the past and future of the universe. While becoming omniscient, she also gained immortality. In a sense, what Lin Feng cares more about is, if my particle control ability can accurately lock onto a certain energy wave, control it, and collapse it into the basic particles of reality, is it possible to use the microscopic quantum world to reawaken any life that has ever died, as long as they have left a mark of their existence in the universe, condense them into a spiritual form, and place them in a crystal similar to the Queen Mother's brain, to achieve reincarnation or rebirth? This amazing idea flashed through Lin Feng's mind as he controlled the energy fluctuations on Jodi's body and suppressed the intensity of the high energy peak. After rescuing his father Lin Yu, he will ask him about the feasibility of this matter, or wait until Lin Yi is promoted to the 4th level Insect King, and then the two of them will discuss this matter. Although the 6th order peak Jishin and Ling Yi once said that it is impossible to return to the real macroscopic universe after spiritual energy ascends. It's like a dead person cannot be resurrected. But someone like Lin Feng, who can bring the artistic conception of particle control to the extreme and possess a perfect combination of human and God, should be unique. At this moment when He Yuan is omniscient and omnipotent, the item upgrade system she left behind may be the solution to the problem of the mixed race genes in Lin Feng's body. While Lin Feng was comforting himself, Ling Yi, who had finished using the high alcohol mixture, began to open the liquid nitrogen bottle and slowly released concentrated liquid nitrogen drop by drop towards Jodi. The liquid nitrogen vaporized instantly, absorbing a large amount of heat and condensing into white mist in the air dormitory bathroom. Fill a pool with water, up to the mouth. Before long, the energy fluctuations on Jodi's body directly boiled the water in the bathtub, and steam immediately filled the air. But then, Long Yi boldly and confidently poured the liquid nitrogen bottle in his hand into the pot, one after another. While falling, he said, the specific heat capacity of water is not actually the highest. The strongest should be liquid hydrogen, which is the energy source of the Zerg. Unfortunately, that thing can only burn slowly and release heat when combined with some slow-release biological enzymes in the body of the Zerg. Once it's taken out, it won't have any effect. It will instantly vaporize into a large amount of hydrogen and won't be able to maintain its liquid effect. Lin Feng nodded. He had learned this from Ding Chenghe on the rooftop of Heicheng University at the beginning of the apocalypse. Then, in order to contain the Zerg's attack, they took advantage of the characteristics of the hydrogen storage capsules in the Zerg's bodies and mixed it with gasoline, causing a shocking explosion comparable to that of a level 29 armor-piercing cannon. Now I watched as he poured in liquid nitrogen, gradually freezing the pool of tap water into ice cubes. Using ice as an isolation zone can effectively help Jodi lower his body temperature while avoiding low temperature burns from liquid nitrogen. After finishing, the two sat aside and waited quietly. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and placed it on Jodi's head, using particles to control his artistic conception, always paying attention to the energy fluctuations in his body to avoid too much impact on his brain at this time. Liu Yuqi, who was standing by, also realized the seriousness of the matter from the fanfare of Lin Feng and the others, and stood at the toilet door with a worried look on her face. Go and evacuate the crew of this ship first to prevent further damage if an accident really happens. Lin Feng spoke to her. The latter nodded and walked out of the dormitory. Then Lin Feng turned around and looked at Ling Yi. If he can successfully complete the promotion, even if he doesn't awaken the relevant artistic conception power in the end, he should be able to complete the mass production of electric drive cells with only the third stage of superpower cells. Right, the Scorpion slightly. Enough. I just checked and found that some of his epidermal cells have completely adapted to the operation of thermal and electrical energy. No cells have been born that can aggregate, produce, or store them. This also means that he can only borrow energy from the outside world and use it for his own benefit. He only controls the output end of energy. The entrance and reserve still need further study, but fortunately, I have already made technical preparations in these two areas. After all, there are second-level creatures like the Pulse Scorpion, and there are many creatures on the blue planet that can store electrical energy, such as electric eels and electric rays. We are still working on the energy output issue. Let Zhang Yuner handle this, and this is the last piece of the puzzle for the electric-driven cells. After expressing his feelings, Long Yi looked at the unconscious Jodi with his eyes slightly narrowed, obviously with other deeper meanings. So after a moment of silence, he continued, if this guy can awaken the power of artistic conception, his cell structure level will at least reach half the strength of a fourth-order life form. If his defects in energy input and storage are solved, his body will be comparable to a fourth-level existence, but correspondingly, under such great pressure, there is no life energy and spiritual strength to match it. His lifespan will also be greatly shortened. This is completely the opposite of the pseudo-fourth-order life form, whose spirit breaks through the limit. At least the body can be replaced. But without the soul, there is nothing left. Long Yi's words made Lin Feng's expression change slightly. Obviously, this is related to the possible collapse of energy waves that was speculated before when using particles to control the artistic conception. When I fully master the state of mind of controlling particles in the future, and can realize the transformation between waves and particles at will, perhaps I can condense myself in the realm or kingdom of God, resurrect Mother He Yuan. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath and suppress the excitement in his heart. Ling Yi, who was standing by, thought that Lin Feng was excited after knowing that the electric-driven cells were about to be born and that his team members would be able to possess fourth-level physical strength. So I smiled along. After a while, Jodi, who was trapped in the predicament created by the spiritual world, finally found her way out. All I saw was a huge fight between monsters. A classic middle school roar sounded. Art is an explosion. With a loud bang, the whole world went dark. A star turned into light and slowly rose up at the same time. A reminder of attribute identification popped up in front of Lin Feng. Abnormal energy fluctuations. Strong mood fluctuations detected. High energy control. Chapter 312 High energy control. Collapsing creation. Abnormal energy fluctuations. Strong mood fluctuations detected. High energy control. Able to grasp and control high-density energy, including but not limited to explosion, combustion, friction, and electromagnetic induction, etc. Very sensitive to heat sources, able to control the accumulation and dissipation of heat. Without waiting for Lin Feng to finish reading, Jodi, who is in the dilemma of his own spiritual world at the moment, directly detonated everything. After his consciousness gradually returned to reality, he felt a biting cold. Then he instinctively released the newly condensed artistic conception and high energy control. Suddenly, a fiery red color appeared on the body surface. Different from the previous ability to manipulate high-level energy, today's high energy power of controlling artistic conception can directly mobilize the heat sources in the body and nearby areas, control them to concentrate, and continuously raise the temperature. In other words, Jodi in the past could only control high-level energy and simply exert it on the outside world. It is impossible to increase the density and level of energy, let alone control them or change the properties of energy, such as converting the heat energy of an explosion into electrical energy. Humans need to use thermal energy by boiling water, but Jodi, who releases high energy to control his artistic conception, can directly consume the power of his artistic conception to continuously increase the energy density level and instantly convert energy. Now that he felt a biting cold at the neck, he directly released the power of artistic conception. The golden light on his hands merged into the boiling water in the tank, gradually condensing and rising the hundreds of degrees of high temperature inside, and continuously injected the artistic conception with the chemical energy decomposed from the organic nutrient solution consumed in the body. Finally, a heat source with an energy level of 4 to 5,000 degrees was formed in the palms of his hands, which took the form of energy and formed a ball of ion plasma. The magnetic storm bomb is comparable to the level 29 electromagnetic cannon, and the pulse tail cannon of the pulse scorpion. The blazing temperature and energy density could also make Jodi's entire body turn red and hot. At this time, all the cooled ice has melted. The man standing by didn't continue pouring in liquid nitrogen. But it seemed that Jodi had just regained consciousness and was confused by the power of artistic conception. He had not yet fully woken up, and the ion plasma in his hands was still growing. The whole person became pale and thin because too much energy was extracted from the body. As the size of the plasma ball continued to grow, its density also continued to increase. The damage increased from the initial several hundred points to 7 or 8,000 points in just over 10 seconds. Even Lin Feng, who was beside him, felt a hint of danger. The air near Jodi also emitted heat waves, as if it was distorting the space. Seeing that he hadn't opened his eyes yet, Lin Feng realized that the other party might not be fully awake yet, and still subconsciously believed that he was still in the trial of the artistic conception of the spiritual world. I want to use my strongest power to break the dilemma set by the artistic conception. There was no time to say more. If he let it go on, Jodi would squeeze out all the energy in his body and condensed into an ion energy ball. The power released was enough to tear this level 29 dreadnought battleship into pieces, so Lin Feng directly used particle control. The power of artistic conception that emerged in his hands flowed along Jodi's body surface and into the high energy plasma ball in his hands of a living organism. It can block the target's attack from escaping the body. Whether it is the real object emitted or the spiritual power that carries the artistic conception, it can be taken over or cut off by particle control. However, this process takes some time, and Lin Feng's ability to control particles has not yet grown to the level of instant control through the air. Therefore, usually in combat, the state of particle control is mostly used as a supplement to equipment enhancement when the damage is insufficient. For example, quickly repairing the damage of the chainsaw sword, extending the duration of the ion laser cannon, or improving the performance of the colony mecha in a short period of time. At this moment, Lin Feng's hand was on Jodi's head, and he could naturally release the particle control easily to control the ion plasma group he condensed, which was as big as a bucket. After removing it, Lin Feng immediately began to use more artistic conception power to quickly collapse this ball of energy. In the end, it slowly dissipated and collapsed from the form of energy back into a ball of countless scattered particles that were difficult to see with the naked eye and could only be captured with a microscope. Its mass is also almost negligible, floating in the air and blending into it. But after it is completely transformed into energy, it has the ability to kill third-level life forms. Although it is a bit difficult to kill a high-level queen, it is extremely easy to kill ordinary early-stage third-level life forms, such as human awakeners, or early-stage third-level king spiny worms. Although Lin Feng's knowledge reserve was almost zero among the intelligent life forms in the middle stage of the third stage, he had learned the mass energy equation formula E equals mc2, power, in college. Energy is equal to mass multiplied by the speed of light squared, and the speed of light, as a constant gods in the real universe, has been determined to be approximately 300,000 kilometers per second. This is also the fastest speed in the real universe. Exceeding the speed of light means infinite mass or no static mass. So even can only reach an infinitely close speed to the speed of light. When energy is completely converted from mass, 1 gram of matter can be converted into 4,200 million joules, or kJ, which is equivalent to the explosive power of tons of TNT matter. This change made Long Yi, who was observing Jodi's situation, raised his eyebrows. Although she has mastered the concept of infinite reproduction and is extremely sensitive to changes in biological cells, her perception of energy is also strong. The ion plasma ball that Lin Feng had just taken away from Jodi and gathered in his hands disappeared too quickly. Normally, it should be taken out of the dreadnought quickly, thrown far away and then detonated. Moreover, after the ion energy liquid ball was formed, Jodi lost control of it and its state became extremely unstable. If one was not careful, it would explode instantly due to chain reaction. releases extremely strong high-voltage current that penetrates everything. Although Lin Feng possessed the ability to control particles and maintain the stability of the plasma mass, his actions and the changes that occurred in the end made Long Yi suspicious. The main reason is that it disappeared too quickly. Energy does not appear or disappear for no reason. The law of conservation of mass and energy is the iron law of the universe. Even the virtual world of particle flow under the real-world universe and the deep inner world follow this law. This is also the first law that any race and civilization encounters and discovers in the process of understanding the world and the universe. Otherwise, mass and energy will not be conserved, and stupid test questions like perpetual motion machines that hinder the development of science may actually come true. And at this moment, if the changes in Lin Feng's hands follow the law of conservation of mass and energy, then the energy that disappears, if Lin Yi is unaware, there are only two possible destinations: or it was directly absorbed by Lin Feng and entered his body. But at the moment, Lin Feng had no equipment that could store this huge energy group, and as a primitive high-level life form, he himself did not have the ability to directly absorb ion energy at present. Lin Feng still has to draw life energy from the Queen Mother to improve himself, and at the same time drink the organic nutrient solution of the second-level insect eggs to meet daily consumption possibilities. There is only one final possibility left. This ball of ion energy instantly transformed into material form in Lin Feng's hands. From illusory energy, it collapses into real matter. And it doesn't absorb any additional heat. It is equivalent to directly achieving the self-collapse of energy under Lin Feng's control. You must know that for any technology and ability, destruction is easier than creation. To achieve destruction, you only need to find a rule. To create, one must first work hard to meet various conditions and then try various possibilities. This is like how humans discovered nuclear weapons, developed the atomic bomb of nuclear fission, and then the hydrogen bomb of fusion in just a few years. However, to realize the energy utilization of nuclear weapons, it is not just the destructive power of the explosion. So far, only the utilization technology of simple fission has been completed. The nuclear fusion technology that enables space travel and collapse will be difficult to put into commercial use in the next few hundred years. As for the collapse of matter, the realization of antimatter technology can be mastered by ordinary God-level civilizations. In some top God-level civilizations, the creators and controllers of civilizations, after being promoted to the 9th level, the pinnacle of the God level, can realize the energization of any matter. This is several levels beyond the energy transformation and absorption of ordinary cosmic life when the 4th, 5th, and 6th level beings were still absorbing the heat source of the inner world, the nourishment of electromagnetic force, and the illumination of stars. The gods are now able to convert any matter directly into energy absorption. The theoretical basis of the so-called domain and divine realm also comes from this. With the power of one's own artistic conception, one can explore the path of transforming real matter into energy, thereby condensing one's own unique divine domain and turning it into one's own supreme kingdom of God. It is the only way for every life in the universe to become a god. But as mentioned before, the destruction of matter is always easier than its creation. Endless destruction will only lead to the accelerated extinction of the real universe. When the less than 5% of real matter left in this empty and cold universe is consumed, welcoming all beings in the universe, there is only the end of all things. The final great nirvana. Therefore, the only thing that can delay the coming of the great nirvana is there is only creation that is far superior to destruction. The collapsing creation of matter, apart from the increasingly rare nebulae that naturally collapse into stars in this universe, is the only means of creation that intelligent life can possess. Only those above the 9th level represent the eternal realm of the God King. And now Lin Feng has such potential even at the 4th level. Then there is only one possibility. Among his blood relatives, there is a legend, the eternal God King who cannot be described or looked at directly. Thinking of this at the moment, Long Yi's brain went into a moment of shutdown. In her understanding, the only existence above the 9th level that she had encountered in her life was the terrifying being named Heshin. Once upon a time, with only one blow, then he killed the first-generation insect god. That was the 9th order true god who controlled an entire star field, ruled dozens of star systems, and spanned the small Magellanic Cloud. He was the first generation of Zerg god who led the entire Zerg race into its most glorious era. The strength of the Black God King is immeasurably powerful even among the eternal true gods. When it appeared that time, the range of the divine domain release directly covered the entire star, and at the same time, it also completely disintegrated all the offensive means of the Zerg. This left an indelible psychological trauma on all the remaining enslaved Zerg. When he first saw Lin Feng using his abilities, Long Yi had doubts about the mystery of his life experience, whether it is related to the Lord Krishna. After all, below the 4th level, before the artistic conception is condensed, one can master the ability to control all matter and initially develop artistic conception power. This shows that Lin Feng has a very deep and close connection with the gods. The coordinates of the Milky Way provided by the Black God King will appear in a barren land like the solar system, and accurately lock onto the 4th planet where life was born. The blue planet where everyone is currently located. This means that at least the God King Krishna has been here before or heard about it from somewhere else. No matter which one it is, it can be connected with Lin Feng. After all, it is impossible for gods to be born in such a desolate and barren solar system. The most likely scenario is that they left behind 1 or 2 tricks when they passed by here divine realm above the 6th level, and used this place as the birthplace and incubation place for the Son of God. Therefore, Long Yi has always believed that Lin Feng and the Black God King have a close connection. So he has been following him, hoping to use Lin Feng's influence in the future to help the Zerg escape the fate of enslavement. However, as Lin Feng was promoted, he discovered that his artistic conception power had serious flaws, and the excavation of his mother, He Yuan's life story, Lin Feng's connection with the Black Sky God King became weaker and weaker, so much so that Long Yi gave up the idea. Until the last battle at Yangsha Mountain, when the collective state of mind trial of the Jin warriors began, Lin Feng saw his father, Lin Yu, who was locked tightly by the god-locking chain inside the sealed 4th Order Spine King at the Land of the End. Long Yi finally confirmed that Lin Feng should have nothing to do with this so-called Black Sky God King. After all, his father's identity has been confirmed. He is the son of God who was stranded here and entered the world of cosmic life, and Lin Feng is just a mutant individual whose blood awakening is more prominent. So later on, I stopped paying to this matter until this attention moment, the unexpected event that caused Zhou Di to awaken the power of artistic conception in front of Long Yi. Lin Feng inadvertently displayed an ability far beyond the control of particles, far beyond the ability of cosmic life or even true gods to do in an instant. This forced Long Yi to re-examine Lin Feng's identity, background, and his possible relationship with the Black God King. Could it be that Lin Feng's father, Lin Yu, is the descendant left behind by the Black God King, and Lin Feng is the grandson of the God King? Chapter 313, The Power of Collapse, the Power of High Energy Control. Because she knew very well that if Lin Feng did not express his intention towards her, asking her without authorization would likely arouse the other party's suspicion. As someone who is familiar with human history and culture, how could she not understand that those dictators who claim to be kings or emperors and hold high positions of power are defensive in their hearts against everyone except themselves? Party usually, he would only answer a few questions when Lin Feng brought it up himself. Lin Feng didn't ask now, which meant he didn't need it, or he hadn't realized it yet. As for Lin Feng himself, he is still immersed in the shock of collapsing his energy back into matter. After all, this kind of operation has far exceeded his understanding of the state of mind of particle control, more like in a fairy tale, the only omnipotent God. After all, the so-called turning stone into gold is no longer a rare thing for Lin Feng. As long as the number of protons in the atomic nucleus is transferred, the gold element can be directly formed, and it can even be radioactive. And today's energy collapse is more like the creation out of thin air described in mythology. Just flip your hand and clouds will appear, and turn it back again and rain will fall. Miraculous ability. This trick can deceive even ordinary cosmic civilizations. It's a pity that with Lin Feng's current strength and his mastery of the state of mind of controlling the particles awakened in his body, it is not enough to support him and condense valuable substances. After all, the energy required to collapse atoms like gold or other large mass atoms cannot be satisfied by Bolivian plasma. Lin Feng felt that 1 cubic centimeter of small golden beans would consume dozens of hydrogen bombs with a TNT equivalent of millions of tons. It has to absorb energy directly from the sun. Moreover, the amount of artistic conception power he had stored was not enough to complete it. Judging from the consumption of the collapsed ion plasma ball just now, with the current level of perfection in the 3rd stage, Lin Feng estimated that at full state, he could collapse at most more than 10,000 tons of energy generated by the explosion of TNT. It is roughly the embryonic form of the divine realm that the Queen Mother can summon in the early stage. Lin Feng can use particle control to turn the divine realm that can influence the mind and genes of living things into nothingness, and dissipate it directly collapsed into a small round bead containing the laws of the divine realm. But what Lin Feng didn't know was that it was this basic ability of the eternal God King that made it difficult for any god, even a true god who had reached the peak of the 9th level, to threaten the former, because all of their methods are just a simple accumulation of energy, and all the law domains that are condensed are just a more advanced use of energy, in the face of the force of collapse. All energy attacks are futile. It is equivalent to a creature that has just landed and learned to crawl challenging a pioneer who has already learned to fly. Therefore, as Lin Feng grows up, he can control the artistic conception from particles, and with the power of collapse, he can be invincible at the same level, and even challenge higher levels. But the consumption of this ability is too great. Moreover, once it is leaked, it is easy to be targeted by some gods and become a piece of fat meat that is the target of public criticism. Therefore, unless it is a life and death moment, Lin Feng will never use this collapse effect and consume all the power of artistic conception in his body. As for Zhou Di's promotion to higher level at this moment, Lin Feng naturally did not inform the girl in front of him of his unexpected discovery. He looked up at her, as if he was assessing something. And Long Yi had already lowered his head knowingly. He mobilized his mental abilities to help Zhou Di, who was lying in the hot tub in front of him, regain consciousness briefly. This college student, who was only a few years younger than Lin Feng, was flattered and immediately climbed out of the bathtub and half knelt on one knee in front of the leader. "Thank you very much, Commander, for saving me. This is a great favor. Please accept my greetings, Commander." Lin Feng pinched his brows. He heard that the person in front of him was a bit stupid, but he didn't expect him to be so stupid. "What age are we now, and we are still doing this? So wave his hands quickly. Stand up and tell me. Stand up and tell me. I am only a few years older than you, but I can't bear it. Are you awake now? Then come and test the state of mind you have awakened to." Zhou Di was delighted and quickly stood up. Just as he was about to generate a golden light on his hands, he was interrupted by Lin Feng. "Wait, go outside. Do you really want to blow up this dreadnought? It's more valuable than you." The LV-29 replica of the dreadnought is not as powerful as a level awakener in terms of combat capability, but its firepower suppression on the insect swarm is definitely more fierce and powerful than that of a level strong man. More importantly, there are only 40 dreadnoughts now, which can be regarded as the backbone of the fleet escort. Apart from the flagship Golden Battleship, they are the ones that can take the lead on all fronts. Zhou Di scratched his head embarrassingly. Under the guidance of Lin Feng and Long Yi, he came to the outside of the warship and finally stopped at a vacant wasteland in the southern suburbs of the city. This place was originally the Westlake Scenic Area, surrounded by mountains, dotted with solemn temples and tea plantations all over the mountains. It's a pity that after being swept by the Zerg, only a barren scorched earth was left with no grass growing. The Zerg, which have been transformed into weapons of war, have lost even the appreciation for culture and art. As a pure war race, they indeed have serious problems in the spiritual aspect. While Lin Feng was expressing his regret, Zhou Di beside him was waving his hands excitedly, releasing a high-energy state of control. Unfortunately, the damage caused by the high-energy balls gathered from the body and the air is about the same as the power of a grenade, which is not enough to kill low-level Zergs, although it was also related to the nutrients stored in Zhou Di's body, which had been too consumed much in his previous unconscious state. It could also be seen that his state of mind could not burst out too much power alone. This is also one of its shortcomings. And in the appraisal results in front of Lin Feng at this moment, Zhou Di's physical attributes grew extremely rapidly, reaching an upper limit of 1,900, while his mental attributes were at a normal level of around 1,500. It seems that this is also an extra benefit of awakening the artistic conception. Zhou Di discovered that the effect of his new power did not seem to be as terrifying and powerful as when he solved difficult problems in the spiritual world. He stood there in a daze, feeling somewhat embarrassed, until Lin Feng asked Liu Yuki to find a 2-meter-long replica of the electromagnetic cannon. After handing this level 29 electromagnetic cannon to Zhou Di, the other party regained his confidence. He controlled the electromagnetic cannon with one hand, and accumulated energy inside the hollow pipe of the muzzle to condense one magnetic storm bomb after another. Then use your other hand to peel off these spherical ion plasma balls and gather them in the palm of your hand. Magnetic bombs can be considered standard high-level energy. Although its single-target killing power is not as good as that of the armor-piercing cannon, it is very easy to control for Zhou Di. Otherwise, He would have to wait for the armor-piercing cannon to explode and then absorb it. As the magnetic storm bombs flowed into his palm one after another, Zhou Di's expression changed from previous joy and excitement to frowning and nervousness. Previously, he could control at most 6 magnetic bombs to help him enter the lightning thunder god state, rush into the Zerg tide, and have the chance to consume the health of the Zerg queen. Now, the number of magnetic bombs in his hand has far exceeded 6. Only after he felt the upper limit of his artistic conception power, which reached 18, did Zhou Di put down the electromagnetic cannon in his right hand and release the artistic conception power with both hands. Controlling the terrifying plasma ball in his hand, which is half a cubic size. The power it exudes is enough to purify all life within a radius of 2 or 3 kilometers, comparable to a miniature nuclear bomb. In Zhou Di's hands, as the high-energy control of the artistic conception was activated, this huge ball of plasma was constantly compressed again under the pressure of the artistic conception energy. This is something that electromagnetic guns cannot do. Even if 6 magnetic bombs were fired at the same time, the maximum damage would be less than 1,000. And now, with the help of high-energy control, his control over the magnetic storm bomb has reached the level of 1 + 1 = 2, which is equivalent to refining and concentrating a plasma ball with higher energy density. The damage of the second-level weapon, which originally had a power limit of only 1,000, was increased to the 3rd stage. At this moment, as Zhou Di continued to compress and condense, the plasma ball in his hand was the same as before when he was unconscious. As its size became smaller, its damage steadily increased from an average of 1,000 to over 1,000, 2,000, and 3,000. It was not until Zhou Di broke out in cold sweat and trembled all over that he finally stopped compressing the plasma ball. And he himself has reached his limit. The iron plasma ball in his hand was compressed from its original half-cubic size to a fist-sized, incandescent white sphere, as dazzling as a sun level of over 10,000, enough to threaten Lin Feng and Long Yi on the battlefield. Try to break it apart. Out! Zhou Di immediately did as he was told and stuffed the weapon in his hand into the hollow barrel of the electromagnetic gun. The moment of entering, the high-energy magnetic field that was originally used to restrain the magnetic storm bomb became distorted and chaotic under the influence of the white light energy ball. Without having time to think, the extremely nervous Zhou Di immediately picked up the electromagnetic cannon in his hand and fired directly at the West Lake in the distance that was about to dry up. The magnetic storm bomb that was condensed inside directly pushed the concentrated white light energy ball near the muzzle and fired it out. It fell into a big lake 4 kilometers away. In the next second, the white light energy ball, which had absorbed the magnetic storm bomb and caused its internal stable structure to be broken, exploded directly. In an instant, the surface of the entire lake seemed to be boiling. The wind was blowing violently, the clouds turned dark, and were approaching the city. From time to time, you can see lightning and thunder. Lightning bolts several meters thick, containing the tremendous force of nature, surged among the dark clouds at this time. After the white light energy ball was released, it released countless lightning bolts directly in the center of the entire lake, killing all life in it, and at the same time changing the yin and yang positive and negative ions in the entire terrain. The weather changed suddenly, as if the end of the world had come. And the next moment, the lightning between heaven and earth seemed to have a subtle connection in the surging wind and clouds. I saw a bolt of lightning that suppressed the sight of the world. Released from the clouds, the brightness was so great that it made the sunlight pale in comparison. The lake was nearly 100 miles in radius, and at this moment it was as if a solar eclipse had occurred. It was dark in an instant, with only the thunder that fell from the sky remaining between the clouds and the lake for several seconds. This loud noise brought with it an impact force like a force 10 gale, sweeping in all directions. But this thunder is just the beginning of the feast. As thunder and rain fell, countless lightning bolts fell like spider webs, bombarding the lake. A fairy tale novel. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling the mighty force of nature that was being brought down upon him, just like the changing rainy seasons on the African savanna that he had seen in the animal world. Even though he had entered the middle stage of the 3rd stage and became a high-level life form on the planet, he was still shocked and awed by the natural forces before him. However, this fixed-point thunderstorm lasted less than 2 minutes and quickly disappeared after the ion energy on the lake's surface dissipated. As quickly as it came, it went as quickly as it came. The whole process takes less than 5 minutes. The rain fell only a few drops and then disappeared. When Lin Feng and Long Yi looked at Zhou Di, who had created the thunderstorm but had a confused look on his face, They were also deeply shocked by the scene and had not yet recovered. Until Long Yi slowly opened his mouth. The power of lightning is probably several times more damaging than a magnetic storm bomb, but it can be neutralized with the help of something, such as armor covering the body surface, which is equivalent to a very safe Faraday cage that can guide the current into other media. But the first lightning just now can be called thunder, which is enough to kill the third stage early stage Mother Queen with one blow. There is some damage from the attack of a fourth level strong man. The previous ones were just introductions, and this last sentence was actually said by Ling Yu to Lin Feng. Zhou Di, who had just come to his senses, was still immersed in the excitement of this terrifying thunderstorm. As for Lin Feng, who understood the hidden meaning behind Long's words, he turned around and said to Zhou Di, "The energy in your body is not stable right now. The thunderstorm just now was not the real damage caused by the white light energy ball. It was accidentally triggered by the special geographical structure of the lake, but even so, the damage of the energy ball is enough to kill the early Queen Mother." As he spoke, Lin Feng stepped forward and patted Zhou Di on the shoulder. "You are in urgent need of recovery. Both the nutrients in your body and your mental state are on the verge of being overdrawn. Follow Ling Yi to the hatching pyramid, repair the injuries on your hands, drink enough organic nutrient solution, and finally consolidate your strength at the early stage of the third stage. Otherwise, when this excitement is over, the mental and physical exhaustion will hit you, and that will be a very unpleasant experience." Zhou Di nodded. He indeed felt the feeling of exhaustion from overdrawn energy. His hands were bloody from compressing the energy balls, and their recovery speed was extremely slow. So I followed Ling Yi and headed towards Hangzhou. Watching the two of them leave, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and considered replacing the electric drive cells in the colonization mecha. Chapter 314. Fourth Order Electric Drive Cells completed, Enhanced Colonization Equipment. The violent new storms and thunderstorms over West Lake. It only lasted 4 or 5 minutes, but the noise it caused was comparable to the simultaneous firing of thousands of cannons from a golden battleship, which was quite shocking. It attracted the attention of all the second-level combat group members and soldiers in Hangzhou. Many second-level awakeners rushed to the edge of West Lake to investigate the situation was undergoing a test of his abilities here. Such magnificent and terrifying power shocked and filled everyone present with admiration. Aroused their yearning for the third stage. On the other side, Lin Feng had already controlled the colonization mecha in the golden battleship, entered the underground insect nest, and docked next to the Hangzhou Zerg's hatching meat tower. At this time, Zhou Di was lying inside one of the insect eggs, using the organic nutrient solution of the second-order insect eggs to repair his own overdraft and damaged. Ling Yi stood in front of the meat tower and released her spiritual power to cover her and Lin Feng. Then she spoke. "It's been tested and it's perfect." Perhaps it was because of his previous research and use of the magnetic storm bomb and the electromagnetic cannon that his second-order cells in his body have become very adaptable to releasing and controlling electric current. Now that I have grown into a third-order cell, even without using the power of the artistic conception in my body, I can easily control more than 10 magnetic storm bombs. Or compress them to the point where the damage is comparable to a full-strength attack from a mid-stage third-order being. Lin Feng nodded. That was 4 to 5,000 in damage, equivalent to a charged attack from a level 30 ion laser cannon. Ling Yi took a deep breath and continued, and with a blessing of the power of artistic conception, the limit of energy he can control and compress is equivalent to peak existence in the late third stage, a blow with all his strength. There are already 2 or 3 fourth-order cosmic life forms. However, it takes too long to compress the energy, and there is no appropriate time to release it. So it is not worth using in actual combat. After all, a life form that can enter the third stage, even a king worm, can sense the terrifying power contained in that white energy ball. Only a fool would stand there and let you hide him. Coupled with the energy explosion under extreme compression, the damage is too great. Anyone 2 kilometers away from the center of the explosion will be affected, and within 1 kilometer of the center, even a third stage early stage Queen Mother will be seriously injured and on the verge of death. Although such an attack can kill the middle stage Queen Mother, he will also be affected by the explosion. Neither he nor we can withstand it. You saw it just now. The electromagnetic cannon only fired once and the barrel exploded. It is difficult to contain such a high-density plasma ball, and after the release, the damage to Zhou Di's body can be said to be killing 1,000 enemies and injuring 800 of his own. He is now only at the 4th level of strength. His hands are burnt and his artistic conception is exhausted. He is in a state where he can't even deal with a peak tiger spine worm, so unless it's a last resort, This ultimate move can only be used in life-threatening situations. And you need to carry multiple electromagnetic cannons with you as a high-energy reserve. Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, he couldn't bear it because he only had the physical strength of the early third stage, and couldn't withstand the electric current damage of the magnetic storm bomb. But we are different, especially when it comes to biological colonization suits. As long as there is enough energy, even if it is compressed to the limit and then fired, it will only cause minor damage. The last piece of the puzzle to perfect the electric drive cells has finally been found. Should it be ready for mass production? I can't wait to see the true combat power of the Colonial Mecha after the upgrade. There was no additional attribute change when the Colonial Mecha was upgraded from level 33 to level 34, which has always bothered Lin Feng. Now that the electric-driven cells are about to be completed, a brand new Colonial Mecha will soon be on the stage. Hearing Lin Feng's question, Long Yi nodded and also smiled. Because after Lin Feng's strength has greatly increased, the speed of killing the Zerg Queen and sweeping across the southern states will be greatly increased, and this also means that her strength will also grow rapidly because of taking advantage of the Great Expedition. No problem, go inform Captain Chen and have them deliver the hydrogen bomb to Jinchang base along with the results that Zhang Yuner has taken over. Just give me a dreadnought battleship, and I can help you complete the transformation of the colonization mecha with the team, and also perform replacement experiments on other third-level awakeners in the team. Lin Feng quietly with satisfaction. Then I'll go right away. Remember to keep Jodi's third-order cells as a backup so that you can continue to develop and improve them in the future. Ling Gaihun turned his head to look at the man floating in the nutrient solution in the incubator, and added, in addition to electromagnetic energy, its cells also have extremely high tolerance and control over thermal energy. This is just like the third-order king spiny worm, which can withstand the intense heat and pressure inside the planet. Once I have studied it clearly, I won't have to worry about the thousands of degrees high temperature environment inside when I enter the final place in the inner world in the future. Lin Feng's eyes showed joy, and he was a little surprised. The ability to adapt to high temperatures is indeed important. There are thermophilic cells on the blue planet. Perhaps we can start from this aspect after all. We are all from the same ancestry. As for this matter, it all depends on you. The 5 Queen Mothers of Minzhao are enough to help you advance to the third stage. By then, we will use the transformed colonization mecha to compete with the late Queen Mother. After saying that, Lin Feng turned around and left, returned to the surface and entered the golden battleship, and asked Chen Yan'an to send a message to Jinchang base to escort the electric-driven cell samples. At the same time, a batch of steel and other materials must be transported to ensure logistical supply. Especially the former, the damaged tanks and worn-out dreadnoughts all need to be repaired. In addition, as the electric-driven cells are about to be put into actual combat, Lin Feng also has to copy and synthesize a low-profile version of the dreadnought for Long Yi. Specifically, as her scientific research ship, the space inside must accommodate a biological incubation nest to facilitate the upgrading and transformation of a pair of biological breeding equipment of lice. The subsequent electric-driven cell transplantation and transformation by Liu Yi and others must also be carried out step by step on this. This is also a way to quickly strengthen their strength. Otherwise, when the Great Expedition to the south is over, the southern part of the Unified Federation will be established by Lin Feng, the only hope for mankind. It will definitely attract attention of the countless Queen Mothers, and naturally there will be a large number of late-stage third-order Queen Mothers who will target the humans here. As long as he slaughters hundreds of millions of humans and devours dozens of human third-level powerhouses, he can leap to the peak of the late third stage. Securely seize the throne of the fourth-level Insect King. And at that time, Lin Feng couldn't have stayed on the surface all the time. All of his efforts now, in addition to ensuring the growth of his own strength, the most important thing is to go to the end of the world deep in the center of the earth and rescue his father Lin Yu, who is at the 4th level. This will not only alleviate the natural disadvantages of humans in cosmic combat power, but also provide an extra guarantee for future promotion to the 4th level. During the time he is away, the Southern Empire, which has become a thorn in the eyes of the global queen, is bound to suffer a swift attack by the Zerg, and fierce battles will break out in various places. The Battle of the Late Queen Mother Alliance was even more serious than the multi-emperor siege of the Northern Federation capital. As long as Lin Feng shows up at the end of the world, those peak tiger spine insects who go to participate in the 3rd level promotion and state of mind trial will pass this news to all the queens. Therefore, Lin Feng must make preparations early and strengthen the strength of the 3rd level subordinates around him. Otherwise, The city of hope for mankind that you have built with your hard work will be wasted. When the final battle with the Zerg is about to begin, they will be stretched to the limit. Therefore, the electric drive cell plan is the top priority. Even if it costs a huge price, Lin Feng has to push it forward. As all plans were arranged, promoted and implemented in full swing, it was already the afternoon of the next day. More than 100 tons of cargo ships departed from the Jinchang base and arrived at the port in the eastern suburbs of Hangzhou 100 kilometers along the coast. Then, they sent ships carrying thousands of tons of refined steel to Hangzhou. Then, in an almost empty state, it sailed south for hundreds of kilometers and arrived at Taichung, where Li Yi and others are currently located. After picking up all of them and the seized supplies, they continued on their journey and eventually arrived at Wencheng, the southernmost city in Zhejiang province. And that is also the place where all members will gather and reorganize 3 days after the expedition. Lin Feng spent a day repairing all the losses of the Golden Fleet. He also built 2 additional dreadnoughts as scientific research ships and delivered them to the Longai team for use. She then controlled the remaining low-level red beetles and moved the biological hatching nests into the empty warehouse of the ship bit by bit. The firepower of these 2 research ships is less than 1/3 of that of other dreadnoughts, and can only deal with low-level Zerg swarms or a dozen second-level Zergs at most. Normally there is no need to participate in combat missions. In addition to these, Lin Feng continued to use the power of his artistic conception on the remaining 800 tons of fine steel. Using the dreadnought as a template, he built 5 logistics reserve ships and 3 medical repair ships to strengthen the fleet's logistics support capabilities. Now, adding up, there are 40 fully armed combat frigates, 5 logistics ships, 3 medical ships, and 2 scientific research ships, a total of 50 level 29 dreadnoughts. With such strength, it can easily sweep away any Zerg under the command of any mid-stage queen, even an allied army by 5 mid-stage queens. In addition, the Golden Battleship, serving as the flagship, is responsible for commanding and providing fire support in the rear, as well as hundreds of highly maneuverable flying wing tanks that quickly deploy troops and cooperate with the dreadnoughts to form a coordinated fire defense line. At this moment, the overall strength of the Golden Fleet was raised to a higher level again. I am more confident about the upcoming decisive battle in Minshao. On the morning of the 3rd day, under the command of Lin Feng, the army slowly formed out, accompanied by the roar of engines and a violent shaking of the earth. The Golden Fleet, carrying tens of thousands of Salvation Army soldiers, sailed towards the south of Zhejiang province. During the journey, Lin Feng came to the scientific research ship to check the progress of the fusion of the electric-driven cells. At this time, Long Yi was staying in the cabin. In order to allow her to focus on research and development, she was the only one on the entire warship, while the command and control of the scientific research vessel was directly controlled by Chen Yannian. It can also be regarded as one of Lin Feng's backup plans. Lin Feng walked into the cabin and immediately saw the colonization mecha quietly staying in the translucent incubation nest. When sensing Lin Feng's approach, the colonial mecha would intelligently raise its hand and greet him. Having evolved to this level, it already possesses low-level intelligence and can make some instinctive reactions. This surprised Lin Feng a little. Judging from the speed of evolution and upgrading of the colonial mecha, it seems that it will develop self-awareness earlier than the Golden Battleship. Seeing the surprise on Lin Feng's face, Long Yi began to explain, "Don't worry. Strictly speaking, this biological suit in your one, even if it develops self-awareness, it is still your clone. Moreover, as a consciousness clone, its authority is relatively weak. It can only control this body, but when you leave Blue Star in the future, you can leave it here as a cornerstone for stabilizing the situation on Blue Star." After briefly mentioning it, Long Yi went on to talk about Lin Feng's purpose of coming. The electric drive cells have been fully cultivated, and the energy absorption rate has reached 90%, the storage rate is 85%, and the most important release rate is over 95%. It also has the ability to directly absorb light energy. Similar to the existence of Superman in your movies and TV shows, as long as you bask in the sun, you can gain endless power. Lin Feng's mouth corners slightly raised. So the same is true for fourth-order life forms? The scorpion nodded slightly. It's about the same. It depends on the main evolutionary direction they choose. For example, the Spine Zerg rely on the geothermal heat source of the Spine God Star, while the King of Zerg main vein absorbs pure life force. The world Zerg breathe in the void force and the universe to fill and compress the space. However, Most carbon-based life forms absorb electromagnetic energy. After all, this force is the most common and powerful force besides the higher-level atomic energy. The physical strength has increased greatly, and the lethality is extremely strong. And the energy radiation from stars is itself a combination of light, heat and electromagnetic radiation. After saying this, the dragonfly began to release the power of infinite reproduction, controlling the cultivated electric-driven cells and integrating them into the body of the colonial mecha. At the same time he said, "Just give it the command to resist." After being killed, the structure and gene model of these electric-driven cells will be absorbed and imitated by the third-order cells of the colonization armor, and eventually merged into its own unique fourth-order electric-driven cell body. Lin Feng nodded, and then issued limited defense instructions to the colonization mecha to control the invasion of foreign cells within a reasonable range. A silent, fierce battle, accompanied by faint flashes of electric arcs, unfolded within the biological flesh nest. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and could see that the third-level cells, which were of the same origin as himself, were burned to a crisp under the fierce attack of the electric-driven cells. When the electric current hits them, it instantly produces a strong paralyzing effect, and at the same time the functioning of the tissue structures within the cells also falls into stagnation or chaos. Size of the colonial mecha. The amount of electro-driven cells implanted in the first wing is it's less than 1 pound. The dead flesh and blood tissue of the colonial mecha weighed more than 20 kilograms. A terrifying gap of 20 times. And the gap in strength at the macro level will only be more obvious and shocking. No wonder the fourth-order cosmic life forms are using dimensionality reduction attacks on all lower-level life forms on the planet. Even powerful beings at the third-order late stage are no match for them. It's just a bigger ant. While Lin Feng was sighing, Ling Yi also came up with some preliminary data reports. Very successful. The current level of fusion between the two parties is over 30%, which is enough to raise the physical attributes of the colonial armor to the late third stage. Lin Feng was overjoyed. The new book was a flop, with only 60 or 70 readers. I plan to write a book about the story of how humans struggled to become a low-level slave race after entering the cosmic channel with difficulty. Of course, Lin Feng's real body must have gone to do something big, leaving his clone as a backup, carrying an upgraded system to overwhelm all the races in the stars. Chapter 315, Join Wenchang and March to Minshao. Enough to span the 3 small stages after junior high school. The level 34 colonial mecha, which has just entered the middle stage of the third stage, directly possesses the combat power of the late stage of the third stage. Lin Feng immediately said with satisfaction, "Then let's execute it quickly and let the colonial mecha shine in the upcoming battle of Minshao. By the way, if possible, I hope to add Jodi's energy compression to release superpowers. This thing can even trigger thunder. Maybe it's a good way to deal with a god realm." The number of nuclear bombs is limited nowadays, but the energy light ball that Jodi compressed to the extreme when he was exhausted before has caused destructive power that is no less than that of a small nuclear bomb, especially when the colonial mecha is shrouded and invaded by the divine domain. At the moment of killing the queen inside, it can release the extremely compressed energy light ball, and use the power of the electromagnetic pulse to directly destroy the divine domain. Hearing Lin Feng's thoughts, Long Yi seemed to be thinking about something. Soon he suddenly realized something and said happily, that's right. The electric-driven cells are originally the fourth-order cosmic life form. The means of attack they possess are naturally no problem in dealing with the divine realm phantoms summoned by the third-order Mother Queen, and they are far more useful than nuclear bombs. In this way, we can perfectly deal with the threat from the Queen Mother's divine realm. At this point, something suddenly occurred to Ling Yi, and the joy on his face was replaced by a slight frown, but the price of doing so is also not low. The compressed energy light ball released by Jodi can probably destroy the divine domain summoned by the early Queen Mother. For a colonial armored mecha that has reached the middle stage of the third stage, it will be no problem to destroy the divine domain of the middle stage Queen Mother of the same stage. But if it is a late stage Queen Mother, the divine domain they summoned is already close to 1,000th of the power of the divine domain. If the colonial mecha wants to destroy it, it must try its best to release all its energy at the same time. It will be in the same situation as Jodi. Its own body will be too burdened and will be unable to fight again after destroying the divine domain, so it can only be used as a last resort. It's better to be cautious than to use it as a last resort. After all, after being released, we can only leave the colonization suit and fight alone. Lin Feng nodded and then asked, then can the Queen Mother be implanted with these cells? Long shook her head. Although she also wanted to do so, the Queen Mother was almost 100% made of the flesh and blood of the third-level Queen Mother. Otherwise, it would be impossible that only the Queen Mother's clone and the Zerg Mother who had undergone gene transplantation, such as Yang Yuner, could drive it. The Zerg's third-order cells cannot fuse with the electric-driven cells derived from the human gene template, and both sides cannot even absorb and imitate each other. Just like Zerg flesh and blood is extremely toxic to humans, fourth-order electric-driven cells are also an extremely aggressive genetic pollutant to the Queen Mother. Even a group of genetic warriors, even Shenji who has entered the third level, cannot fuse the electric-driven cells. Its birth can only start from human cells. Of course, Lin Feng was an accident. His mother is a pure-blooded human, but his father is a fourth-level life form from an alien planet. Even if both of them use their abilities to forcibly merge and give birth to Lin Feng, they can only get a hybrid. There are only two reasons why Lin Feng's cells can absorb human fourth-order electric-driven cells. Either it came from Lin Feng's mother, He Yuan, who had briefly been promoted to a pseudo-fourth-order life form. On the eve of her spiritual ascension, she used her omniscience and omnipotence to help Lin Feng clear the way for the fusion of the two bloodlines in his body, achieving 100% perfect integration. This makes Lin Feng the heir of two ethnic groups. There is only one other possibility, which is the guess that Long Yi had made earlier, and it was also the inference that was confirmed again yesterday. Lin Feng's bloodline level is too high, even higher than the bloodline of gods at the level of Son of God, and possesses genes from the King of God. Only in this way can they forcibly annex and accommodate the fourth level and above genetic flesh and blood of other races. However, since Lin Feng did not mention this matter, Ling Yi naturally would not bring it up on his own initiative. He just simply explained that the genes of humans and Zerg may not be upwardly compatible. Especially when the third order is integrated into the fourth order cells, it crosses a level of qualitative change, which is basically equivalent to injecting poison. Although it will not cause direct death, it will continue to weaken and consume the Queen Mother like cancer until it collapses. Forced fusion is meaningless, so Lin Feng immediately arranged for Long Yi to start the electric-driven cell transplantation plan on his third-level human awakeners as soon as possible. Currently, there are 3 human third-level awakeners, including Liu Yu and Zhou Di. They must improve their combat effectiveness to the late third level before arriving at Gizhao for the decisive battle. Assist Lin Feng to kill the third-stage Late Queen as for the Battle of Minzhao this time. Just use the enhanced colonial mecha to test the waters. Okay, we will try to complete the electric cell fusion transformation of the colonization mecha before arriving at Mingchang and Minzhao. In addition, we can also start preliminary fusion experiments on the third-order cells of Liu Yi and others. After saying that, Lin Feng stood up and left. After nodding slightly, Long looked at the man's receding back, her eyes slightly narrowed, and a barely perceptible golden light flashed in her gaze. Activating the flight mode of the golden armor, Lin Feng flew to the fleet's flagship, the Golden Battleship. At this time, 3 hours had passed since the army set out. The fleet traveled 200 kilometers all the way south and was less than 50 kilometers away from its final destination, Wencheng. Shenji and Liu Yi's troops set out yesterday and are estimated to have already killed the Queen Mother of Wencheng. We just need to wait until we finish the rest of our journey and meet up in Wencheng, the southernmost city of Zhejiang province, and then march to Minzhao. Lin Feng stood on the command tower of the Golden Battleship, overlooking a desolate and dilapidated small county town that he was passing by more than 10 kilometers away. There used to be hundreds of thousands of human residents here, who lived and worked in peace and contentment, but under the Zerg's iron-feathered sweep, it has become a ruin of broken walls and ruins. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng sighed and then fell into deep thought. The great expedition to the south was only a preliminary and limited effort to clear the Zerg invasion crisis. Except for Hunan, Hubei, Ganzhou and Huzhou, all other areas had become wastelands due to the fighting. It would take decades or even hundreds of years to rebuild new cities and restore their former prosperity. This long period of reconstruction and recovery may not be completed in a period short of time. It can only be launched after the human-insect war is over and the Zerg are completely expelled from the blue planet. Before that, all the manpower of the survivors and the material resources of the base city must be supplied to the savior army to clear the Zerg and kill the queen. By that time, these ruins before us will probably lose their meaning of reconstruction and will only become relics and scars of a war that affected the entire world and all mankind. It has become a distant memory in the eyes of the older generation. There should still be a lot of low-level red beetles in these small towns. I'll leave them to the pioneers behind to come here and kill the insects and upgrade. It can be considered as preserving some traces and memories of human struggle. Otherwise, 100 years from now, the new generation of humans will probably forget this cruel history and memory. Lin Feng spoke in a low voice, quite emotional as the fleet continued to move forward, ignoring the ownerless insects in the area it passed through. It soon arrived at its destination at this time, outside the northern district of Wencheng. Shenji and Liuyu were already standing outside the city with their team to welcome them after most of the Salvation Army arrived. They entered a ruined urban area at this moment. The air here was still filled with a thick smell of gunpowder and blood mixed with the salty and humid water vapor blowing in from the coast. There is an indescribable feeling of desolation and vicissitudes. When the team stopped, the 6 dreadnoughts under Shenji and Liuyu returned to the team, and the complete Golden Fleet was finally gathered at this moment. After Lin Feng got off the warship, he immediately asked about the whereabouts of Queen Mother Wencheng. However, Shenji and Liuyu looked at each other in bewilderment in the end. Liuyu gritted his teeth and stepped forward to report. Here was in chaos. The low-level Zerg and the second-level Zerg were all defeated and wandered aimlessly in and out of the city. Even after our initial probing, they showed no intention of counterattacking, just scatter like birds and beasts and escape into the underground insect nest. I was worried about a fraud, so I only sent 4 or 5 second-level teams to check underground at the same time. The team's new third-level awakener, Wu Chenhao, has not yet completed his awakening, so it delayed a day. After waiting for a while, Captain Shenji also came up with his Gene Regiment together with a newly promoted third-level strongman in the Gene Regiment. The 4 of us decided to go underground to explore together. In the end, we searched the entire insect nest, not missing any tunnels or caves, but in the end we still couldn't find the Queen Mother of Wencheng. After Liuyu finished speaking, he looked at Shenji beside him. Shenji frowned slightly and said, "When I first explored outside, I thought that the Queen Mother of the Zerg in Wencheng was the same as that in Huacheng. She took advantage of the fact that the Queen Mother in Hangzhou was stuck in the quagmire of war to start her own promotion to the middle stage of the third stage. That's why the Zerg outside seemed so idle, disorderly and aimless. But it wasn't until I got deeper into it that I realized something was wrong. After I entered the assimilation form, I couldn't sense the Queen Mother's aura and spiritual power. The Queen Mother of Wencheng probably left her hive 1 or 2 days ago after the Battle of Hangzhou broke out. She didn't even take many of her Zerg with her and ran away." As he spoke, Shenji took a deep breath, obviously still feeling aggrieved about this moment. After all, he arrived in Wencheng earlier than Liuyu and other ordinary second-level battle groups. Obey Lin Feng's order and come to reap the life of Queen Mother Wencheng. Unfortunately, he arrived a day earlier, and the result of the investigation was still the same. Lin Feng's expression froze. There are no wormhole tunnels dug underground? Have you explored the nearby surface? And the bordering Minshao area? Shenji took a deep breath. This was why he came here in advance and then hurried back to Huacheng to lead a dreadnought fleet under his command to Wencheng. They've all been searched. The entire hive was dug, even the red beetles were not spared, but apart from the collapsed tunnel leading to the seabed, there were no signs of digging anywhere else. The entire insect nest is also intact. As for the surface, including the area within 100 kilometers of Wencheng, and even half of Minshao, we searched it carefully several times. I even sent out all the Gene regiments to fly in the sky in a simulated form to scout the surroundings, but still found nothing. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Wencheng, which had been cleared by Liuyu and others. Insects caught were transported to the seaside port in piles, loaded into containers, and then loaded into medium-sized transport ships using gantry cranes and transported back to Haicheng and Jincheng thousands of miles away. Now that all possibilities have been ruled out, there is only one possibility left. The Queen Mother of Wencheng directly abandoned the Zerg and tens of thousands of Zerg swarms under her command, and fled into the sea alone. She then used the buoyancy of the seawater to quickly move away from Wencheng. At this time, Long Yi walked out of the docked research ship and rushed to the temporary combat command shed. He could hear the questions and answers of the crowd from afar. So when Lin Feng came to his conclusion, Long Yi, who had just stepped into the command center, spoke. "That's right. The most likely place for Queen Mother Wencheng to go is the sea. Follow the coastline, with the help of ocean currents, drift across the ocean and go ashore in other places." Lin Feng was a little puzzled. "Didn't you say that even if the Zerg Queen died, she would never leave her land nest and flee to the sea?" Long Yi shrugged and continued. "That's right, but that was in the past, when the Zerg Queen hadn't yet given birth to late-stage third-order existence. Because of this, The Queen Mother who escaped into the sea could not escape the fate of death no matter where she went. After all, the early Queen Mother of the same level, with the support of her Zerg, could easily kill the outsiders, and the middle Queen Mother would regard them as a thorn in her side. As for the mid-stage Queen Mother landing on the shore, she would also be unable to defeat the early-stage Queen Mother, because since the Zerg landed and launched the invasion, all the land within 100 kilometers along the coast has been turned into scorched earth. Where's there any chance for the third-stage mid-stage Queen to make a comeback? But now the late Queen Mother is born. It cannot tolerate the existence of the mid-stage Queen Mother, but it welcomes the loyalty of the early Queen Mother to help it manage the remote areas in its territory. It only needs to hand over resources regularly according to the abundance of resources, and now, in the southernmost part of the Federation, in Gizhou and Dianzhou, a late-stage Queen Mother was born. It is 4,000 miles away from here. If we travel by land, I am afraid it will take forever. But if we swim along this ocean, with the help of ocean currents, the Queen Mother can reach a speed of 50 kilometers per hour. In less than 2 days, Queen Mother Wencheng will be able to cross the ocean and easily reach Gizhou. If it decisively chose to escape after the Battle of Hangzhou, it would have reached Gizhou by now. It's not Captain Xian's fault. Captain Liu and his men couldn't find any trace of the Queen Mother of Wencheng. Lin Feng nodded. It seemed that he had missed this point. He had to pay more attention next time and arrange for third-level subordinates to stop the Queen Mothers of various states from escaping into the ocean in advance. Fortunately, the next battle of Minzhou. 5 middle-stage queens gathered together in the central area of Minzhou, under Mingcheng. Just like the Queen Mother of Heicheng, there is no possibility of escape. We can only fight to the death with his savior army. Lin Feng took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it. Order the entire army to reorganize and rest for a day. Tomorrow morning, send troops to Minzhou. Shen Ji and Liu Yu breathed a sigh of relief, and after retreating, they went to reorganize their subordinates' battle groups. Lin Feng then looked at the woman in front of him. Can the transformation and enhancement of the colonial armor be completed before tomorrow? The Scorpion slightly. There are still 20 hours left. There's still enough time. Chapter 316, Level 4 Cosmic Power, Tides and the Moon. In terms of difficulty, the Battle of Mingcheng is likely to be the most difficult battle for before challenging the late Third Order Queen Mother. Although they had come to the north to provide assistance and guard Yangtze, they had faced many attacks from the Mother Queen Alliance, especially in the last battle, when the Multi-Emperor Alliance, composed of 9 Mother Queens, came to besiege Yangtze. Among them are the Queen Mother of the South and the Queen Mother of the East, 2 extremely powerful beings who have reached the perfection of the middle stage. That time, both the number of Queen Mothers and their overall strength, as well as the Zerg army under their command, were far stronger than this time. But Lin Feng was on the defensive at the time, and he could use nuclear bombs to deter the Zerg's advance, wait for them to tire themselves out, and defeat them one by one. This time, Mingcheng's 5 mid-stage queens have armed Mingcheng to the teeth, and their defenses are far stronger than those of Yangtze. In addition, the area of Minzhou, except for the coastal areas, is almost entirely hilly and mountainous, with rugged and mountainous terrain, and the central part is extremely steep. Lin Feng and his men are the savior army. As the attacking party, they are naturally 3 points weaker. If their strength is equal to that of the Zerg defenders in Mingcheng, they will only end up being seriously damaged by the depletion of their vitality. Therefore, it must be stronger than the 5 mid-stage queens, much stronger. Only in this way can we achieve final victory as quickly as possible while minimizing casualties. The enhanced transformation of the colonial mecha is only the trump card to kill the mid-stage queen. In addition, the other third-level strongmen under his command must also be reasonably arranged. In the temporary command center late at night, Lin Feng looked at his third-level subordinates. A chapter leader among the genetic warriors also successfully advanced to the 3rd stage under the leadership and help of Shen Ji. His name is Zhang Yong. He possesses the fearless spirit of the spinal insect race and can lead the genetic regiment into battle. In addition, the captain of the regiment assisting Liu Yu also advanced to the 3rd level in the Battle of Taichang. His name is Wang Lei. Together with Zhou Di, they became the biggest winners in the recovery of Zhejiang province, and they were also a new batch of 3rd-level powerhouses in the Salvation Army. Together with Shen Ji, Liu Yuqi, Liu Yu and Shen Yanayan, they are the top fighting force in the Salvation Army. In this Battle of Mingcheng, Lin Feng needs someone to assist him in breaking through the 5 Emperors alliance. The first choice is Shen Ji, whose killing intent is the strongest among these people. The second is Liu Yuqi, whose shattered state of mind can cut off everything, so even Lin Feng has to give him some space. In addition, Ling Ai, driving the Queen Mother, also has perfect midterm combat capability and can easily suppress one of the 5 Emperors' alliance. These 3 people were arranged by Lin Feng. Among the other 5 people, Chen Yanyan needs to sit in the Golden Battleship and command the front battlefield of this war, controlling the entire Golden Fleet to suppress and annihilate the insect army. Liu Yi and Wang Lei continue to lead the second-level battle group, charging into the Zerg tide, carving out a bloody path, breaking the Zerg defensive formation, and paving the way for a group of late-stage second-level warriors who were deep inside the Zerg nest. The task of fighting deep into the Zerg nest was given to Zhang Yong and his genetic regiment. A total of more than 70 people, most of them have advanced to the peak of the second stage, and the remaining 30 have also entered the late stage of the second stage. Lin Feng arranged for him to attack the second-level Pulse Scorpion formation, striving to destroy the Zerg's long-range firepower before the battle began. After arranging the third-level personnel in place, Lin Feng let them discuss the specific combat process on their own. He went to the scientific research ship to check the transformation and strengthening of the colonization suit. At this time, Long Ai was borrowing the power energy of the warship to speed up the process. At the same time, he also applied to Chen Yanyan for a batch of second-order insect eggs as the nutrient medium for cultivating electric-driven cells. Seeing Lin Feng approaching, Long Yi said, "It's done. It's 60% complete. Now we are strengthening the bones. If you have time, you can forge some matching gold bone materials to replace the ordinary third-level bones in the limbs." Lin Feng nodded. The only bones of the torso and brain part of the colonial mecha were made of gold-quality queen plate bones. Especially the cabin cover that almost protected the driver inside the flesh and blood was a complete 20-centimeter thick plate bone, able to withstand the impact of a nuclear bomb. As for the limbs, Lin Feng has not yet completely turned them into plate bones. In addition to the materials being used on the Golden Fleet, the external armor of the colonial mecha has been mainly added with golden plate bones. Even the late-stage Queen Mother cannot shake it in the slightest. Therefore, the upgrade and replacement of the limbs will be postponed. Nowadays, if we want to use electric cells to strengthen tissues, the first thing to solve is the problem of the bones. It is like building a house. As long as the internal keel is strong, it can stand firm. The enhancement of the explosive power of flesh and blood also requires bones of corresponding strength to support the explosive pressure brought about by the electric-driven cell transformation dreadnoughts we built or used. The rest is enough for the colonization mecha and the Mother Queen. The Scorpion nodded slightly. Then please. Half an hour later, Lin Feng returned from the Golden Battleship, carrying a 5 cubic meter plate bone weighing 70 tons, and returned to the scientific research ship. This is the plate bone that protects the brain of the Queen Mother of Hangzhou. Its level is 36, which is the perfect level in the middle stage of the third order. It is extremely hard and can withstand the exertion of power in the later stage. Then, according to Long Yi's request, the limb skeletons of the colonial mecha were made for replacement. After completing this step, Long Yi also began to transform and strengthen the back of the colonial mecha. Since there are electric-driven cells, the colonization armor can use electricity to generate magnetism and act as a separate magnet to achieve one of the basic abilities of fourth-order cosmic life, to fight gravity, the force of gravity within the planet. To achieve this leap in speed, it's a bit like your human maglev train. But here we use the entire magnetic field of the blue planet to offset its gravity. Without the constraints of gravity, it's just like in the universe. You only need to reduce friction, and you can easily reach the speed that can get rid of the constraints of the planet's gravity. This is what you humans define as the first cosmic speed, about 7.9 kilometers per second, which translates to more than 23 times the speed of sound, or Mach 23. At this speed, even if the third stage queen is hit by a colonial mecha, she will be seriously injured or even die on the spot. But the colonial mecha is only 30% fused, and cannot withstand the impact at this speed. After all, it's still a body of flesh and blood. The impact will cause the biological suit to disintegrate on the spot. So I suggest you keep your speed below 30%, which is within 7 times the speed of sound. I remember your strategy in the last battle at Yangsha Mountain to deal with the Queen Mother in the south was also to dive and accelerate, right? Lin Feng nodded, still immersed in the powerful attribute capabilities of the fourth order universe stage described to him by Long Yi. I remember the top speed was only Mach 4 or 5. The colonial metra was used as a cannonball and directly penetrated the exoskeleton of the Queen Mother's head, and then the strangulation was completed. Long Yihund. The current speed of Mach 7 is 2.4 km per second, which is enough. Moreover, this is far from your limit as long as you compress the electromagnetic energy and offset the gravity. The metric can easily break through Mach 20. Lin Feng took a deep breath and only now truly felt the terrifying power of a fourth-level existence compared to the third level of chemical energy, which is still carbon-based life, the cosmic life that masters new energy and uses new rules. It itself is equivalent to the collection of all advanced technologies. Think of them as hypersonic missiles, with the destructive power of a nuclear bomb, the power to directly transform the surface of a planet, and the power of genetic radiation to reshape life. The fourth-order life form is the crystallization of the evolution of the race. As long as it survives, the race's civilization will not perish. Now with this kind of power, Lin Feng only needs to steal a little to have the confidence to face the late third level. It is not difficult to imagine that when the colonial mecha is promoted to the late third stage and reaches 60% fusion degree, it can burst out 15 times the speed of sound and more than 1,000 tons of power. Any random blow can have an explosive destructive power comparable to nearly 10,000 tons of TNT. And killing the third stage late queen of the same level is a piece of cake. But at that time, Lin Feng's real enemy was no longer the Zerg Queen, but a group of third-level king-spined insects, forming an army under the command and cooperation of the Queen Mother. There is also the crazy body of the fourth-level Spine King, from the end of the Earth's core. Thinking of this, the brief joy on Lin Feng's face was quickly replaced by heaviness, and he nodded. That's it for now. After the Battle of Minchang is over and Min Sao is recovered, we will put the human electric cell transplantation plan into action. In the second half of the night, Lin Feng came to the beach and looked at the full moon in the sky, which was reflected on the sea surface and danced back and forth with the ripples blown by the sea breeze. Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon. Let's hold a celebration dinner after the Battle of Minchang is over, shall we? Chen Yannian came from behind and spoke slowly. Lin Feng nodded and suddenly said, "Do you feel that the moon is getting closer to us?" Although Lin Feng knew nothing about these, he had learned some little knowledge that the moon was moving away from the blue star under the influence of his mother, He Yuan, since he was a child. Due to the effect of tidal forces, which is the gravitational force between celestial bodies, the moon is moving away from its host blue star at 3.8 centimeters per year. The consequence of this is that the gravitational force between the two celestial bodies will weaken, the tides will also be weakened, and the Earth's rotation will also slow down. At that time, there will no longer be 24 hours in a day, the change of seasons will disappear, and there will be long days and eternal nights in the eastern and western hemispheres. The scope of life activities will be compressed here, the boundary between light and darkness and early speed morning and dusk. Lin Feng once laughed it off. After all, 3.8 centimeters per year, even in 100 years, would only be 380 centimeters, less than 4 meters even if it's 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years later. It's only about 400 meters compared with the distance to Blue Moon today. It is negligible even if the time span is extended to 1 million years. The escape length of less than kilometers only accounts 4% of the kilometer Blue Moon distance. It takes 1 million years to move away by percent. So it does not affect human development at all. But now, with this perfect strength at the middle stage of the third order and a spiritual power close to 7,000, Lin Feng is keenly aware of the changes on the moon. Although I don't have much knowledge in this area, but its observation ability is comparable to that of an astronomical telescope. You can see subtle changes and differences. When Chen Yannian heard Lin Feng's question, she also looked up and observed the question he was asking. After a moment, she nodded. It does seem to be getting closer. What's the problem? Lin Feng frowned slightly. There must be a demon in the abnormal situation. It is impossible for the moon to overcome the effects of tidal gravity and change its previous escape inertia for no reason. To change this trend, it is necessary to provide counter-thrust force, which is difficult even for a fourth-order life form. If the moon continues to move closer to the Earth, increasing its gravitational pull, the tides will become stronger, from small waves on the coast to tsunamis that engulf coastal plains. Lin Feng remembered a science fiction movie that described a planet like this, where the tides converge directly into a tsunami thousands of meters high. And it's once a day. In such an environment, no life can continue. Even if it survives tenaciously, it is difficult to give birth to advanced civilization in this extremely unstable environment. By the time it creates a strong enough impact, Humans will probably have already developed intercosmic civilization, or have moved away from the blue planet, or even to other places in the Milky Way. The Mid-Autumn Festival you just mentioned will be held on the night of the day after tomorrow after we have dealt with the Queen Mother of Ming City and the Zerg of the entire Minzhou. We will hold a feast. At that time, a group of team members with families or injured will return to Jincheng to rotate with a reserve team stationed there. Lin Feng collected his thoughts and made a decision. Chen Yannian nodded and said with a little worry, "Can you take Mingcheng in one day? All the Queen Mothers and most of the Zerg in Minzhou gather there. There are 5 mid-level third-order Queen Mothers. Except for you, the other third-order members may not even have the strength to fight. There is a danger of being defeated and perished." Lin Feng shrugged, turned around and smiled. "Don't worry, I have arranged for Longai to take care of this matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been running there all these days." Chen Yannian frowned slightly. "Is this the fourth-order cell transplantation plan that you have been preparing in Jincheng? What if there are no dangers? For example, uncontrollable factors? After all, people like the gene caller, who transplanted the cell genes of tiger spiny worms, would become half-human, half-worm monsters. I'm worried that there will be other problems if I transplant fourth-order cells. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Extra power beyond one's level must come at a price. We just haven't noticed it yet, and the person who led this plan from beginning to end was Ling Yi alone. I'm worried that she will set a trap in this and leave it as a backup to harm humans. We still have to take precautions early, or you will completely control her first." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and shook his head. "Don't worry, at least before the 4th stage, our interests are still the same, especially now that her main body has fallen so far behind. She should rely on the power of the Savior Army to accumulate resources for the later stage of advancement. Besides, I will be promoted before her. As for the matter you are considering, forget it. Lingai is the incarnation of the Queen Mother, and the Queen Mother of the Zerg, in a sense, is actually the incarnation of the Zerg God. If we get too close, we will be completely exposed to the gaze of the insect godmother. That's not a good idea." This chapter slightly spoils the background of the new book. Chapter 317, Strengthening completed, Level 4 status. Lin Feng's words shocked Chen Yannian. However, she soon figured out the causes and consequences. After entering the 3rd stage, especially after learning about the arrival of the divine domain summoned by the Zerg Queen, she also had a rough judgment on the strength and level divisions on the path of evolution. Below the 4th level, there are all primitive civilizations on the planet. Only when a 4th level existence is born can it be called a true cosmic civilization and gain a place for racial survival in the cold universe. After crossing the 4th, 5th, and 6th stages, which are like the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd evolutionary stages on a planet, one can move towards a qualitative change. Become the true ultimate life form. The legendary realm of the gods. Yannian couldn't help but worry. If that's the case, then she is the insect god, a backup intentionally planted among humans. Lin Feng shrugged, not caring. Looking at Chen Yannian, who looked worried, he said calmly, "Don't worry. Even the gods and demons have their own destiny that they cannot escape. He arranged for Long Yu to be close to me, just to find a chance to break free from the shackles through the fate of mankind. Now the Zerg are nothing but empty shells, slaves to war, nothing to fear." As he spoke, Lin Feng slowly squatted down, scooped up a nest of bright loons from the waves on the coast, along with fine sand, and sprinkled it under the moonlight. All disputes on the blue planet are coming to an end in our future. In the sea of stars like sands in the universe, the Zerg is just a stepping stone on the road ahead. After expressing his feelings, Lin Feng turned and left Chen Yannian looked at his back. Thoughtfully, Lin Feng's words just now were full of deep meaning. As if there was something hanging over the Zerg, controlling this race like a puppet. A being that can manipulate the gods. Nature cannot be described in words. And Lin Feng's last words seemed as if he had seen the future of mankind. Chen Yannian had a feeling that the man in front of her was becoming less and less human. First ray of morning sunlight slowly rose from the sea level. In Wencheng, the entire army is ready to go. Following the lead flagship, a long whistle sounded. The Golden Fleet started moving slowly and headed towards Ming City of Minzhou in the southwest. At this moment the attacking formation has been arranged. Zhang Yuang led the 2nd-level Jin regiment on a dreadnought and was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. In addition to being responsible for directly attacking the Zerg nest, they also serve as the vanguard of the fleet, mainly responsible for exploring the Zerg's air force. The alliance of 5 mid-stage 3rd-stage queens hatched no less than 500 2nd-stage wind-winged insects. which were used as aerial bombs in conjunction with small self-explosive insects. A bombing can cause considerable damage. The super fleet led by the dreadnought battleships once suffered a great loss in watch, and now that the genetic warriors have devoured the membranous wings of the wind-wing insects, they can possess the power to fly. Combined with the armor-piercing cannons and electromagnetic cannons in their hands, they are able to set up a tight air defense zone with a diameter of 100 kilometers. Next came the dozens of second-level battle groups commanded by Liu Yi and Wang Lei, including the newly promoted second-level awakeners after the Battle of Zhejiang Province, who were also incorporated into them at this moment to expand the strength and number of the battle groups. As a sharp weapon in the savior army that can break through the defense, Zhou Di was placed last. It has been absorbing the ion plasma from the electromagnetic cannon. Wait until the Battle of Mincheng breaks out, and then he can play a powerful role in breaking the deadlock with lightning speed. Finally, there are Shenji and Liu Yuqi, who are participating in the mission of beheading the Queen Mother. They were in the command tower of the Golden Battleship, quietly waiting for Lin Feng and Long Yi to lead them into the deepest part of the underground insect nest, the Mother Nest. At this moment, Lin Feng was in the last row of the fleet, on one of the two scientific research ships. Inside the cabin filled with hatching meat nests, the colonization mecha has entered the final debugging stage. Lin Feng could clearly feel that the colonial mecha, which was closely connected to his spirit, was suffering from severe pain. The integration and control of fourth-order electric drive cells is not so easy to accomplish. Even if there is no rejection reaction between the two parties at the genetic level, the newly generated electric-driven cells will instinctively continue to devour the ordinary third-order cells inside the body. You may have some phantom pain. The mecha is like separated body tissue to you. You can think of it as an extension of your broken limbs. When it feels pain, your brain nerves will also send out similar information media, making you mistakenly believe that you are the one who is injured. A sound came from the shadows nearby. As she appeared, Lin Feng saw that the other party was holding the ion laser cannon that was unloaded from the colonial mecha. This seems to require you to control it yourself. Lin Feng nodded. The level 31 ion laser cannon was now 2.5 meters long, taller than a person, and fit perfectly on the left arm of the colonial mecha. After switching the ion laser cannon back to the level 29 electromagnetic cannon, Lin Feng looked at the unlimited number of magnetic storm bombs and said, "Does the energy for electrically driven cells come from this?" The scorpion slightly. "That's right. Carrying extra plasma energy not only puts you at risk of being attacked, but it's also difficult to replenish. But don't worry about the endurance. After all, the current strength of the colonial mecha is not enough to be activated for a long time. The electric cells in the body can only last for about half an hour at most. The maximum consumption during this period will not exceed 50 magnetic storm bombs." After saying that, Long Yi asked Lin Feng to transform the colonial mecha according to his command and control. Because it is deeply bound to Lin Feng, even Ling Yi cannot perform internal transformation. He can only start from the surface and gradually replace the original flesh and blood cells according to the command of Long Yi. The energy supply system of the colonization mecha was rearranged to form a new parallel power transmission system. First, there must be an adaptation process before putting it into actual combat. After all, this is a human being experiencing the fourth level of physical strength for the first time. Lin Feng nodded, put away his golden armor with a little excitement, controlled the colonial mecha, and opened the chest-facing hatch. The appearance inside has changed greatly at this time. It is no longer the cabin full of cellular mucus. It needs to be connected to each other through flesh and blood upgrades to provide a real sensory experience of the colonial mecha with electrical components, and the tiny terminal electric drive cells will be directly connected to Lin Feng's nerves throughout his body. The transmission adaptation rate between the two parties at this moment will reach the point where there will be no delay. As Lin Feng entered the hatch slowly closed system, Lin Feng no longer hesitated and directly controlled the colonization mecha to remove the detection and transportation meat tubes inserted all over his body. The top of the cabin above his head also slowly opened under Lin Feng's control, revealing a 5 meter by 5 meter skylight. Lin Feng controlled the colonization mecha, absorbed the energy from the electromagnetic cannon on his left arm, and activated the electric drive cells throughout his body. The next moment, a powerful magnetic field was released from the cells, repelling the south magnetic pole S in the northern hemisphere of the blue star, providing the body with a huge repulsive force. As the cells run faster and the magnetic field becomes stronger, this repulsive force eventually becomes infinitely close to the gravity of the blue planet. At this time, Lin Feng controlled the colonization armor and waved the 6-winged membrane wings behind him. With just a slight wave, The colonial mecha, which was made of golden plates and weighed nearly 100 tons, soared into the sky in an instant in the past. With a weight of 100 tons, even with 6 pairs of level 29 wing membrane wings, it would have been difficult to take off, and the maximum speed would hardly exceed the speed of sound. Now all the root bones have been replaced with golden plate bones, and even the Queen Mother only has a layer to protect the core of the brain. Even the high-level Zerg in the late third stage do not have such luxurious conditions. As the colonial mecha leaped up into the air, Lin Feng finally experienced for himself the power of cosmic life. It is no exaggeration to say that for a primitive civilization like humans on this planet, the fourth-level cosmic life can completely exterminate humans in less than a day. If it were not for the need to absorb human genetic resources and complete the selection of a fourth-level insect king, the Zerg could just send a fourth-level being to destroy the surface of the blue planet. Even an auxiliary fourth-level realm king can easily create a hurricane of more than 10 levels and a tsunami of hundreds of meters above the surface by accelerating to dozens of Mach, and now, Lin Feng has only just begun to touch upon this level of power, but he already possesses the ability to fly into the sky and escape underground. He can easily cross the globe and return to the starting point within 5 hours. Or within 1 minute, you can fly to space 150 miles away and visit the deep space of the universe. After feeling the relaxation of the low-gravity state, Lin Feng followed the system's prompt and began to calculate the maximum speed of the modified colonial mecha. So he lifted the 30% energy supply limit and went straight to full throttle. After flying to an altitude of 50 kilometers, it began to accelerate towards the east of its location. At this time, the 6-winged membranous wing has reached the maximum frequency. After the electric drive cells replaced the previous third-order cells, each individual cell is an independently operated electric pump motor. As the input of electrical energy increases, the contraction frequency and strength it emits are several times higher than before. On a macro level, the flapping of the 6-winged membrane wings, with the help of the influence of low gravity, can ignore the influence of gravity and thus do not need to rely on the buoyancy provided by airflow. Its speed soared from Mach 4 or 5 to Mach 15 or 16, and as Lin Feng went at full speed, it continued to climb. 1.5 minutes later, the blue planet under Lin Feng's feet changed from a dark land to blue sea, and an island more than 10 kilometers in size appeared again. The colonial mecha has soared to its maximum speed of Mach 24. At this moment, Lin Feng only needs to adjust the angle slightly to fly away from the blue planet within 1 minute, break free from the gravitational pull of the mother planet, and head into the deep space of the universe. Landing on the moon or even Mars is no problem. After collecting the required data, Lin Feng slightly raised the angle of the colonial mecha and flew diagonally upward towards outer space outside the atmosphere. After more than 2 minutes, he successfully arrived at a place more than 100 kilometers above the surface. The air here is already very thin, and the vibration and flapping of the 6-winged membranous wings cannot provide sufficient forward momentum like on the surface. Lin Feng then changed the shape of his 6-winged membrane wings, transforming the original flapping vibrations and use of the reverse thrust of the airflow as power into regional regulation of the magnetic field. The surface of 6 pairs of membranous wings as thin as cicada wings is covered with fine electric current lines as the only external tissue that the insect can control. It embodies the accumulated technology of the Zerg over hundreds of millions of years according to Ling Yi. After leaving the atmosphere, the most economical way to provide power for continued ascent is to continue to use the planet's magnetic field. At this time, after there is no rising resistance friction, you only need to turn the colonization armor into a hole, and use the unfolded 6 pairs of membrane wings as magnetic field transmitters to regulate the magnetic field's strength in different areas of the body to form magnetic acceleration. Just like an electromagnetic gun, it speeds up through several electric current pulses, continuously providing acceleration, and eventually breaking through the limit that the body can withstand. When Lin Feng started the experiment, the speed quickly soared from the original Mach 20 to Mach 30. That's equivalent to a terrifying speed of 10 kilometers per second. During this period, Lin Feng also discovered that the core control center of the colonial mecha could no longer dispatch and read the sensory organs on the surface of the body. The only signal transmitted through Lin Feng's brain nerves was the passing scenery behind him. The speed is too fast, so fast that the colonial mecha can't control it. The sensory organs can no longer keep up with the rapid changes in the surrounding environment and cannot capture effective information, so Lin Feng quickly braked the car and finally stopped at an altitude of 180 kilometers, and now, he looks ahead, You can clearly see the boundless dark universe, the scorching sun in the distance, and the blurry moon reflecting in the sunlight because it was a full moon. The moon was facing the hemisphere where Lin Feng was located during this period, so it was particularly conspicuous. In addition, Lin Feng also saw a black dot floating not far away, only 2,000 kilometers away from him. As he watched, the black spot became bigger and bigger, until it was about the thickness of a finger. Lin Feng then saw through the eyeball of the colonization mecha that the attacking object was none other than King Kai, one of the fourth order Zerg floating in outer space. That thing was obviously coming towards him. Lin Feng was shocked immediately. At the moment, he didn't have the strength to compete with a fourth level realm king. So he quickly turned around and dived towards the representative. At the same time, turn off the electromagnetic drive of the 6-wing membrane wings. It is this thing that disrupts the magnetic field operation of the blue planet's atmosphere and can easily attract King Kai's attention. On the contrary, the vibration and changes of the fluttering airflow have no attraction to it. It is no wonder that the dinosaur clan's warships were directly targeted and swallowed up by it. Descend rapidly to the stratosphere at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Seeing that the King of Realm in the distance above his head did not chase him, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and released his limit-breaking state. At the same time, he could not help but start thinking about future trade and cooperation with the Dragon Clan inside. But now, let's take a look at the specific attribute data improvements of the upgraded Colonial Armor, Colonial Mecha LV34 out of 39, Gold Quality New Additional Attribute, Cosmic Power. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318, The Power of the Universe, Battle of Mingcheng. Colonial Mecha LV34 out of 39, Gold Quality Upgrade Points 0/6, Horsepower 4.9k, pH 4k, SP 4.9k. Additional attributes, Synchronization Stacking, Self-Absorption, Mass Energy Shield, Guard Mode. Note, the minimum level requirement for the driver is the early stage of the third stage, LV30 and above. New additional attribute, Cosmic Power. Power of the Universe, activate the fourth order electric drive cells in the colony, enter the fourth order state, and last for half an hour. Basic physical attributes, additionally increased by 30%. Level 4.9 basic attributes, HP 5.2k, pH 4.9k, SP, K. The fourth stage can be improved to 60%, 90%, and the physical attributes will increase accordingly. The 60% stage lasts for 3 minutes, and the 90% stage lasts for 30 seconds. Note, the fourth stage's physical attributes increase, ignoring the third stage's attribute cap. Note, exceeding the current upper limit of the tolerable time will cause irreversible permanent damage to the body. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the fourth level state brought about by the newly added Cosmic Power attribute. After the enhancement, the duration of half an hour was enough for him to kill several mid-stage third order Queen Mothers. Lin Feng then looked at his personal attributes. Lin Feng, LV 3639, Horsepower 6k, pH 6k, SP 6.9k. Equipment, Ion Laser Cannon LV 31/39, Hunter King Chainsword LV 32/39, Biological Reproduction Equipment LV 34/39, Golden Battleship LV 32/39. Skills, Identify, Upgrade, Copy, Telepathy, Genetic Radiation, Devouring Berserk, Unyielding Source, Fearless Call, Level 3 Upgrade. Energy Reserve Times. After the Colonial Armor activates the power of the universe and enters the fourth stage with a 30% increase in physical fitness, the attributes of the driver Lin Feng are superimposed synchronously, and you can get Health 9.9k, Physical 11k, Spirit 9.9 W. Note, the physical attribute has successfully broken through the limit, and some of the physical combat power of a fourth level life form has been obtained. Because after the basic attributes of both sides were superimposed, it had reached the perfection of the late third stage and was infinitely close to the fourth stage. And with the help of the power of the universe, the additional attributes of the Colonial Mecha were amplified, which made it and Lin Feng form a whole with a strength that exceeded the third stage but was slightly lower than the fourth stage. According to Long Yi's previous assessment, The overall combat capability is probably between the peak of level 3 and pseudo-level 4. Dealing with an ordinary Queen Mother who has just entered the late 3rd stage is naturally no problem time. The 5 Emperors Alliance of Minzhou consists of 5 queens who are in the middle stage of the 3rd stage, and they can be used as touchstones for the modified colonial mechas. Let's see how strong the 4th order cosmic force brought by the electric-driven cells is. During the process of returning to the surface fleet, Lin Feng suppressed his inner joy. He knew very well that the speed of Mach 30 and a % increase were far from his limit. The highest increase of 90% is equivalent to the extreme state of full firepower. A basic physical attribute can directly obtain an additional increase of. The physical attribute reaches 14,000. Of course, since the cosmic power attribute of the colonial mecha is so abnormal, Lin Feng's subsequent upgrade plan must all be based on it. Upgrading the colonial mecha to the late 3rd stage, or even the perfect 39th level of the late 3rd stage, will give it a physical attribute of over 9,000. In this way, the highest physical attribute of activating the power of the universe can approach a terrifying 20,000. By then, there will be no one on the planet who can rival Lin Feng. Even a peak 3rd order Zerg Queen or King Zerg would be ruthlessly harvested by Lin Feng, who was driving a colonial mecha. After calming down, Lin Feng stopped his diving figure and looked back in the distant sky. The giant beast's figure gradually merged into the azure atmosphere and disappeared. Perhaps a 4th level Realm King would be a good test subject before heading to the end of the Earth's core. Lin Feng murmured in a low voice. A full month and a half had passed since Lin Feng last met the other person at the beginning. He was just a young boy who had just entered the 3rd stage and was ignorant of the immensity of the world. Now he has grown into a being with a pseudo 4th level body. Things are different now. Lin Feng, who used to be frightened just by looking at something from afar, has now set his sights on the 4th level Realm King of the Zerg at that time. In addition to testing the strength of the colonization mecha and his own 4th level body, Lin Feng will also go and obtain the body of a 3rd level King Worm as material for further fusion and upgrading of the Golden Battleship. Although the King Realm Worm is not as large as the 4th level of their clan, the space inside its body cavity also contains space compression technology. This part of the attribute is related to the void. Regarding this point, Longai couldn't explain it clearly to Lin Feng. Even she only had a vague understanding of it. After all, the Zerg's strength is the study of life. We only know that the particle void beneath the real universe is the source of the birth of the universe. The Zerg, who master the power of the void, have the ability to cross wormholes. They can travel through space tunnels in a short time and go from one entrance or exit of the void to another. Although the King Realm Worm is not as good as the 4th level Realm King, the space compression inside its body can create an area without space, so that the external space can provide a lifting force to push it from a space with high material density to a space with low density. It's like a kind of buoyancy, but this buoyancy is not like that of a boat in water, which is clearly visible to the naked eye, but an invisible force similar to gravity. This allows the King Worm to gain buoyancy by changing the degree of space compression within its body. Although it has the same effect as electromagnetic suspension, but one is based on the electromagnetic force in the universe, and the other is based on the gravity that comes from the nature of the universe. Obviously the latter is more advanced and less labor-intensive even in the later stages of development. One will have the ability to travel through wormholes into the virtual world and eventually exceed the speed of light. Lin Feng vaguely remembered that from the materials left by his mother, He Yuan, in the laboratory of Lanchang University, he had seen her research on the space and levels of the universe, which mentioned superstring theory and how to create physical space with the void after closing the strings. These are things that Lin Feng can't understand, but Lin Feng is clear about one thing. String theory believes that the universe is composed of indivisible strings, which are based on the existence of all particles including photons. On a certain page of theoretical research, He Yuan left a comment, believing that the ultimate development direction of her supernatural power, the so-called particle control, is the control of strings. This is also the ultimate goal of the continuous evolution of all life in the universe. If you control this string, you will control everything in the universe, even parallel or multiverses in different timelines and spaces. These are all recorded by He Yuan before she ascended. Lin Feng knows that the essence of the universe is probably still several worlds away from him. What he needs to consider now is to use the compression space of the King Realm Worm to help the Golden Battleship grow into a spacecraft carrier that can fly into the sky and hide in the ground, or even a space battleship. In addition, the 4th level Realm King's ability to escape into the void is also the best way for humans to escape the constraints of the Blue Planet. If the agreement cannot be reached by then, we will have to settle for the next best thing and cooperate with the dinosaurs. Therefore, Another purpose of approaching the 4th level Realm King is to reconnect with the Dragon Clan. Although they return to the Blue Planet in order to take away their own race, the genetic evolution library of more than 60 million years, as a cosmic civilization, they must know how to travel through wormholes to interstellar routes. At the same time, they also have insights and experiences on how to deal with 4th-order life forms that humans cannot know. Lin Feng plans to rescue the Dragon Clan and reach a cooperation agreement with them before going to the inner world, which can also be regarded as an extra insurance for the Salvation Army of the Southern Empire. Since the dinosaurs came here to obtain the gene pool, there must be a large number of candidates in the late 3rd stage, or even the peak of the late stage, among their accompanying team. It's just like the global competition for the Zerg Queen. The collision and confrontation between the two forces is enough to give humanity a chance to breathe. The decision was made, and the figure of the colonial mecha arrived above the fleet a few seconds later. It weakened the strength of the magnetic field by regulating the electric current in its body, and slowly weakened it on the scientific research ship at the end of the fleet. Return to the ship's hold and deliver the colonization mecha to the biological mother nest controlled by Longai. After the link hose reads the data, the Lacewing nods slightly. Yes, all the data have met expectations, and some have even exceeded them. However, if you can avoid using the 3rd gear of 90% amplification, try to use it as little as possible. Although it won't cause much damage within a few tens of seconds, long-term use will overdraw the biological colonization suit's cell metabolism rate, thereby accelerating its aging. Lin Feng walked out of the cockpit with a frown on his face, feeling a tingling sensation all over his body. The strong electric current and the strong magnetic field inside the colony also had an impact on his body. Coupled with the rapid ups and downs of hypersonic speed and the acceleration of gravity that is more than 10 times, Lin Feng can now clearly feel the load brought by using the power of the universe and entering the 4th level state. After hearing what Long Yu said, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and quickly thought of a consequence. So in the 3rd stage, forcibly using the power of the 4th stage will also overdraw future life potential? Just like Kinhu and his team did back then, when the technology was not yet perfect, they forcibly merged the genes of the spinal worm cells, causing the lifespan of the gene warriors to be drastically reduced. Ling slightly and said, as a matter of course, even the most perfect fusion technology can cause a reduction in lifespan, or even mental insanity. Fortunately, the 4th-order electric-driven cells are derived from the gene sequence of humans, so the rejection reaction is not strong, and the mental impact is minimal. It means activating the 4th stage cells in advance. This is a huge burden for a body that is only at the 3rd stage. It depends on each person's strength level, physical condition, length of time used, and degree of activation. Each use will consume anywhere from a dozen to several dozen years of lifespan. Lin Feng's pupils shrank slightly, and he was a little bit unbelievable. It actually consumes so much? According to the lifespan of a 3rd-level life form of thousands of years, should it be possible to use it only 50 or 60 times at most? Lingai shrugged. It's quite a bit. This is the power of the 4th stage. Even though it's only a small part, the part that breaks the upper limit is several times more powerful than the small level you improve to the late elementary, middle and late stages. Moreover, the strength of human 3rd-level awakeners is not static. With the birth of the late-stage Queen Mother and the appearance of a large number of 3rd-level Zerg, they will soon be promoted to the middle or even late 3rd level. By then, lifespan will increase exponentially, until it reaches an upper limit of 10,000 years. By then, 300 or 400 opportunities to use it will be enough for them to complete the mission they are entrusted with. After saying this, Long Yi said meaningfully, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Everything has its price. It's just that some fruits take longer to come to fruition. Lin Feng sighed. Yesterday, Chen Yanyan was still worried that the 4th-order electric-driven cells would cause trouble. Now, the price of using them has bared its fangs. If I continue to use the 3rd level at 90%, won't my function decline quickly and I will age? Hearing Lin Feng's low voice, Long Yi smiled and said comfortingly, don't think too much. Your father is the son of God. As a descendant of God, not to mention other innate attributes, his lifespan alone is far superior to any other life. The reason why gods are, besides their boundless power, the most important thing is their eternal existence. Their existence is measured in billions of years, and they are immortal. As long as they continue to absorb energy, they can live forever and coexist with the universe. As a direct descendant of the Son of God, his lifespan could easily be tens of thousands or even millions of years. Even if you only have 1/3 of the divine blood flowing in your body, it is enough to rely on it to withstand the load of the fourth order power without any impact at all. As he spoke, his expression suddenly became serious. Oh, I forgot to remind you, when the Zerg Queen reaches the late third stage, she will be able to obtain the spiritual and physical strength of the pseudo-fourth stage through the divine domain at that time. She will burn her own vitality to fight for the only fourth stage throne, so naturally, this method can also be used to deal with the third-order beings of other races. After hearing the second half of Long Yi's words, the joy on Lin Feng's face disappeared in an instant. It seems that the Zerg Queen in her prime, as a descendant of the Zerg god, is also difficult to deal with. Now, the only way is to get ahead of them, master the complete fourth order power, and at the same time rely on the dinosaur clan and rescue his father Lin Yu from the end of the world deep in the terrain, to truly save mankind and reverse the final outcome of genocide and the extinction of civilization. I understand. This is the responsibility of our generation. I will explain the cost of using fourth order cells to Liu Yi and the others. Lin Feng looked solemn and continued, next, we will proceed as planned. After the Battle of Mingcheng, we will start the fourth order electric drive cell transplantation plan. We will strive to ensure that all the third-level warriors of the Salvation Army have the ability to take charge in the Battle of Yuzhou in a few days. After that, the fleet's highest commander, the captain of the Golden Warship, Chen Yan'an's voice was heard from the loudspeaker in the cabin of the research ship, will reach Mingcheng in 50 kilometers. What is now in front of we are the eastern side of Ming City, the outskirts of Sha County. Large swarms have been discovered, as well as hundreds of large surface wormholes. All troops slow down and prepare for battle. String theory is the concept of unifying microscopic quantum and the four fundamental forces, then consider whether to integrate it into the background setting. I recommend a Doomsday book, which travels between two worlds, with Zerg invading the original world and monsters from another world besieging the city. Chapter 319, War Breaks Out, Unexpected Tier 3 Zerg. Lin Feng asked. Now that the war is imminent, there is a risk of conflict and direct escalation at every moment. Lin Feng needs to lead his decapitation team into combat status and carry out infiltration missions. As the flagship captain finished his announcement, Long Yi opened his mouth and said, it will only take a few minutes. Mainly check that the functions and tissue structures of the colony are functioning normally. There is no need to worry, as a high-tech and sophisticated collection, biological colonization equipment is like a stealth fighter among humans. Before and after each mission, it must be carefully inspected and maintained to avoid any accidents during high-intensity combat. At this time, the entire Golden Fleet began to split up according to the arrangements of the Combat Command and Commander-in-Chief Chen Yan'an, and arrived at their respective posts in turn. As early as the Jinchang base, there were plans and preparations for the expedition to the south, and for attacking and retaking cities along the way. This includes research on the strength levels of the local Zerg, as well as offensive strategies based on terrain. After the Battle of Hangzhou ended, the command center, which received the news from Minzhou, immediately focused on Mingcheng and conducted detailed research on several nearby suburbs and county towns. This time, the entire Zerg race in Minzhou, including 5 third-stage mid-stage queens and the Zerg swarms under their command, totals as many as 1 million. Among them, there are as many as 400,000 or 500,000 combat guard soldier insects. Alone insects can cover the entire Ming city. The urban area simply cannot accommodate so many insect swarms, so they are naturally scattered in the 5 counties or suburbs surrounding Mingcheng. The suburbs of Sha County in the northeast are one of them. It is also the place with the largest number of troops and the most densely populated insect swarms, except for the city center of Ming City of thousands of mantis flies. A second-level swarm includes most tiger spine bugs and warrior hunter bugs. At this moment, there are less than 2,000 second-level awakeners in the Savior Army, and more than half of them are new members of the regiment who have just been promoted to the second level. The gap in the number of first-level warriors between the two sides is more than 10 times, and the comparison of the backbone forces of the second-level warriors is an exaggerated ratio of 5-1. There, the only advantage of the Salvation Army lies in the advanced weapons and equipment. But even so, it still takes a lot of time to attack the center of Ming City and tackle one tough problem after another. From the suburbs of Sha County to the center of Mingcheng, the distance from east to west is 30 kilometers. Every kilometer of advance results in tens of thousands of artillery shells being fired and considerable casualties. The most important thing is actually the time consumption. Notwithstanding the long-term consumption of the war, Min Cao's location is the most awkward, especially since the battle takes place in the central Mingchang. Starting from the Jinchang base, the only way to reach the southern part of Zhejiang province by water is to travel 200 to 300 kilometers, although sea transportation can reach Min Cao directly. It also has to cross the large hilly and mountainous area behind the coastline. The roads and railways that had been built were either completely blocked by fleeing convoys or destroyed by the expansion of the Zerg, and the only way to get there was to cross one mountain after another. As for Wuchen, the support from the United Iron and Steel Group could not arrive in a short period of time because there was no direct river access. Only when we reach the next target, Yuzhou, can we deliver it all the way via the Dongting River. At that time, Lin Feng will also send a large number of wounded soldiers from the Savior Army to Wuchen. Among them, the second-level Awakeners will be able to help Zhang Yurao to successfully take over the Ganglion Group. As for now, Lin Feng and the Savior Army's top priority is to win quickly and decisively. In order to avoid being slowed down by the Zerg in Min Cao, which would double the pressure on their own logistics, the late-stage Zerg queens born in Dianzhou and Gizhou would also move into Yuzhou. Intercept Wuchen's support to Yuzhou. This put Lin Feng in a dilemma and forced him to start the decisive battle ahead of time. So the key is now. We must capture Mingcheng, Min Cao within 3 days, and then move quickly to seize the northern part of Yuzhou, establish contact with Wuchen, and establish a temporary Yuzhou base. At this time, as the outside arrangements were completed, the flagship in the rear, the Golden Battleship, fired heavy battleship artillery after heavy battleship. The prelude to the war has begun. Artillery shells rained down on the urban area of Sha County, defeating the swarm of black-backed insects that were gathering there at the same time. In the front, the tanks responsible for the attack line, led by the dreadnoughts, slowly drove into the city. Now the Zerg Queen has learned her lesson and will no longer launch surprise attacks on the plains and hillsides in the suburbs. Doing so will only result in her becoming a dead soul under artillery fire, a meaningless death charge. So right now, the Zerg, under the remote command and dispatch of the Queen Mother, are all hiding in the urban area, taking cover in buildings and sewers, and engaging in brutal and difficult street fighting with the Savior Army. Even if the Golden Fleet was hit by artillery fire and the entire city was razed to the ground, the Zerg could use the underground tunnels to continue fighting and launching attacks with the Saviors in the ruins. At this moment, the strengthened and modified Level 34 Colonial Mecha has returned to the Golden Battleship. Lin Feng came to the command tower to check the battlefield situation. After the first round of bombardment, with tens of thousands of armor-piercing shells firing, the smoke cleared and the situation was not optimistic. Chen Yan'an frowned slightly and said, the Zerg had been prepared for a long time. It is estimated that after the Battle of Hangzhou City broke out, they decided to have a decisive battle with the Salvation Army in Ming City, so these urban areas have been reinforced by the red beetle swarms using the coagulant saliva. The armor-piercing cannon can only barely penetrate them, leaving a hole half a meter in size. Lin Feng agreed, as his expression solemn. A worker insect in the Zerg race, the red beetle is responsible for collecting food and raising offspring, as well as building insect nests and reinforcing wormholes. Especially the top and bottom of the mother nest, which have actually been reinforced by some kind of biological coagulant secreted by the red beetles, so the members of the Second Order Regiment can only use armor-piercing cannons in moderation underground. Firing a few armor-piercing shells will not directly destroy the stability of the hive structure. However, just in case, Lin Feng still tried his best to let them use electromagnetic cannons. It is better to use armor-piercing cannons as little as possible unless it is absolutely necessary. Otherwise, they would not have specially formed a guard regiment, armed with tiger-tooth chainsaw swords, to fight against tiger spineworms in the bottomless insect nest. Today, this coagulant is used on the surface of the earth, relying on the original urban buildings of humans to build the Zerg defense line in Min Cao. It became the first problem standing in the way of the Salvation Army. Seeing Lin Feng's heavy expression, Chen Yan'an added, although the Zerg have reinforced their buildings and turned them into fortifications, they can all be destroyed with a few more rounds. In addition, the Dreadnoughts and the Second Order Battle Group also have multiple electromagnetic cannons that can penetrate the fortifications and kill the Zerg inside. It's just advancing time. It might be much slower. Lin Feng shook his head. What we lack most now is time. The original plan was to push forward in one go. Now we have only a reinforced bridgehead, which has interrupted the rhythm of the attack. It will be difficult to reach the urban area of Mingchang before noon. If we can't distract the attention of the Mother Queens underground, our decapitation plan will not be able to proceed smoothly. After a pause, Lin Feng slowly continued. Let's put the suburbs of Sha County aside for now, arrange Liu Yi and his men to lead their second-order battle group, and with the cooperation of the dreadnoughts, bypass the suburbs first and penetrate into the urban area of Mingchang from the left and right. At the same time, let the anti-aircraft Jin Regiment go deep into the battlefield and fly over Mingchang to carry out bombing and support. At the same time, arrange for Zhou Di to run around in Ming City, go down from time to time, and kill the insect swarms in the tunnels. Give the Zerg the illusion that we are eager to attack the Zerg nest from the surface. This will also relieve pressure on frontline suburbs. Chen Yanyan nodded. Understanding that Lin Feng wanted some of his third-level subordinates to lead the second-level battle group to attract the attention of the Five Emperors Alliance, so as to prepare for the real killer, sneaking silently into the deep of the Mother's Nest. As the order was issued, 4 dreadnought fleets were separated from the Golden Fleet, taking away half of the ships. Lin Feng also came to the stern of the Golden Battleship, boarded the modified Colonial Mecha, and notified Long Yi, Shenji, and Liu Yuqi to take their positions. 2 minutes later, 4 people and 2 biological colonization suits appeared on the back of a hillside outside the city. Can the Battle of Mingchang be completely ended within 1 day? It all depends on whether our decapitation operation of raiding the Mother Nest can be completed as scheduled. Lin Feng opened the cabin door and spoke slowly. Shenji, Liu Yuqi, the 2 of you must deal with at least one of the mid-stage Queen Mothers to reduce the pressure on the front battlefield. Lingai, with your strength, you are enough to restrain one of them, so there will be 3 left. In my current state, I can kill one of them in the first place. As for the other 2, even if I summon the divine domain to descend, they will be dead without the help of other Queen Mothers. When the time comes, everyone will act accordingly. As he spoke, Lin Feng pulled out the enhanced version of the level 32 Hunter King chainsaw sword that was across the waist of the Colonial Mecha, which was a full 10 meters long. The attribute damage of wireless cutting is as high as 12,500 points per second. Even a mid-stage perfect Zerg Queen cannot withstand its 1-second slash. With excessive damage, a 10-meter-long sword blade, and the 4th-order 1,000-ton power of the Colonial Mecha, Lin Feng is confident that when he launches a surprise attack, he can instantly kill one of the 5 queens before they can react. In this way, the number of people on both sides was equalized. Later, even when he was fighting 1 against 2, Lin Feng was able to handle it with ease and kill them one after another. After arranging the specific tasks, the strongest team in the Savior Army immediately took action. Led by Longai, who was piloting the Queen Mother, he and the other 3 went deep into the Zerg hinterland and arrived at the northern suburbs of Mingcheng. At this time, heavy artillery fire could be heard coming from the northeastern part of the city. It was the second-level regiment led by Liu Yi, who was engaging in a fierce battle with the Zerg in Mingcheng. At the same time, the insect swarm stationed in the 4 surrounding counties began to recall their troops one after another to provide support in the direction of Mingcheng to ensure the safety of the city center. This put the second-order regiment in a heavy encirclement, but fortunately they had the fleet to rely on, and each person had an armor-piercing cannon or an electromagnetic cannon. The powerful firepower was able to suppress the fierce offensive of the Zerg swarm. With them attracting the Zerg's attention, Lin Feng and his 3 companions successfully entered the underground insect nest from the quiet suburban wormhole. Longai released his spiritual power to cover up the aura of the Colonial Mecha, and Liu Yuqi to avoid being discovered by the Zerg Queen. As for the low-level Zerg along the way, they were already trembling with fear when they met Shenji again, and Ling Yu only needed to use the power of his artistic conception slightly to make them ignore everyone. In this way, we arrived 200 meters underground. We are about to enter the location of the second-level insect nest. This is the middle part of the entire hive, and it is also the construction side of the hatching nest. Block the passage to the mother nest deep in the Zerg nest. Lingai drove the Queen Mother and began to sense the structure and root in the hive. Soon they found a narrow path for the red beetles and black-backed beetles. It was only more than 10 meters wide and could accommodate more than 2 black-backed beetles at the same time and allow them to enter and exit freely. This road is also a low-level insect swarm passage leading deep underground, responsible for cleaning the mother nest and delivering food to the queen. It also has a ventilation function. Therefore, based on the aura of these low-level insects, Long Yi concluded that they were not far from their destination. Everyone, try to restrain your aura and stay within 10 meters of me. I want to reduce the range of my spiritual power and increase its shielding effect as much as possible. From now on, Everything should be done with gestures, and try not to make any noise, and followed behind Long Yu very skillfully. Until we went down again, walking nearly 400 meters, a strong and heavy breath hits me in the face suddenly. Even the low-level insect swarms moving nearby had to crawl forward with difficulty under this pressure. Long Yi frowned slightly and used his spiritual power to convey to everyone, when multiple mid-stage queen mothers gather together and release their spiritual power, this effect will be achieved. Especially the closer you are to the mother nest, the stronger this feeling of being suppressed will become. Once I start, I'll release the power of my own state of mind, and it will be much easier. Lin Feng, who was sitting in the driver's seat, nodded silently. He knew very well that with such a lineup of queen mothers, an ordinary second-order regiment, or even a peak second-order genetic warrior, would find it difficult to withstand the 5 times spiritual power added up by 5 mid-stage queen mothers. And the spiritual pressure is infinitely close to that of the 3rd stage late queen mother. As the group continued to go deeper, they carefully shuttled among the crawling swarms of insects and finally arrived at the final destination 10 minutes later. The deepest part of the Mingchang Zerg's nest is a large mother nest located 700 or 800 meters underground. Lin Feng took a deep breath, gestured, and prepared for action. At this moment, the queen mother on the side suddenly raised her arm and interrupted everyone's preparation. At the same time, the voice of Long Yu rang in the minds of the 3 people. No, the aura inside is too strong, and there are more than 5 3rd-level Zerg auras. There are other 3rd-order Zerg. The 3rd-level King Spiny Worm appears. Chapter 320, King Spinal Bug appears, kills one instantly, killing. What? Lin Feng was stunned and almost blurted out. Fortunately, in the end I just thought about it silently in my heart and didn't say it out loud. Although the other 2 were a little surprised, they were not as shocked as Lin Feng. As the leader of the Salvation Army, Lin Feng has killed countless queens and destroyed countless insect nests. He understands better than anyone that if the queen leads the insect swarms under her command and takes root in a certain place, she will not be able to hide her existence no matter what. In order to expand, they will inevitably plunder the area within dozens of kilometers around the insect nest and turn it into a barren scorched earth until no grass grows. Therefore, in such a large area, the vanguard troops sent to investigate earlier could not have failed to discover the total number and distribution of mother queens and Minsao. Moreover, the information collected by Ling Yu during his exploration in the queen mother's spiritual world also confirmed this point. There are only 5 queen mothers in Minsao. Moreover, there are 5 mid-stage 3rd-order queen mothers with equal strength and not much difference between them. At most, there is a 1-level difference in the small level. Therefore, a delicate balance can be maintained between them and at the same time launch an attack towards the late stage of the 3rd order. In this mutually balanced situation, if there is an additional 3rd-order queen mother joining, this balance is bound to be broken unless the person coming is also in the middle stage of the 3rd level. However, the biomass resources of the entire Minsao can only support 5 mid-stage queens at most, and they also have to bear the daily consumption of millions of insect swarms. There is not enough space for more Zerg queens and the hundreds of thousands of people under her command. That's why Lin Feng was extremely shocked by this. Because if it was an early stage queen mother, she would definitely be directly swallowed up by the 5 Emperors Alliance, and a middle stage queen mother would also break this delicate and fragile balance. Then the only explanation is the late queen mother? Could it be that the late queen mother of Gizhao has occupied the entire territory of Yuzhao and reached an agreement with the 5 Emperors Alliance to come to help, unite against the outside world, and take the lead in dealing with the foreign human Salvation Army? It was precisely because of this that Lin Feng felt that something was wrong. After all, with his current strength, he could only activate the power of the universe and enter the 4th level state for half an hour at most. His physical attributes would be broken and his body would be at a pseudo 4th level. It is extremely difficult to deal with a late stage queen mother with the help of 5 mid-stage queen mothers, especially when the late queen mother appears. Even if Ling Yi drives the queen mother, his strength will be greatly reduced by the suppression of the late queen mother, not to mention Shenji and Liuyuki. Errand and mental attack from the queen mother in the late stage is equivalent to a charged attack from the queen mother in the middle stage, which can directly destroy their mental shields. The second attack will be able to break the artistic conception energy and severely injure their mental state, making them confused and unconscious. Therefore, right now, it is far from the time to challenge the late-stage Queen Mother. Shenji and others are only capable of dealing with the middle-stage Queen Mother. Just when Lin Feng was about to decide to go alone to investigate the mother nest, the Queen Mother Metra suddenly pressed down on his shoulders, as if it had guessed Lin Feng's inner thoughts. Ling Yi's mental transmission randomly appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Don't worry, although there is an extra third level aura inside, the strength of the aura is not strong. It is even only comparable to that of the Mother Queen at the early stage of the third level, so it definitely can't be your late stage Queen Mother. Moreover, its every move will involve a large amount of pheromone influence. It will definitely not come all the way here unless it is a life and death crisis. As he spoke, Long Yi closed his eyes and continued to speak to the people present. According to my speculation, the extra third level aura inside is most likely a third level king spinal worm. After hearing this, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, but the other two seemed quite surprised, especially Shen Ji, who had been expressionless all the time, with a look of shock on his face. Obviously, he was very surprised by the speculation. I was also a little worried that the third level Zerg inside might be a king spine Zerg. After all, in Shen Ji's opinion, the difficulty of dealing with a king spiny worm is even higher than that of the mid-stage Queen Mother. Even the most common state of mind of indomitable spirit has the powerful effect of bringing the dead back to life. This means that it must be killed at least 3 times or more to completely kill the unyielding realm king spinner worm, and the skill was enough for Shen Ji to kill the early Queen Mother several times. Fortunately, after Lin Yi expressed his speculation, he then added some information about the third order king spiny worm. Although the king Spinosaurus that have been promoted to the third stage have made up for their previous spiritual deficiencies, the Spinosaurus race itself basically follows the path of physical evolution. Even if they possess the 3 major artistic conceptions of unyielding, fearless, and killing, their actual effects are also achieved through the physical form, so we can just use long-range means to suppress the attack of the king spinal bug. But the underground mother nest is only 3 or 4 kilometers long, and the king spiny worm can rush directly to us within 10 seconds. Moreover, the armor on its body is several times stronger than that of the peak king spinal worm, especially in terms of resistance to high temperatures. It is far superior to the plate bones in the Queen Mother's brain that protect a brain marrow. Direct thermal weapons attacks can only cause damage through shock waves. After hearing what Long Yu said, Lin Feng's heart sank. After all, the level 31 ion laser cannon in his hand relies on the high temperature of laser radiation to cause burning damage. The king spiny worm can survive and complete the third level promotion in temperatures of 5 or 6,000 degrees deep underground. It is obvious that it has an extraordinary tolerance to high temperatures. What's more, in the artistic conception trial, the spinal insects originally on the spinal god star relied on the magma geothermal energy inside the planet to survive and reproduce. Tiger spine worms will soak in sulfur hot springs of hundreds of degrees, while third-order king spine worms live in the magma of volcanic craters and can hibernate and grow for a long time in high-temperature magma of more than 2,000 degrees. The higher the level of evolution, the stronger the strength, and the deeper the dive distance, until reaching the deepest part of the Earth center and becoming a god born from the star of the spine. Therefore, the outer armor of the third order king spiny worm can fully withstand the high temperature of 5 to 6,000 degrees in a short period of time. The ion laser cannon in Lin Feng's hand is useless, and is not as useful as the armor-piercing cannon and electromagnetic cannon, but the damage limit of the electromagnetic cannon is only 1,000, which is just a tickle for the king spiny worm with a health value of several thousand and a physical strength of several thousand at most. It brings a little numbness. Firing more than a dozen magnetic storm bombs in a row might have some blocking effect, but right now, the colony Mecha is equipped with an electromagnetic cannon, and it has to provide continuous energy for the 4th level of cosmic power. Apart from the Hunter King Chainsaw Sword, there seems to be no good way to deal with this unexpected king spine worm. Just as everyone was hesitating, Shen Ji suddenly raised his right hand, revealing the golden outer armor all over it. That was the effect of part of the Queen Mother's flesh and blood returned to Shen Ji when he was promoted to the 3rd level. There are also a lot of neck bones among them, which make Shen Ji's appearance proliferate and mutate into a piece of armor mixed with golden plate bones, which instantly greatly increases his defense. Shen Ji then pointed at himself and signaled to everyone that the 3rd level king spiny worm in the mother nest would be left to him. Lin Feng thought about it and nodded. Then he looked at Li Yuki beside him, indicating that she could face a mid-stage queen alone. Without any hesitation, the girl gently pushed the hilt of the sword at her waist with her right hand, revealing a cold light inside, dazzling and eye-catching. Under the state of shattering, even the late Queen Mother could not stop Liu Yuki's slashing sword. Lin Feng then spoke silently, "Remember to find the weakest one. Just hold on for 3 minutes. Leave the rest to me." After saying that, and confirming with else, the colonial Mecha slowly stood up, drew out the Hunter King Chainsaw Sword in his hand, and made final preparations for the battle. As Lin Feng took a deep breath and prepared to activate the cosmic power of the colonization suit, everyone was ready to go. The power of artistic conception in the body was quickly mobilized. As soon as the order is given, they will rush into the mother nest and compete with the third-level Zerg inside. Lin Feng shouted softly, and his whole body rushed out like a cannonball, turning into an afterimage. At the same time, he released the telepathy that he had been holding back all the way to explore the situation inside the mother nest. As the spiritual power spread, 5 particularly obvious and dazzling light beams suddenly appeared in the picture of life energy that was fed back. 2 of them are particularly bright. Probably the Zerg Queen at level 35. The other 3 are also much stronger than the early Perfect Queen at level 3, and should be at level 34. But in addition to this, there was also a very strong but not intense light spot, which came from the extra third-level Zerg that Long Ai mentioned. Lin Feng, who entered as a stream of light, soon saw the true face of the extra third level. It was a giant kingworm that was nearly 100 meters tall, with its 4 legs reaching a length of 150 meters and a full 5 or 6 meters wide. A random strike could destroy a flying wing chariot and severely damage a dreadnought. If it were put on a battlefield, as long as it could break into the Golden Fleet, it would surely cause more than half of the entire fleet to be killed or injured, causing serious damage to the fleet. Now that it appears here, it is obvious that it must be the 5 third-stage mid-stage queens. They are afraid that the Savior Army will kill them and their Zergs after their arrival, so they have spent a huge price to summon a King Spinal Worm to assist them in fighting against the Savior Army. Fortunately, they did not send this King Worm directly to the front battlefield, otherwise the fleet and the second-level battle group would suffer heavy losses. The 5 Emperors Alliance apparently also received the news in advance and knew that the leader of the Savior Army, the legendary Emperor Hunter, the mid-stage Queen Slayer, was best at decapitation warfare. They like to go deep into the heart of the Zerg nest and launch surprise attacks on the Queen who controls the entire Zerg race in order to quickly resolve the battle. In addition, the Queen Mother of Hangzhou, who had made sufficient preparations, was caught off guard by the sudden attack and ultimately died with hatred in her heart. But before the death of the Queen Mother of Hangzhou, she issued a warning to the dozen remaining or so mid-stage Queen Mothers in the southern part of the Federation. Be sure to watch out for the decapitation raids of the Human Salvation Army. Therefore, after discussion, the 5 Emperors Alliance summoned the Third Order King Spiny Worm to be responsible for guarding the safety of the mother nest. This is also to avoid being attacked by surprise and causing the Zerg to be completely defeated on the front battlefield on the surface. And their strategy obviously achieved the desired effect, causing Lin Feng to have to temporarily adjust the decapitation operation he originally had planned. He had to let Shenji and Liu Yuki each deal with the third-level Zerg alone, and the risk of the mission suddenly increased exponentially. But these mid-stage Queen Mothers had calculated everything, but they didn't expect one thing. That is Lin Feng, the leader of the Salvation Army. He has developed 4th Order electric-driven cells and mastered 4th Order cosmic power. Although it is only the initial 30%, it is enough to deal with the current situation. As the Colonial Metzja enters the 4th stage, it gains an additional 30% gain after the attribute stacking, making its physical attribute directly break through the upper limit of the electromagnetic force spins madly inside every electric-driven cell, and coupled with the flapping of the 6-winged membranous wings, the speed is so fast that it directly exceeds 7 times the speed of sound. A distance of just 2 or 3 kilometers only takes 1 second. You can reach any place in the mother nest. The speed is so fast that the Queen Mother's physical sensory organs and mental power cannot capture it. Lin Feng also easily stepped over the huge body of the King Worm that was blocking the queens and came in front of the 5 mid-stage queens. Then he swung the LV-32 Hunter King chainsaw sword in his hand, and when the time was right he killed directly at one of the weaker level queens. This is the only chance for a surprise attack that everyone gets with the help of Long Ai, and there is only one chance. Therefore, in order to ensure some gains, we must proceed calmly, so as to avoid being seriously injured in the end and being able to summon the Divine Realm to descend. When the Hunter King chainsaw sword activated the wireless attribute, under the increased stimulation of the palm current, even the cutting chainsaw speed was increased to a certain extent. Lin Feng did not hesitate at all, and slashed fiercely at the level 34 Queen Mother, who was farthest away and closest to the position. The saw blade of the chainsaw cutting sword landed accurately on the Queen Mother's neck, and pushed along by Lin Feng's flying inertia, drawing a flashing circle around the Queen Mother's neck in mid-air in just 1 second. More than 12,500 points of horrific damage were caused. Even the neck bones that extend from the brain lamina bones cannot withstand such damage. The saw blade of the chainsaw sword is made from the plate bones of a LV-36, third-order mid-stage perfect Queen Mother. Its hardness and strength are far greater than that of the LVTH-level Queen Mother in front of it, whose head and body are separated. After first coming into contact with the combat power of one of the Queen Mothers, Lin Feng turned around and did not forget to raise the muzzle of the electromagnetic cannon on his left arm. Fire a magnetic storm bomb and hit the Queen Mother's head, causing her to fall into a state of paralysis while not completely killing her, thus avoiding random mental attacks that would kill both of them. The Queen, who had just reacted, was hit hard again before she could let out a roar of pain or a scream of fear, and her consciousness became lost. Although he didn't see clearly who killed him until he died, when his body was torn apart, his mountain-sized body directly sprayed out a torrential blood rain like a waterfall. It floated in a space of several hundred meters in radius, immediately alerting the other four queens. After all, the momentum of their companions disappeared in an instant, and they had to react somehow to realize that the mother nest was attacked. At this moment, the remaining three members of the decapitation team finally arrived at the mother nest, floating in the air, releasing their own artistic conception, and facing a group of third-order Zergs. In fact, only 2 seconds had passed since Lin Feng activated the power of the universe, entered the 4th level state, and completed the kill. Seeing the 3rd level strongmen of the human race at this moment, the 3rd remaining level Zergs roared in anger, especially the King Spinosaurus at the head, whose anger was mixed with a hint of belligerence and excitement, but it didn't wait long for it to be happy. A pair of 20-meter-long membranous wings spread out before its eyes, and the half-human, half-insect creature suspended in front of it exuded a kind of fear that could make it instinctively feel terrified. At a genetic level, Shenji entered the assimilation state with bloodshot eyes. Killing is coming. Chapter 321, Fighting between the parties, 1 against 2, 3 seconds. The killer King Spinosaurus, as the top of the food chain on the planet Spinosaurus, is an absolute top predator. In front of it, ordinary indomitable king beetles are just slightly more difficult prey to kill. Without the leadership of the fearless Kingspin, even a group of unyielding Kingspin would find it difficult to defeat the killing Kingspin. Instead, they will be crushed by the latter with their absolute strength and defeated one by one. Back then on the planet Jishin, the total number of killer king spineworms in the world never exceeded 5. Most of the time, there were only 1 or 2 killer king spineworms, which were responsible for regular removal of the king spineworms on the bottom layer. It can also control the promotion strength of the 4th level spine king. After all, those who can defeat the late-stage killer king spinnerworm are basically not too weak warriors of humans. Although the king spinnerworms knew something about the warrior hunter bugs, as pure-blooded spinnerworms, they not only treated this genetically hybridized hybrid with contempt and disdain, but also had a hint of hostility and anger. But out of respect for the Queen Mother, he did not take any action. But now, a hybrid who has mastered the art of killing has appeared in the human world. This has shocked and frightened the indomitable King Spinosaurus, as well as giving rise to intense anger. With its fangs bared and its claws bared, it attacked Shenji directly. In its eyes, the fact that a human hybrid possessed the power of the spinnerworm's artistic conception was in itself a shameful act of theft. The artistic conception of the Spinnerworm clan is essentially the inheritance of the bloodline and divine power of the great spine god. It is the blessing left behind by the spine god after his death, and the number itself is limited. Human stealing is an unforgivable crime. What was stolen was especially rare and precious, the mood of killing. That is even more unforgivable. Only by killing it and regaining the murderous intent can the anger in your heart be calmed. As for Shenji on the opposite side, he didn't expect that as soon as he appeared, he would attract the full hatred of the king's spinal bug. The opponent simply ignored the Queen Mother and rushed straight towards him. Okay, that saves me some trouble. With a light sigh, Shenji, who was emitting a scarlet murderous aura, immediately turned into a red light, raised his arms high, turned into a 10-meter-long sword, and killed the king's spinal worm. There's a huge gap in strength between the two sides. Shenji was just a new 3rd-level rookie who had just reached level 30, but the indomitable king spinal cordworm had crawled around in the mantle magma and had successfully grown into the initial perfection of the 3rd level. The attributes of the 33rd level all have values above 3000. In addition to using the killing state to achieve a multiple increase in the physical attributes, Shenji can barely reach the perfection of the initial stage of the 3rd level and is on par with the king spine worm. However, His other health points and mental strength are much weaker than the opponent, but his advantage is also very obvious, that is, the flexibility and speed brought by his small body. He can easily avoid the huge jaws and long limbs of the king's spiny worm and find opportunities to attack through bites and swings while the fight was going on here. Queen Mother and Ryuki, standing on her shoulders, had already crossed the king's spinal bug and reached the deepest part of the mother nest. In front of the four queens, the first ones they faced were two ordinary mid-stage queens of level 34. The Queen Mother, piloted by Ling Yi, immediately launched a mental attack to attract their firepower and attention. The two queens controlled a large number of warrior hunting insects, all of which were in the late second stage of strength, and attacked the biological colonization suits. The same aura emanating from the Queen Mother also shocked and angered them. Long Yi wielded a 5-meter-long slender knife made of golden plate bones and fought side by side with Ryuki. The two swung their blades, and every slash could take away one or two warrior hunting insects. Soon they killed all the 30 or 40 late-stage hunting insects present. During this period, the spiritual and artistic attacks from the two Queen Mothers hit the Queen Mother one after another. Fortunately, after the superposition of attributes, the overall strength of Long Yi and the Queen Mother is far above the middle stage of the third stage and has reached a late stage level. An ordinary level 34 Queen Mother, even if she charges a powerful attack, can only break the surface mental shield, and has no effect on the Queen Mother and the Ling Yi inside. When you are by my side, you are protected by the mental shield. Once you leave, only one layer of shield will remain, which can only withstand one mental attack from the Queen Mother. After that, you will need to use your own artistic conception to cover the golden armor. So that you cannot exert the highest killing power of the shattered artistic conception, the Queen Mother spoke with a buzzing sound, and Ling Yi's reminder came. Ryuki swung the blade with a golden glow on it, and cut a late-stage perfect warrior hunter insect in front of him in half. He then quickly replied, "Got it, wait and help me. It will only take 3 or 4 seconds to inflict heavy damage on it." If it was just a perfect mother queen in the early stage of the third stage, Ryuki had the confidence to directly use the attribute of one-cut annihilation, and with the blessing of the shattering artistic conception, he could directly head her and cut her in half with one stroke. But what she is facing now is someone she has never challenged before, the third stage mid-stage Queen Mother. Although she is the lowest level of mid-stage, the qualitative leap within a small stage is enough to crush any perfect existence in the third stage early stage 4. There, Ryuki had no choice but to make sure to seriously injure him. The queen insect's body is 300 or 400 meters long, and the width of the neck alone reaches 30 or 40 meters. The neck vertebrae inside are more than 10 meters long and 4 or 5 meters wide. If you want to cut them all off in one breath, the consumption of the shattered state of mind is quite high. Hearing that Ryuki had decided to take action, the Queen Mother crushed the head of the warrior hunting insect in her hand, and flew into the air very cooperatively, looking down from above, facing the two Queen Mothers in front of her. Ryuki then jumped down from the sky, wearing a golden armor with a spiritual shield on his body, spread his wings behind him, and flew at a high speed in the air. The Queen Mother continued to release her spiritual power, distracting the attention of the two mid-stage Queen Mothers. Create opportunities for Ryuki's close attack. At the same time, behind the two mid-level 34th level Queen Mothers, in the deepest space of the mother nest, the two most powerful beings in Min's Hao. The level 35, third stage middle stage queen, immediately reacted after noticing a large colonized life form with sparks and lightning suddenly appeared beside her. This was an attack by the leader of the Salvation Army. As her companions fell, the huge head of the Queen Mother rolled over like a ball under the blood rain. The two level 35 Queen Mothers sitting in the deepest part did not hesitate at all. He directly consumed his own first level strength, summoned the arrival of the Divine Realm, and at the same time concentrated all his mental strength to quickly bombard the colonial mecha that was sizzling and emitting arcs of electricity. However, their damage is nothing compared to the fourth order colonial mecha. The mass energy shield condensed by the electric-driven cells is naturally charged with electricity and has the effect of disintegrating mental attacks. An ordinary mid-stage queen cannot break through its defense at all. Lin Feng smiled contemptuously, then turned into a stream of blue-green light and quickly attacked the two queens in front of him. The Mach 7 teleportation state even made it impossible for two mid-stage queens to lock onto the figure of the colonial mecha. But they were well prepared and chose to stand opposite each other. Their staggered positions prevented the enemy from being harassed by the other queen in front of them when they made a move. In this way, it would be difficult for the colonial mecha to achieve the instantaneous killing effect as before with one blow. At this moment, as the ceremony of the descent of the divine realm began, a large amount of white liquid energy beads emanated from the bodies of the two queens. The fine liquid beads' energy formed mist, which also became the condensation base of the divine realm. In addition to these, the thousands of tons of blood sprayed by the beheaded and dead middle-stage queen mother nearby were also absorbed by the ritual at this moment, accelerating the formation of the divine domain. The auras emanating from the two queen mothers became increasingly dense, and their auras gradually climbed to the state of perfection of the third stage, middle stage. Lin Feng frowned slightly, and immediately swung the Hunter King chainsaw sword in his hand, intending to kill one of them first. However, due to the obstruction of another queen, the killing process was not smooth. The colonial mecha needs to stick to the skin of the queen mother's neck, insert the 10-meter-long Hunter King chainsaw sword completely into it, and then circle around the queen mother's neck and make a full circle. It takes at least 1.5 seconds. The other queen was positioned right next to the target queen's neck, and at the same time she summoned a large number of warrior hunting insects to launch harassment in conjunction with her own mental attacks. This made it impossible for the colonial mecha to completely cut off the queen's insect head in one breath. But at this moment, the surrounding environment has emerged with patches of blood-red light, and countless energy liquid beads, and the queen mother's blood have condensed into the initial prototype of the divine realm. Lin Feng could already vaguely feel the shadow of the statue emerging above his head. The gaze from the Zerg god, the mother of the Zerg god, slowly emerged in the system of the colonization mecha. It was an unshielded high-level energy band that would not only invade the nerve center and brain control system of the colonial mecha, but would also affect Lin Feng's mind. Fortunately, he has now mastered the cosmic power of electric-driven cells, and his fourth-order state can also minimize the impact of the divine realm. But this cold and crazy gaze still made Lin Feng feel uneasy. A considerable portion of the body's ordinary third-order cells that have not yet been completely transformed to the fourth order are stirring under the gaze of the Mother of Life and the influence of the mysterious and strange energy waves, unconsciously wanting to break away from the control of the main body. Creeping, growing, dividing, multiplying. The power of the laws from the will of the hive strengthened the queen's momentum and strength, while also affecting all foreign existences in the divine domain. From the colonization mecha to the cells and energy beads in Lin Feng's body, they were all alienated by it, and the power of multiple artistic conceptions overwhelmed their system programs and rationality, gradually deforming and going crazy. I felt a flood of information like an ocean, forcefully infiltrating my brain. All the cells in my body, like the mecha, gradually separated and lost control. At this moment, a familiar fear surged from the depths of his heart, rushing straight to Lin Feng's head. Heracled that when he was still at the second level, he faced the attack of Ling Yi, faced the summons of the Zerg for the first time, and was in the nest of the insect devourer. Under the gaze of the statue, he was unable to move and could only watch his body being corrupted bit by the will of the hive, and multiplying and deforming into the appearance of the Zerg. Now that he was created in the divine domain by two mid-stage queen mothers, the power of the hive will was many times greater than before. Even in the battle at Yangsha Mountain, when facing the Eastern Queen Mother who was in the perfect stage 3, the divine domain summoned by Lin Feng had never been like this. Being in this increasingly real divine realm before his eyes, Lin Feng instinctively smelled a hint of danger. This made him act decisively and directly activate the second stage of the power of the universe, temporarily increasing the degree of fusion to 60%. At this time, in the fourth stage state, he already possessed the physical strength of level 42. Electric currents as thick as arms were running all over his body, crackling and instantly dispelling the influence of the laws of the hives within. Lin Feng, with the help of the colonial mecha, flashed and used the back of the Hunter King chainsword to forcefully push away the other queen who had been harassing him. Then he swung the chainsword and killed the target queen directly at his feet. Under the stimulation of the strong electric current, the saw blade of the Hunter King chainsaw sword rotated at a high speed, making a buzzing sound. And even after cutting into the cervical guard in the queen mother's neck, a burst of burnt black smoke came out the next moment. When the colonial mecha circled the neck, the chainsaw sword cut off the entire neck of the queen. The huge insect head fell to the ground with a bang, causing a bloody storm, but it was soon swallowed up by the surging sea of countless insects. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng frowned slightly. Because the death of this mid-stage queen did not cause the superimposed divine domain in front of them to weaken to the limit. In fact, it was quite the opposite. The death of the Queen Mother caused the tremendous vitality in its body and its huge insect body to be gradually absorbed by the divine realm, and completely transformed into an aid in the condensation of the statue. Damn it! Lin Feng thought something was not good, and after cursing angrily, turned he to look at the other queen. At this moment, it has a quiet and strange statue on its head with a blessing of the Mother of Life. Its aura continues to rise. Had reached perfection in the middle stage of the third stage, and was only one step away from the late stage, and the statue of the Mother of Life, which emanated the power of laws, was getting closer and closer to the huge Queen Mother. In Lin Feng's eyes, it looked like the body of the Queen Mother under the illumination of the statue. It continued to grow and expand as its momentum increased, but no matter which situation it is, the closeness or even fusion between the Queen Mother and the statue will cause unpredictable consequences. And it is definitely the worst outcome. Lin Feng immediately rushed towards him and was about to kill him with his sword. But the endless swarms of insects around them, like a torrent, were controlled by the Queen Mother and rushed forward fearlessly. Among them, there were quite a few deformed forms with human faces, emitting the aura of the peak of the second level, and rushing in front of Lin Feng. The expression on her face was a mixture of crying and laughing, seeming both happy and sad, impacting Lin Feng's thoughts and reason. After slashing them all with his sword, Lin Feng flapped the six-winged membrane behind him and was about to take off and fly into the air. Suddenly, a huge beast composed of countless deformed insect bodies swung its palm towards the colonial mecha. Lin Feng dodged and retreated several hundred meters away. Then he could see clearly. It turned out that the huge monster that appeared in front of him was the body of the queen who had been killed by him before. Under the influence of the will of the hive, it turned into a synthetic monster composed of countless tiny insects. The aura he exudes has even reached the third level. With a wave of his hand, hundreds and thousands of late-stage second-order deformed insect bodies appeared. Lin Feng took a deep breath and looked at the countdown displayed in the upper right corner of the screen. At this moment, the colonial armor had a 60% fourth-order increase, and there were less than 2 minutes left. There is no time to think too much. Even a delay of 1 more second at this moment will allow the surviving queen who controls this divine realm to achieve her goal and become even stronger. Thinking of this, Lin Feng roared decisively and directly raised the fusion degree of the power of the universe to the final step. With a 90% bonus, the physical strength of the fourth stage has reached the perfect state of the early fourth stage. Then he swung the shining golden Hunter King chainsaw sword towards the Queen Mother puppet. Kill the last queen. Countdown to 30 seconds. Chapter 322, Law Space, Fusion, Bone Claws, and Death Battle. Just 1 second. It has a physical attribute value of 13,600 points. In terms of physique, it has reached the initial perfection of the fourth stage of the colonial mecha. It can kill instantly with just one flash. With a speed of Mach 24, he killed the distorted queen in front of him within 1 second, and in the next moment, he rushed towards another queen far away in the sky. She is also the only Queen Mother who now controls the entire divine realm and is performing some kind of mysterious ritual. However, under its control, the laws of this divine realm began to cover the colonial mecha, separating Lin Feng from the Queen Mother. No matter how fast he ran, he could not shorten the distance between the two. The other party possesses the power of a god. Lin Feng thought to himself that this was not good. At this moment, the fusion degree of the cosmic force was at its limit of 90%, and there was only less than seconds left to maintain the countdown. If the drags on, once the other party completes the strange and unknown ritual of fusion, this mid-stage perfect Queen Mother with her aura constantly rising is likely to cross the gap from the mid-stage to the late stage in one fell swoop and break through to the late stage of the third stage at that time, with a blessing of the divine domain. The colonial mecha, which has consumed too much energy and cannot maintain its fourth-order state, has no chance of winning at all. Originally thinking of this, Lin Feng did not dare to be negligent or have any fluke, and directly used one of his strongest trump cards. The power of particles to control artistic conception, release them all. I saw the Hunter King chainsaw sword, which was shining with golden light, using the power of artistic conception to repair damage and restore durability. Sudden Lathier was a golden light. The infinite power of particle control was released under Lin Feng's control. According to Lin Feng's will, it spread in the divine realm and destroyed the laws of the insect nests will that enveloped him. Then he swung the sword, and the energy wave of golden particles directly cut through the law space in front of him, and a crack that was constantly oozing blood appeared in front of the colonial mecha. It was not until this moment that Lin Feng realized. Before, he was driving a colonial mecha, but he had been standing still. Although he could reach a terrifying speed of Mach 24, because the space around him was confined, the space behind him continued to move forward under the manipulation of the laws of the hive will, forming a circular road similar to a Möbius strip. So no matter what, the colonial mecha could not escape from this enclosed space and had been standing still. Lin Feng's heart was shocked, and he once again felt deeply wary of the strange power of the laws in the divine realm and the divine power of the insect god. Then he swiped his left hand across the head of the colonial mecha, releasing a wave of particle control, erasing all the energy of the divine laws lingering on the surface of the mecha. Affected by the state of mind of particle control, the power of law collapsed into tiny blood-red crystals and quickly fell to the ground. Feeling the rapid dissipation of the state of mind controlled by the particles in his body, Lin Feng knew that with such a huge consumption, he could not sustain it for long with his own perfect strength of the middle stage of the third stage. So he sped up the chopping of the chainsaw sword, tearing apart the layers of the law and divine power space. At the same time, they rushed towards the middle stage Queen Mother, whose actual distance was less than 100 meters, 700 to 800 meters, and continued to grow and expand as the Mother of Life statue got closer and integrated into it. At this moment, the Zerg Queen also let out a painful howl from the bottom of her soul, as if her soul was burning and she was enduring some kind of extreme pain. But the more this happened, the more worried Lin Feng became. After all, there is no weak person who needs pain to achieve transformation, whether it is the qualitative change from a strengthened person to an evolver, or the process of mastering the state of mind of killing like Shenji. If you want to wear a crown, you must bear its weight. At this moment, Lin Feng controlled the artistic conception through particles with a golden light in his eyes. The Queen Mother, who was like a huge mountain in front of him, was continuously absorbing the laws and divine power in the divine realm to fill herself. The source of the pain was the gigantic statue behind her, the statue of the Mother of Life, which was filled with divine power and was merging into the body of the Queen Mother. Lin Feng realized that something was wrong. According to the theory that Ling Yi had once held, the essence of the third order Queen of the Zerg is the incarnation and offspring of the insect god. As the insect god's apostle walking in the mortal world, she can summon the divine realm and possess some of the god's authority. The infinite reproduction concept that it is born with is one of the laws in the will of the hive. If the Mother of Life statue in front of us is completely integrated into the Queen Mother's body, there are two most likely results. Either the Mother of Life will be resurrected through the body of the Third Order Queen, come to the world and sweep away all Zerg enemies. Either the middle stage Queen Mother in front of him will briefly gain all the abilities of the Mother of Life, and thus completely control the power of the laws in this divine domain. Represents the will of the insect hive, and exercises the authority of the insect god no matter which situation it is. It is the worst for Lin Feng because the colonial mecha is at 90% fusion status. There are only seconds left in the countdown. At this moment, Lin Feng also overcame all obstacles and came to the Mother Queen, who was struggling in pain. Without any time to hesitate, he swung the golden Hunter King chainsaw sword in his hand and stabbed it directly into the Queen Mother's twisted and deformed insect head. After crushing the brain tissue, point directly at the bone marrow and continue cutting until the deepest purple gold brain marrow is destroyed. At this moment, there is no need to consider any biological materials. Even if there are materials of fourth stage quality in its body, Lin Feng will destroy them all without hesitation. I only hope to end this strange ritual and disintegrate the increasingly dark divine world around me. As the Hunter King chainsaw sword was constantly repaired and reshaped by the particle control, it penetrated directly into the plate bone sphere. All he heard was a crisp sound of Pa-ji. Strong spiritual force flowed into Lin Feng's body from the chainsaw sword. That familiar touch was exactly the same as the first time he killed the Queen Mother of Jingbei. At this moment, Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, once the Queen Mother dies, the keynodes that maintain the existence of the divine realm will also disappear along with her. As the Hunter King chainsaw sword slowly pulled out a more than 10-meter-long chainsaw blade, the Queen Mother, who had lost her self-consciousness, collapsed to the ground with her swollen and deformed body. The statue of the Mother of Life, which had already been more than half absorbed into the body, also slowly faded at this moment until it became transparent and disappeared. The power of the laws of will of the nearby insect nest also began to decrease and dissipate. Just as Lin Feng turned around and walked out of the divine realm, the 700 or 800 meter tall corpse of the Queen Mother that collapsed behind him suddenly made a cracking sound. Kaka. The crisp sound interrupted Lin Feng's attempt to take back the power of the universe, and his nerves, which had just relaxed, tensed up again in an instant. Then he instinctively retreated dozens of meters away, turned around and faced the Queen Mother's corpse again, which suddenly made a strange sound behind him. I saw a crack in the limp corpse, starting from the head, which was about 60 or 70 meters long, and spreading along the hole left by Lin Feng, all the way from the neck to the insect body. Then, the dead queen's body began to wriggle inside, as if she was gestating something that was struggling to break out of the ground. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. This scene was a bit like the caterpillar he observed when he was a child, breaking out of its cocoon and becoming a butterfly. At this moment, the cosmic power of the colonial mecha has been integrated by 90%. And there are less than 15 seconds left in the countdown. The unknown existence that was wriggling in the Queen Mother's corpse was ready to break out of its shell from the cracks on the Queen Mother's body. A trace of the power of the law seeped out, and even Lin Feng, who was in the 4th level, could feel a little frightened. It is far more real and profound than the laws in the previous divine realm, as if the existence that is about to be born is the mother of the insect god. Without having time to think, Lin Feng retreated violently. He wanted to escape from this dark and bloody divine realm before the unknown existence appeared in the world. However, at this moment, he suddenly discovered that the space in front of him seemed to become like the previous raid on the Queen Mother, constantly expanding and extending, as if there would never be an end. After Lin Feng anxiously swung the hunting king chainsaw sword and used the little remaining power of his artistic conception to break through the cover of the laws, he found again that no matter how deep he cut, the sticky sea of insects in front of him, like thick ink, could not be cut through. The 10-meter-long chainsaw blade, when swung out, was like hitting cotton, smooth but with little effect, and the next moment, the colonial mecha instinctively sensed the coming of a strong crisis. Lin Feng also felt a palpitation in his heart. That is the sense of crisis when facing death. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, the only time Lin Feng had this feeling was in the 2nd stage, when he faced the invasion of the divine domain summoned by Long Yi Time. Controlling the mecha, Lin Feng quickly turned around and looked up. His 100-meter-long white hand with 4 sharp claws at the end, white bones, and a heavy breath of death coming towards him from the corpse of the Queen Mother, which was several kilometers away from him. The bony arm was 3 or 4 kilometers long, almost draining every inch of bone in the Queen Mother's body. The bone arm formed by the gathering of bones was white with golden light, emitting endless power of laws, and its grasp also contained an irresistible power, as if it was the arm of a god, carrying the will and authority of the Mother of Life. In just a blink of an eye, the 100-meter-long claw at the end covered Lin Feng. As the 4 10-meter-thick bone fingers gradually closed together, a strong suction force directly broke through the golden plate bone armor on the surface of the colonial mecha, and sucked the cells and tissues on the colonial skin onto the bones. The 4th-order electric-driven cells seemed to be out of control, tearing and detaching, floating onto the bone palm, and directly turning into its flesh and blood. At this moment, there was only one thought left in Lin Feng's mind. That is to escape from this strange and terrifying bone claw. Before the countdown of the 4th level state ends, he tried his best to use up the remaining 5 energy shields in one go to resist the pressure of the power of the law. Then, he swung the Hunter King chainsaw sword in his hand and slashed at one of the bony fingers that was blocking and imprisoning him. At the same time, he poured all the last bit of artistic conception power in his body into the chainsaw sword. The particles controlled the artistic conception and quickly acted on the bones, decomposing them while causing the rich energy of the hive's will and laws inside to collapse rapidly. A chain reaction occurred, transforming into tiny blood-red crystal particles that scattered along with the saw blade of the chainsaw sword. Lin Feng roared and tried his best. The countdown in the corner of my eye has reached the last 5 seconds. Endure 5, 4, 3, 2. Until a second before the next moment, accompanied by Lin Feng's roar, a dazzling golden light burst out in the vision of the entire colonial mecha. The 50-meter-long bone finger was cut off from the root by the Hunter King chainsaw sword. The colonial mecha was also in the 4th level of cosmic power. In the last second, it rushed out of the blockade of the giant bone claws like a rocket, along with a golden state of mind that emanated from his body. The energy of the divine realm's laws in front of him continued to collapse and disappear. The colony mecha rushed out 7 kilometers in one breath. Successfully broke through the range covered by the divine domain. A colonial mecha, with its body torn and bleeding and about to fall apart, broke out from a giant dark flesh pot and stumbled down hundreds of meters. All of a sudden, 3 figures came chasing after them in a hurry. As early as the 2 level 35 queens were summoned out of the divine realm together, the battlefield was divided into 3 among them. The battle of the spinner arm tribe closest to the entrance was fought between Shenji, a hybrid who mastered the state of killing, and Shenji, a third-order early perfect king spinner worm who awakened the state of indomitable spirit. There is a huge gap in the basic attributes of the two sides, but with a multiple blessing of the killing state, Shenji is still at ease when facing the indomitable king spine worm, which is 3 levels stronger than him. He continuously used the 10-meter-long golden bone arm blades in his hands to break through the armor of the king spinal worm, leaving behind scarlet corrosion of the power of killing intent, causing continuous bleeding and slowly draining away health points. As the battle progressed, the king spinal bug's health gradually dropped below 1,000, triggering the effect of the unyielding state of mind. When Shenji was about to deal a fatal blow to its brain, it quickly healed itself on the spot and restored most of its health, returning to 60% of its previous peak strength. Shenji, who was well prepared, dodged the king worm's insidious attack with a flash of his body. On the other side, in the middle of the mother nest, Long Yi and Li Yuki, who were driving the queen mother, were fighting with the remaining 2 level 34 queen mothers. Liu Yuki seized the opportunity, jumped up, flew to the queen mother's neck, immediately drew out the 2 long swords from her waist, and inserted them into the queen mother's neck in an X shape. The plate bone sword wrapped in pale golden light absorbed the artistic conception of shattering and released a ray of destruction. At this moment, the mental shield on Liu Yuki's body had been instantly shattered by the attack of another queen mother. Just an ordinary mental attack, it came from the middle stage queen mother, which was equivalent to a charged attack from the early stage queen mother. If Liu Yuki, who was only level 30, was hit, he would definitely lose his combat ability on the spot, and would be crippled if not dead. Fortunately, Liu Yuki reacted quickly. After severing the neck art and nerve connection, he immediately drew out his double swords and swung them in the air hundreds of times. The dissipated shattered artistic conception soon formed a crazy energy storm. The spiritual attack of the middle stage queen mother was shattered and dissipated the moment it touched. But Liu Yuki, who blocked the attack, did not stop the rhythm of attack, but instead rushed towards another queen mother. At this time, Long Yi, who was driving the queen mother, also stepped forward in time and raised the extra insect arms under his arms. Holding 2 replicas of electromagnetic cannons, he aimed at the queen mother's neck, which had been broken for most of the time, and fired a burst of fire. After completing the kill, he rushed to assist Liu Yuki. And so it went, until 5 minutes later, when the battle was over. Shenji also pulled out the bone arm blade from the brain of the resurrected unyielding king spinal worm, rushed to the side of the 2, and stopped at the deepest part of the mother nest. In front of the completely formed divine realm, the divine domain that has formed a fleshy outer wall is 1 kilometer wide in diameter, although its size is the same as that summoned by the Eastern Queen Mother in the middle stage of perfection. But the god's domain at that time was just a closed black-red energy area when viewed from the outside, and it was far from being like the giant hemisphere in front of us, which had already completed its materialization. Liu Yuki felt the amazing aura emanating from it, and couldn't help but walk forward, saying worriedly all the way, "Lin Feng is inside still, do you want to?" "No." Chapter 323, God's Descent, God's Remains, Cleaning, Escape from Death. "No. Don't touch." Long Yi's words came from behind, interrupting Liu Yuki's action of stepping forward and raising her hand. Then, as the 2 turned their heads to look at him in confusion, Ling Yi took a deep breath, raised his head and looked in front of everyone. It filled the entire depth of the mother nest, up to 600 or 700 meters high, and was compressed into a barrel-shaped fleshy wall membrane. With a complicated expression, he said, "This is the 2nd stage of the divine realm. Sacrifice all of your flesh, blood, and soul to condense a divine body that can allow the will of the gods to descend." Impossible. They are only in the middle stage of the 3rd stage, far from meeting the minimum conditions for summoning and condensing. How could this happen? Feeling the irresistible divine power emanating from the fleshy divine realm, Long Yi fell into unbelievable shock. Shenji frowned slightly. With more than half of the spiny worm genetic blood flowing in his body, he also felt a strong palpitation, but after the feeling of uneasiness, he was indeed filled with strong anger. The assimilation state in the body has not yet faded, and the murderous intent is accelerating the deformation of the body uncontrollably, while also affecting Shenji's reason and thinking, instilling emotions of madness and resentment in him. Shenji quickly ended the genetic assimilation state and took back the killing state of mind. Then he asked the dragon behind him in a cold voice, "Will Lin Feng, who is still inside, be in danger?" Ling shook his head, then nodded, I don't know. The 2nd stage God's domain has completely materialized. Now the Queen Mother inside has no chance of survival." It is doing this to turn the god's domain into a divine corpse at the cost of itself, and then completely wipe out the enemies trapped inside, colonization armor into the fourth order cells, and transformed and strengthened it into biological colonization armor with a fourth order physique. As long as he drives the colonization armor and forcibly increases the fusion degree to the highest 90%, it may not be impossible for him to escape. As long as you get out of there, you'll be safe. After saying this, Long Yi looked at Liu Yuki, who was about to draw his sword, and said in a heavy tone, "Don't act rashly until the situation becomes clear. Once the stability of the divine corpse is destroyed, the divine power laws that leak out will frantically devour the flesh and blood life around us, using us, the corpse of the Queen Mother here, and the millions of insects in the insect nest as the source of energy for crazy expansion and proliferation. Spreading the genetic radiation pollution with artistic conception power to the entire Mingcheng, and even Minshao. Besides, the three of us alone cannot withstand the invasion of the laws of the divine realm. If we enter without permission, it will only cause trouble for Lin Feng and become the nourishment for the perfection of the laws. The only thing we can do now is to clear out the corpses of the Queen Mothers nearby, absorb the remaining life energy in their bodies, and then stand at the entrance and exit, quietly waiting for the final outcome." Liu Yuki's eyes were filled with worry, although she really wanted to cut open the fleshy membrane with a knife, use the sharp blade storm condensed by the shattered artistic conception, break in and rescue Lin Feng. But according to Long Yi, rashly entering inside would not only destroy the stability of the current structure of the divine skeleton, causing the leakage of the laws of divine power and allowing the artistic conception to pollute the surrounding lives, but also because of their own strength problems, they would not be able to fight against the laws of divine power and rescue Lin Feng. The only thing that can be done now is to eliminate the flesh and blood life nearby in advance, to prevent the divine domain from turning into divine remains and continuing to devour and spread. When Liu Yuki heard Long Yi speak, she looked at Shenji, who had a slightly ferocious expression on his face, and asked for his opinion. Although he was slightly dazed by the murderous atmosphere, Shenji still had his sanity. Deep in his heart, besides the madness that came from his spinal worm bloodline, there was more fear. There are not many physical objects that can evoke a crazy killing and make you feel fear. The danger of the mutated divine realm is evident. Even without Long Yi's dissuasion, Shenji would have cautiously waited and seen first. So at this moment, he chose to support Ling Yi. Now the ratio was 2-1, so Liu Yuki gave up the idea of going in and instead followed the two people behind him to give the dying queen insect heads a fatal blow. It is not a pure descendant of the unlike the Queen Mother. It does not possess the tremendous vitality that exceeds the third stage. The health value of over 10,000 also makes their bodies have more life energy. After Lin Feng killed and absorbed the energy, Long Yi could pick up the corpse to continue absorbing, and quickly advance to the middle stage of the third level. Now there are two corpses of mid-stage mother queens. The life energy contained in them is 2 or 3 times that of ordinary early-stage mother queens, which is enough for Liu Yuki to level up twice. Lin Feng's original plan was to upgrade the 3 people who participated in the killing operation by 1 level each, and the rest would be used to train new third-level subordinates. It would be difficult to suppress the offensive of the third-level king spine worms and other third-level zergs with just a few dreadnoughts. It is necessary to dispatch strong third-level humans to cooperate with the fleet in order to kill the third-level insect swarm. However, given the current situation, it is too late to wait for the second-order regiment to penetrate deep into the hive and complete the final harvest. After Liu Yuki drew out the 1,000-slashing sword from his waist and destroyed the 2 dying queen insect heads, 2 powerful life energies flowed into his body. Her evolution level was pushed up from level 30, which was just the threshold of level 3, to level 32, and her basic attributes instantly doubled. Shenji on the other side was not so lucky. The indomitable king spine worm itself only has the strength of the early stage of the third stage. Even if it is the perfect 33rd level, the life energy in its body is less than a quarter of that of the Zerg Queen, whose health value exceeds 10,000. Coupled with the activation of the unyielding attribute, which led to multiple overdrafts of life energy, even if Shenji completed the kill, the life energy he gained and absorbed would not be enough for him to achieve direct promotion. Fortunately, during the process of killing the Queen Mother of Huachang during the recapture of Zhejiang province, although the final blow was dealt to his subordinate, the leader of the genetic regiment, Wang Lei, a portion of the Queen Mother's vast life energy was still absorbed. If the death of the unyielding King Spinosaurus is added, Shenji has also completed the promotion to level 31, with the 3 basic attributes increased by 1,000. Now, with the amplifying effect of the killing state, even without the buff of the fearless state of mind of the genetic regiment, Shenji can easily challenge the mid-stage queen. In addition, Shenji also specifically chopped off a pair of 50-meter-long giant jaws from the king worm, and then dragged it to the entrance of the cave. At the same time, the two strong cedar muscles at the connecting mouth of the giant jaw were also cut off and taken away as ingredients to enhance the strength of the genetic warriors. Although the material of the third-order giant jaw is not as hard and protective as the queen's brain plate bone, it is far superior to the ordinary second-order giant jaw. The key is quantity. Although the bone sphere in the brain of a queen weighs 100 tons, it only has 70 or 80 cubic meters at most if divided up. It is only enough to make a dozen pieces of golden armor, or to strengthen the defense of this resulted in a large number of dreadnoughts that had not received strengthened defenses, and even the second-stage late-stage tiger. Spine insects and warrior hunting insects could cause significant damage. If a third-level king worm gets close to you, it will basically kill you one by one, cutting you in half. The 50-meter-long, two-part third-order king spiny worm jaw in front of him had a volume of 2,000 cubic meters and weighed thousands of tons. Even if Shenji entered the assimilation state and burst out with a force of 400 or 500 tons, he could only barely drag it. On the other side, after Liu Yuqi absorbed the life energy of the Queen Mother and dug out a huge core plate bone ball from the insect brain, Long Yu began to step forward to clean up the mess. In the previous battle, the Queen Mother was hit by the swords of the warrior insect hunters many times in order to attract the Queen Mother's attention and create opportunities for Liu Yuqi's attack. Most of the feathers on her back had been broken, and the joint ligaments in the golden armor on her body were bleeding profusely. The Queen Mother, which originated from the flesh and blood of the Queen Mother, was several times more efficient than the colonial mecha in absorbing the life of its own kind. It absorbed a large amount of residual energy in just a short moment. While absorbing the second one, Ling Yi and the Queen Mother successfully advanced to level 35. Mothers, however, before the absorption was completed, the huge divine domain standing deep in the mother nest suddenly emitted a violent energy fluctuation. The energy waves carrying the laws of the divine realm spread throughout the mother nest, twisting and mutating the remaining cells in the Zerg corpses into tiny insect eggs. Even the Queen Mother, Liu Yuqi and Shenji had lotus-like herpes-like eggs growing on their bodies. Use the power of artistic conception. Ling Yi shouted loudly and immediately used infinite reproduction to suppress the mutation of the Queen Mother. The corpse of the Queen Mother in front of her still had a little life energy left, which resonated with this wave of power of laws. Hundreds of deformed insect eggs immediately grew in the abdomen of the Queen Mother's huge insect body, and were successfully born with the help of life energy. It was a kind of alienation without any rules at all. Pollute the surroundings. Even though she was the Queen Mother of the gods, after seeing this scene, Ling Yi couldn't help but feel terrified and her hair stood on end. Incomprehensible and irresistible. Under the distortion of the laws of divine power, the so-called life is just a toy of life and death in the hands of the insect god. Ling Yi reacted quickly and retreated before the Queen Mother, a biological colonization suit, lost control. On the other side, Liu Yuqi was dragging 200-ton golden bone balls and walking in front of Shenji. The two had arrived at the outermost entrance and exit of the mother nest. Because it is far away from the deepest divine realm, it is only slightly affected by this wave of strange law fluctuations. With a timely reminder from Ling Yi, Liu Yuqi released the power of artistic conception, and the shattered artistic conception instantly set off a storm of atomic blades, which traveled throughout the body, removing layer after layer of dead skin covered with insect eggs and form a circle of energy protection shield around the body. On the other side, Shenji's situation was much simpler. The murderous intent in his body had long revealed as strong hostility towards the power of the insect god, but Shenji suppressed it. At this moment, after being affected by the divine power, it was almost instinctively released, possessed by the assimilated spiny worm cells, and devoured the deformed insect eggs. As the Queen Mother evacuated from the depths of the mother nest, Ling Yi did not forget to look back to check the situation in the divine realm. After a series of violent fluctuations, the divine realm entered the second stage, as if it was gestating something. The surface was shaped like a struggling life, with bumps, collisions, and tearing. What's going on now? Is the divine realm going to explode? Liu Yuqi walked forward and asked. After witnessing and feeling with her own eyes the terrifying and weird aspects of the divine realm's laws, the girl's face was filled with worry. Ling Yi's expression was equally solemn. Normally, it is impossible for a mid-stage Queen Mother to allow the insect god's will to descend completely, Because its strength level and energy foundation are not enough to support the formation of the god's skeleton, it is probably a will inside that, unable to find a suitable body to carry it, frantically wants to find more life energy from the outside world, or maybe it's chasing after the colonial armor and Lin Feng. After all, they are in the 4th stage and are the best carriers of the divine remains here. As the dragonfly had just finished speaking, there was a sudden thud from the deepest part of the bottomless nest, followed by a painful scream like a crackling and tearing sound. A blood-stained colonial mecha flew out from the divine realm. It rushed out hundreds of meters and slowly fell to the ground. Without any hesitation, Long Yi activated the membrane wings on the back of the Queen Mother and flew towards the colonization mecha disintegrating colonial mecha. And Lin Feng, who was unconscious in the shattered hatch. Before everyone could breathe a relief, a terrifying aura came from the direction where Lin Feng was flying, from the breach in the divine realm, and quickly attacked. Liu Yuqi immediately drew out the 2 swords at his waist and fought together with Shenji, who had entered the assimilation form and fully activated the killing state, transforming into a Scarlet Warrior. Cover the Queen Mother's retreat by dragging the colony mecha. As the danger approached, everyone finally saw the strange power coming from the divine realm. It was a giant bone hand with 1 finger bone broken and 3 white bones left. It is 2 or 3 kilometers long. Whether it was the corpse of the 3rd stage mid-stage queen, or the remains of the indomitable king worm, in front of it, they were just underdeveloped larvae. Fortunately, after the opponent left the divine realm, the energy fluctuations of speed and momentum became weaker and weaker. The remaining corpses of the queens on both sides were unusable because they had been absorbed by everyone in advance. After being mobilized by the power of the law by this giant white bone, a large amount of flesh and blood tissue was separated and attached to the bone arm. Because there was very little life left, they fell down soon after they were glued together and integrated without the divine corpse as a carrier. This white bone arm that contained the divine power and laws became increasingly weak under the attacks of Liu Yuqi and Shenji. Cracks appeared on the surface and it further disintegrated. 10 seconds later, everyone retreated to the entrance of the mother nest. This place is 4 or 5 kilometers away from the deepest point, and finally escaped the attack range of the giant bone claws. The people who had escaped death looked at the bones that had lost their vitality and were rapidly decaying and rotting on the ground before them. He smiled with relief, but it was only a moment of relief. As soon as Ling picked up the colonial armor in his hand, he heard the crackling sound of electricity. Everyone then remembered that they had not yet confirmed whether Lin Feng was dead or alive. Long Yi directly pried open the broken hatch of the colonial mecha, picked up Lin Feng from it and put him on the ground. Liu Yuqi and Shenji came forward after checking the vital signs. Long Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It's just that he overdrawn his energy and passed out. Chapter 324, Repair, the Power of Law. First encounter with the insect god. Not dead. The dragonfly in the Queen Mother spoke with a sense of relief. The other 2 also breathed a sigh of relief. He's not dead yet, but he'll be dead soon. Let's go. He needs to replenish his nutrition now, enter the egg pod, and repair the thousands of injuries on his body. Long Yi continued to speak, dragging the colony mecha and heading towards the entrance. Shenji turned around and looked at the gradually softening and decaying white bone arm, and said with some concern, "So just leave this thing alone? Won't it trigger a new biological radiation?" The Queen Mother shook her head. The blow that broke out of the shell has exhausted all its remaining strength. Without a carrier, the divine power and laws, even the will of the gods, can only last for a brief moment. Just seal off this mother nest, and keep the rest as usual. We need to plunder the insect nests and restore our vitality. Shenji looked at the Queen Mother's flashing compound eyes. Well, arrange 2 third-level people to guard at the same time. He was now on high alert against Ling Yi. As the Queen Mother's clone, he also possessed the ability to summon the will of the insect god, while the Salvation Army had lost Lin Feng. Long Gai has the ability to destroy the only remaining hope of mankind. The 3 of them took the things in their hands and struggled to leave the deepest part of 700 or 800 meters underground. At 600 meters, they encountered the second-level battle group led by Liu Yi and the genetic battle group led by Wang Lei. After Shenji explained the situation to them, he immediately arranged for Liu Yi and Wang Lei to guard the entrance and exit of the underground mother nest to prevent anyone from entering, including the Zerg. At this moment, the millions of insect swarms outside had fallen into a state of disarray. The Golden Fleet that had rushed in had divided them into hundreds of small swarms of varying sizes and were annihilated one by one up by the Queen Mother and the unconscious Lin Feng in his right hand. He immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. He immediately agreed and arranged for the members of the second-level regiment to block the entire underground insect nest and escort several people away. After leaving the underground insect nest, the three came to the center of Mingcheng. At this time, the golden battleship had already sailed into the outside of the city. With 2 scientific research ships under the command of Long Yi before Lin Feng struggled desperately and lost consciousness. So he took a group of dreadnought warships and charged directly into the outside of Ming City. Fortunately, at that time, the millions of swarms of 5 mid-stage Zerg had already fallen into a state of loss of guidance and were quickly defeated by the Savior Army. Seeing Lin Feng and his companions returning, Chen Yannian activated the flight mode of her armor and flew over quickly. Landing in front of the Queen Mother, he looked at the unconscious Lin Feng in her arms with tears in his eyes and an excited expression. He's not dead, but in a very bad condition. He needs to be immediately placed in the biological repair chamber for repair. Fortunately, you brought the research ship with you. The Queen Mother opened the hatch and Long Gai spoke slowly. Chen Yannian wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. This was the first time she saw Lin Feng suffering such injuries. If she hadn't sensed that he was still alive, she would have really thought that Lin Feng had met with misfortune. Let's go, I'll go too. Chen Yannian picked up Lin Feng from the Queen Mother's arms. Long Yi frowned slightly, looked around at the fierce battle still going on in the city, and began to persuade. Lin Feng is not here, so we need you to take charge of the situation. Come back after we have completely taken over Mingcheng. Leave it to me. Chen Yannian looked solemn after hesitating for a moment. She handed the unconscious man in her arms to Liu Yuki. I leave it to you to take care of. Liu Yuki glanced at the 3 people present, not quite understanding, and then nodded solemnly. Clear. After watching Liu Yuki follow the Queen Mother and bring the colonization mecha aboard the research ship, Chen Yannian looked at Shenji standing aside. What happened to the killing operation? Shenji put down the giant jaws of the king worm in his hand, and then threw the 2 golden balls of the queen's bones left by Liu Yuki into the cabin of the golden battleship. Then, while gnawing on the flesh and blood of the 3rd-level king worm, he recounted the dangerous and terrifying battle of the 5 emperors. God, the insect god. He has taken action. Liu Yuki carried Lin Feng onto the research ship and followed Long Yi into the cabin. The deck slowly opened, and the Queen Mother threw the colonial mecha, which was about to fall apart, into the fleshy biological nest below, and was slowly swallowed by the yellow-brown flesh nest. Lin Feng was lying on the fleshy wall, embedding a 2nd-level insect egg in it. There are countless blood vessels inside that connect to the worm eggs. Release organic nutrient solution, expel toxins and waste liquid, and monitor Lin Feng's vital signs, physical and mental state in real time. Liu Yuki looked at the man in front of him, floating in a 3-meter-long insect egg. Relying on the powerful vitality of the perfect 3rd stage mid-stage, the cells on the wounds all over his body proliferated rapidly, quickly closing and repairing. Is this good? Liu Yuki said with a little excitement. Ling Yi shook his head. This is only a small part of the external injury. The internal tendons, bones, muscles and internal organs are more seriously damaged. It will take at least 2 to 3 hours to recover. Of course, these physical injuries are nothing. The main thing is that his mental strength, along with the state of mind in his body, has been completely consumed. The recovery speed of mental exhaustion is much slower than that of physical exhaustion. Every 3 or 4 days, it's hard to get back to full strength. In addition, the most troublesome thing is his spiritual world because he has entered the divine realm. It is equivalent to leaving a mark in the divine realm of the insect god, and correspondingly, the mother of life will also leave a mark of law in his brain. Just like before, the spine god, the voice of Long Yi became weaker and weaker, and the last few words were lost. Liu Yuki was confused by what he heard when he saw Long Yi turn around and leave the meat wall to deal with the shattered colonial mecha. He stopped asking questions and just stood in front of Lin Feng. On the desolate and barren planet, Lin Feng's consciousness slowly awakened and he found that he was still falling at a high speed. With a thought, he quickly stabilized his body in mid-air before falling to the ground. This is, back again. The last time I came here was when I was promoted to the 3rd level and fully awakened the state of mind of particle control to completely transform the planet's environment. He can turn stone into gold and call the wind and rain. He is omnipotent. Except, of course, creating life. Lin Feng was a little confused and couldn't remember why he was here. Floating aimlessly in the air, I unknowingly arrived at the surface of the planet star hanging in the sky. Then he remembered that he could return his self-consciousness to the real world by falling into it. So he immediately turned into a stream of light, flew up into the sky, left the planet under his feet, and came into outer space. Facing the giant celestial body that is comparable to a star in front of you, you can once again feel the strange energy fluctuations it emits and the boundless depth of your heart. Without hesitation, Lin Feng rushed in. Soon, he was sucked into the dark and boundless abyss by the huge suction force. While sinking into the endless abyss, Lin Feng gradually remembered what was happening outside. It was as if I was in the Zergud realm, fighting a battle with a bone wall that was bred from the Queen Mother's corpse, and finally cutting one of its finger bones. I used all my strength to escape before the countdown to the 4th stage ended. Hathin lost consciousness and fell into coma. If the 3 people outside have finished fighting, they should be able to escape with me. Just as Lin Feng was thinking and preparing to welcome the outside world, in the dark abyss without any light nearby, a clear and unfamiliar goddess voice suddenly rang out, "So you are here." As he spoke, a voice came from the depths of the darkness. A hand in the depths grabbed Lin Feng's collar and lifted him out of the abyss. Before there is another force that quietly sneaks into one's spiritual world and waits for one at the exit. However, when facing this force, Lin Feng had no power to resist at all. Let it pull you back into the spiritual world. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Feng found himself back on the surface of the original desolate planet. Looking at the familiar environment around him, it seemed as if everything that had just happened was just a dream within a dream. But soon, Lin Feng discovered the difference. As the actual owner of this place, Lin Feng can sense every corner and every substance on the planet, even the atoms that make up them. All are under the influence of the artistic conception of particle control. Just like the divine realm summoned by the Queen Mother. At this moment, Lin Feng sensed that an unprecedented change was happening not far from him, and this strange feeling was also the first time he felt it. Without hesitation, Lin Feng immediately flew over there. In mid-air, he saw at a glance that a green area had appeared on the deserted scorched earth and Yellowstone, and there was even a pool of water on the edge. Fly closer and take a closer look. An oasis suddenly emerged on a lifeless and barren planet. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and vaguely guessed something. Slowly fly towards it. Landing outside the oasis, looking at the edge, the green vegetation is spreading continuously. The growth rate of grass and shrubs is comparable to the replication and synthesis of one's own objects. The only thing that can rival the control over particles is the Queen Mother's infinite reproductive state of mind, which holds the most powerful life force. Therefore, the existence of the oasis in front of us is natural. Lin Feng knew that he would have to face it sooner or later, so he took a deep breath and stepped in. Soon, he saw a bunch of human-shaped figures growing out of the green plants. He could vaguely tell that it was a pair of men and women getting to know each other and falling in love. But the ending was not very good. The man eventually abandoned the woman, killed the king, wore the crown, and ascended the throne. The woman seemed to be the princess of this country. It's like the plot development of a dark fairy tale. Lin Feng was very curious as to why such a dramatic dark story would take place in such a beautiful oasis that could be described as something out of a fairy tale. Just as he walked into the center of the garden and came in front of the man wearing the crown, a voice slowly sounded, alike. Lin Feng frowned slightly and immediately turned around, wondering why it was the word truth. In the green grass corridor behind me, a woman covered with flowers and green plants, with life as her skirt, suddenly appeared with her face blurred. Lin Feng couldn't help swallowing. It is clear that the being before him is the legendary insect god, the manipulator behind the invasion of the solar system and the blue planet, the great and only insect god, the mother of life. Just like the eye that was immersed in the hot magma at the deepest part of the spinal star that Shenji saw last time in his killing state. At that time, the spine god left a mark in his spiritual world. Now that he has been infected by the laws of the insect god in the divine realm, Lin Feng's spiritual world has also been infected by the insect god. But there are obviously big differences between the two situations. The spine god is only at the peak of the 6th level and has not truly ascended to the throne to become a true god. Moreover, his original body had long since died in the unification war of the Zerg home galaxy, transformed into the nourishment for the first generation of insect gods to ascend to godhood. Therefore, the form condensed in Lin Feng's spiritual world is also very dull and does not have much independent consciousness. It is more like a program that has been set long ago. But the one who appeared before him now was a true 7th level god, a great being who was still alive. Compared with the last spine god's thoughts, the gap between the lower life forms on the planet and the 4th level cosmic life forms is even greater. Lin Feng was very aware that the other party had a complete self-awareness, and his influence on the spiritual world was even greater than his own. After turning around, He immediately took a few steps back to make way for the other party. Looking at the image of the insect god condensed in front of him, Lin Feng asked expressionlessly, "What truth is there about that being? Enslaved insect race?" The insect god did not answer Lin Feng's question, but walked up to the man who grew out of vines, branches and weavings. She reached out and gently stroked the man's cheek, then slowly removed the crown of thorns on his head and crushed it into powder in her hands. "Look up at the black stars in the sky." Then he said, "It's a pity that I didn't get to see your mother in person. The one who can create it must be no ordinary person." As he spoke, the insect god slowly lowered his head and looked at Lin Feng. "Make good use of it. Don't use this power unless it's absolutely necessary." As soon as the voice fell, the figure condensed by the insect god disappeared from the spot, leaving only a stream of blue-purple energy, which merged into the oasis under his feet. Suddenly, the growth rate of the entire oasis increased dozens of times in an instant. The area has expanded from thousands of square meters to tens of thousands of square kilometers. Lin Feng frowned slightly, full of doubts. "I wanted to ask something, like when I faced the spine god, and choose to ask 3 questions. But it seems that the insect god has no interest in this. Instead, choose directly to give yourself an unknown higher energy." After confirming that the will of the gods had dissipated, Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Originally I thought that the other party would be like the spine god, high in the morning, and transform into his true size in the starry sky, a huge beast hundreds of kilometers in size condensed, showing the majesty of the gods and shocking himself. Throw yourself at his feet. Unexpectedly, the mother of life, as the insect god, was surprisingly humble. On the contrary, she gave Lin Feng an inexplicable sense of intimacy, just like the elders teaching the younger generation. Lin Feng looked at the empty shell of the insect god's frame in front of him, then walked forward, lifted it up from the ground, and placed it in front of him, next to the king who was sitting on the throne. Then he stepped back, looked at the small throne that was filled on the right side of the throne, and nodded with satisfaction. Then it soared into the sky and arrived in outer space. Seeing the oasis growing and spreading, it has covered hundreds of millions of square kilometers, occupying 1/5 of the surface of the barren planet. After a sigh, he flew towards the black star. Shortly after he left, on the throne in the center of the oasis, the insect god's body, with its hand woven from vines, slowly grew to the left and connected with a man. The power of the insect god's law has been absorbed. Gain additional special skill, Source of Life. The Source of Life. Chapter 325 Awakening, God's Second Form, False King. The power of the insect god's law has been absorbed. Gain additional special skill, Source of Life. Source of Life. After activation, you can control mental power. Within the coverage area, all flesh and blood life can be integrated with a particle control state to gain control over life. Note, the Source of Life can be activated dozens of times, and each use lasts for 3 minutes. Looking at the reminder that popped up on the panel system in front of him, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and easily connected with the oasis left by the mother of the insect god in his spiritual space. Obviously, the Source of Life is the external manifestation of the power of the mark she bestowed. It is equivalent to giving Lin Feng the authority to control flesh and blood life 10 times. This reminded him of his childhood, when he was immature in controlling his abilities and often lost control when he was emotionally agitated. The divine power in the body is released, leading to irreversible consequences. Now that ability is back. I guess this is what the mother of life said before she left. Make good use of it, and don't use this power of the law from the insect god unless it is absolutely necessary. As for what he said before, it was a pity that he never met his mother. Even the great insect god praised what Yuan created. Lin Feng thought about it and concluded that only the upgrade system in his body could allow him to release his divine power smoothly, while also neutralizing the genetic tug between humans and their father. Although Lin Feng is a hybrid, he does not show any abnormalities. He can perfectly inherit the human superpower gene tree and at the same time integrate the 4th-level electric drive cells. It's no surprise that such a powerful upgrade system is praised by the gods. As Lin Feng gradually regained consciousness, the text reminder on the system panel in front of him gradually dissipated, leaving only a bloody dark space. The brain was in control of the body, while the rest of the facial features, limbs and torso were unable to move. Although the physical overdraft and the intense pain brought by the final impact had been eliminated a lot in the biological repair chamber, Lin Feng's perception of them had not recovered. The main reason is the exhaustion of the body's spiritual power and the lack of particle control. As a result, Lin Feng's brain is now like a rusty computer that has been obsolete for many years, Unable to process and receive signals transmitted by the body, even opening his eyelids slightly took all his energy. However, the girl who was staring at the egg chamber at this time was still keenly aware of this, and hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Awake? Awake?" Seeing that Lin Feng, who was floating in the transparent energy liquid, had no response to the call, Liu Yuki asked, "Blink when you wake up, at least it proves that you are conscious." Feng's eyelashes trembling slightly that she stood up excitedly at this moment. Lin Feng vaguely heard the girl's voice, and he tried to raise his eyelids to respond. After receiving a positive response, Liu Yuki finally showed a relieved expression and looked excitedly at the man in front of him, who was only wearing a pair of shorts. The battle is over. The huge, white bone arm that stretched out from the divine domain, after being unable to absorb flesh and blood, exhausted its remaining energy and collapsed to the ground. Gradually withering and rotting, after we rescued you, we returned to the surface without stopping. Now you are staying in the meat nest of the research ship, absorbing the organic nutrient solution from the second-level insect eggs to repair the damage to your body. Ms. Lin said that your external injuries will be easy to recover from, but your mental state will take 3 or 4 days to recover. But now that I'm conscious, at least I don't have to worry about remaining in a coma forever and becoming a vegetable. Liu Yuki leaned against the translucent membrane of the egg capsule, muttering to herself. Lin Feng smiled. Liu Yuki's voice became clearer and clearer in his ears. He also understood the current situation outside. In short, he was lucky enough to escape in the end, and thanks to Long Yi's advanced prevention, no greater damage was caused. The scope of the power of law was limited to the mother nest. Although it was a tragic victory, fortunately the losses were not great at this time. Long Yi, who sensed something, slowly walked over. The damage assessment of the colony mecha has been completed, and preliminary repair of the injuries has begun. If there was no colonization mecha that integrated the fourth-order electric drive cells this time, even if Lin Feng was given 100 lives, they would still be destroyed at the hands of the Five Emperors Alliance that had made preparations in advance. Fortunately, his temporary 4th-level state and 4th-level physical strength helped him escape danger time and time again. Even the final terrifying descent of the god, the white bone arms that stretched out from the divine body, had 99% of the damage borne by the colonial mecha. The burden shared by Lin Feng was less than 1%. This was how he, who was only at the middle stage of the third order, managed to escape from the 1,000th of divine power. Seeing that Lin Feng had regained consciousness at this moment, within just 2 or 3 hours, Ling Yi knew that the other party must have met with the insect god and reached some kind of agreement. So he walked over to Liu Yuki, looked at the egg chamber filled with nutrient solution in front of him, and said, "Your mental state is extremely poor right now. Less than 5% of your nervous system has been restored. You can only barely mobilize your facial muscles. Don't struggle. I have already asked Captain Chen to transfer 2 purple gold brains, an early queen mother, to restore your spiritual power. The time it takes to recover from 1% to 10% is several times longer than from 10% to 90%. Given the current situation, there is not that much time left. First use 2 brains to restore to more than 10%. Lin Feng blinked, realizing that no matter how hard he tried to sense his body, with only the first stage level, or even the mental attribute values of an ordinary person, he could not mobilize a perfect body at the middle stage of the third stage. Just like a single core MB memory chip, when it has to process and run several TB of files, it can only process 1/1,000,000th of the content at the same time. To the extent that now, Lin Feng cannot even display the identification data of his own physical condition on the panel. Scanning processing speed is also accelerated according to the improvement of spiritual attributes. After getting Lin Feng's response, Long Yi smiled and continued, "The colonial armor is seriously injured. More than half of its neural control system is damaged. It will require several mid-stage queen mother brains to repair it. In addition, the internal third-order cells are almost completely destroyed. Thanks to the remaining 30% of 4th-order electric drive cells, which are still connected to the body on the verge of collapse, it is still possible for it to recover, but the cost is quite high. Without hundreds of second-level insect eggs, it is impossible to recover. You can wait until you regain some consciousness and go find Captain Chen yourself." After saying this, Long Yi's expression gradually became solemn. "Now, let's talk about the real business this time." Long Yi slowly raised his hand and placed it on the outer film of the egg capsule, mobilizing the spiritual power in his body and connecting with Lin Feng's consciousness. Because the opponent's mental strength is weak now, Long Yi was very cautious in probing. After a few seconds, a stable link was established at this moment. In Lin Feng's chaotic mind, a woman in a long skirt slowly emerged. Lin Feng sat cross-legged in the space and spoke lightly. Why did that middle-stage Queen Mother become so powerful after fusing with the statue of the Mother of Life? Even if I kill it, it won't help. Before Long Yi's face could take shape, a voice came from the figure. Because that is the second stage of the divine realm, the divine domain summoned by the Queen Mother is only 1/10,000th of its original power. Even if it is a mid-stage Queen Mother, it is only 5/10,000th or 1/2000th of its power at most. But a late-stage third-order Queen Mother can sacrifice her own evolutionary level and, at the cost of this, raise the summoned divine domain to 1/1000th of the original body. Thus, we have the legal basis for opening the second form. This time, my opponents were all mid-level third-order Queen Mothers, so I didn't pay much attention to it at first, but I didn't expect that this group of mid-stage Mother Queens would come up with such a vicious and shocking plan, relying on two slightly stronger middle-stage Queen Mothers, summoning the divine domain to descend at the same time, because the two divine domain phantoms overlap. Its foundation is sufficient to give birth to a divine statue containing 1/1000th of the power of the law. After that, they will use the rest of the Queen Mother's corpse as the divine body for the power of the law to descend into reality. In other words, they will use the Queen Mother's body to carry the manifestation of the power of the insect god. The original plan was perfect after all. The other three, slightly weaker middle-stage queens, would drop to the level of early-stage queens once they summoned the divine domain, and would not be able to continue to maintain a divine domain of 1/1000th of its size. Perhaps they originally planned not to integrate into the statue and enter the second form of the divine realm, but the twist is that they think they can easily kill you after receiving 1/1000th of the divine domain's blessing. At the same time, there are three mid-stage Queen Mothers outside to consume you. They can directly sacrifice you and then advance to the late stage of the third stage in one fell swoop. Lin Feng nodded and added. But they didn't expect that the colonization armor with electric drive cells has the combat power of the fourth level and can kill them in an instant. Long Yi hummed. That's right. When you took the lead and killed one of the Queen Mothers, the remaining two realized that they were no match for you, so they took the risk and merged into the statue, and you also killed one of the middle stage Queen Mothers in the divine realm, right? Lin Feng took a deep breath and nodded in acknowledgement. The scorpion slightly, that's right. With only one mid-stage Queen Mother corpse, it is not enough to consume the power of the statue's law. The original plan was to integrate the two outside as well, but if you kill one of them, you can still make it through. After that, most of the statue of the Mother of Rebirth has merged into the real world. Even if we kill the remaining middle-stage Queen Mother, it will be useless. We can't stop the power of the laws from descending into the real world. The entire divine domain will become the carrier of the will of the insect god, and the final mid-stage Queen Mother will be the skeleton that gives birth to the void god. It's a pity that they made all kinds of calculations, but they missed the only thing. You can escape the blockade of the power of the laws of the divine realm, and I will absorb the life energy of the two Queen Mothers outside the divine realm and dig out their brains. As a result, the divine descent ceremony, which was supposed to be completed only after absorbing 5 mid-stage Queen Mothers, was forced to be interrupted. In the end, only 1/4 of the bone arm was born, and after struggling for a while, it turned into nothing. After explaining what happened in the divine realm, Lin Feng's frown did not relax, and he turned to ask about another important matter. If this is the second form of the divine realm, it is to integrate the power of the law summoned by the sacrifice into one's own body. Then who is controlling the virtual god that is finally born? The Queen Mother who summoned it, or the god himself? Ling Yi shrugged. It would usually be the Queen Mother who performed the ceremony. After all, after overdrawing this part of the divine power and law, it will also return to its original form and lose the ability to reproduce, becoming a being similar to me. In fact, the Zerg's appearance back then was far from being as hideous and bloated as it is now. Lin Feng nodded. He still remembered when he first interpreted the Zerg's genetic heritage and witnessed the Zerg's development process with his own eyes in the spiritual world. Originally, high-level Zerg were the disseminators, leaders, and of civilization they were light and flexible, unlike now, where they have been transformed into reproductive machines and war factories. So for the third-level Zerg, the second form, to transform into virtual god through divine descent, only has one chance. Does that also mean that I will lose the chance to be promoted to the fourth-level Insect King? Ling narrowed her eyes slightly. Lin Feng's guess was very accurate, which was somewhat beyond her expectations. Well, the essence of the god's descent from the second divine realm is to activate the fourth stage of advancement. Generally speaking, This is the biggest trump card in the hands of a late-stage Queen Mother. After all, it is a power that can completely rival that of a fourth-order insect king. So there is only one chance. After the burn, very few will survive. Most of them will be directly taken away by the insect god. Their souls will be returned to the god's domain, and their sanity and qualifications for promotion will be wiped out. In addition, this is also the final promotion. If you succeed, you will hold up the crown and ascend to the 4th level throne. If you fail, you will lose everything and return to the divine realm to perish forever. So, you must be fully prepared for the battle and use how later, and replace the cells in your body with electric-driven cells. Only in this way can we have the confidence and assurance to face the pseudo-4th-order insect king when the gods descend. Lin Feng nodded and understood all the content. At this time, Ling Yi suddenly asked, since your consciousness has been awakened, you should have seen him, right? Lin Feng remained silent, staring at Ling Yi. He didn't give me a choice like the spying god did. Instead, it left a divine law directly in the spiritual world. You are right. The insect god hopes to get rid of the orders that control his tribe and free himself from slavery. Ling Yi took a deep breath and said with a little excitement, did he tell me anything else? Lin Feng shook his head, without, but the oasis created by the Mother of Life on the barren land has some clues. Afterwards, Lin Feng narrated to Long the dark fairy tale he had seen woven by the green plants. As for the 2 words left by the Mother of Life, Lin Feng did not mention them because they involved upgrading the system. After listening to Lin Feng's description, Long Yi fell into deep thought until a moment later. Oasis is the life authority of the insect godmother. It also reflects what happened to the life authority in the past. Perhaps it has something to do with the incident that happened that year. It's fine if you and I know this, but don't let anyone know, okay? Chen Yanyan has sent over your brain. I should go out and help you recover your mental state. After saying that, Long Yi disconnected the link with a worried look on his face. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.